In India, in the time of legend, there lived a king with many wives, but not one child. Morning and evening for 18 years, he faced the fire on the sacred altar and prayed for the gift of children. Finally, a shining goddess rose from the flames. I am Savitri, child of the sun. By your prayers, you have won a daughter. Within a year, a daughter came to the king and his favorite wife. He named her Savitri after the goddess. Beauty and intelligence were the Princess Savitri's, and eyes that shone like the sun. So splendid was she, people thought she herself was a goddess. Yet when the time came for her to marry, no man asked for her. Her father told her, "Weak men turn away from radiance like yours. Go out and find a man worthy of you. Then I will arrange the marriage." In the company of servants and counselors, Savitri traveled from place to place. After many days, she came upon a hermitage by a river crossing. Here lived many who had left the towns and cities for a life of prayer and study. Savitri entered the hall of worship and bowed to the eldest teacher. As they spoke, a young man with shining eyes came into the hall. He guided another man, old and blind. "Who is that young man?" asked Savitri softly. "That is Prince Satyavan," said the teacher with a smile. "He guides his father, a king whose realm was conquered. It is well that Satyavan's name means son of truth, for no man is richer in virtue." When Savitri returned home, she found her father sitting with the holy seer named Narada. "Daughter," said the king, "have you found a man you wish to marry?" "Yes, father. His name is Satyavan." Narada gasped. "Not Satyavan. Princess, no man could be more worthy, but you must not marry him. I know the future. Satyavan will die 1 year from today." The king said, "Do you hear, daughter? Choose a different husband." Savitri trembled, but said, "I have chosen Satyavan, and I will not choose another. However long or short his life, I wish to share it." Soon the king rode with Savitri to arrange the marriage. Satyavan was overjoyed to be offered such a bride. But his father, the blind king, asked Savitri, "Can you bear the hard life of the hermitage? Will you wear our simple robe and our coat of matted bark? Will you eat only fruit and plants of the wild?" Savitri said, "I care nothing about comfort or hardship. In palace or in hermitage, I am content." That very day, Savitri and Satyavan walked hand in hand around the sacred fire in the hall of worship. In front of all the priests and hermits, they became husband and wife. For a year, they lived happily. But Savitri could never forget that Satyavan's death drew closer. Finally, only 3 days remained. Savitri entered the hall of worship and faced the sacred fire. There she prayed for 3 days and nights, not eating or sleeping. "My love," said Satyavan, "prayer and fasting are good, but why be this hard on yourself?" Savitri gave no answer. The sun was just rising when Savitri at last left the hall. She saw Satyavan heading for the forest, an axe on his shoulder. Savitri rushed to his side. "I will come with you." "Stay here, my love," said Satyavan. "You should eat and rest." But Savitri said, "My heart is set on going." Hand in hand, Savitri and Satyavan walked over wooded hills. They smelled the blossoms on flowering trees and paused beside clear streams. The cries of peacocks echoed through the woods. While Savitri rested, Satyavan chopped firewood from a fallen tree. Suddenly, he dropped his axe. "My head aches." Savitri rushed to him. She laid him down in the shade of a tree, his head on her lap. "My body is burning. What is wrong with me?" Satyavan's eyes closed. His breathing slowed. Savitri looked up. Coming through the woods to meet them was a princely man. He shone, though his skin was darker than the darkest night. His eyes and his robe were the red of blood. Trembling, Savitri asked, "Who are you?" A deep, gentle voice replied, "Princess, you see me only by the power of your prayer and fasting. I am Yama, god of death. Now is the time I must take the spirit of Satyavan." Yama took a small noose and passed it through Satyavan's breast as if through air. He drew out a tiny likeness of Satyavan, no bigger than a thumb. Satyavan's breathing stopped. Yama placed the likeness inside his robe. "Happiness awaits your husband in my kingdom. Satyavan is a man of great virtue." Then Yama turned and headed south, back to his domain. Savitri rose and started after him. Yama strode smoothly and swiftly through the woods, while Savitri struggled to keep up. At last, he stopped to face her. "Savitri, you cannot follow to the land of the dead." "Lord Yama, I know your duty is to take my husband, but my duty as his wife is to stay beside him." "Princess, that duty is at an end. Still, I admire your loyalty. I will grant you a favor. Anything but the life of your husband." Savitri said, "Please restore my father-in-law's kingdom and his sight." "His sight and his kingdom shall be restored." Yama again headed south. Savitri followed. Along a river bank, thorns and tall, sharp grass let Yama pass untouched, but they tore at Savitri's clothes and skin. "Savitri, you have come far enough." "Lord Yama, I know my husband will find happiness in your kingdom, but you carry away the happiness that is mine. Princess, even love must bend to fate. Still, I admire your devotion. I will grant you another favor. Anything but the life of your husband. Savitri said, grant many more children to my father. Your father shall have many more children. Yama once more turned south. Again, Savitri followed. Up a steep hill Yama glided, while Savitri clambered after him. At the top, he halted. Savitri, I forbid you to come farther. Lord Yama, you are respected and revered by all. Yet, no matter what may come, I will remain by Satyavan. Princess, I tell you for the last time, you will not. Still, I can only admire your courage and your firmness. I will grant you one last favor. Anything but the life of your husband. Then grant many children to me, and let them be children of Satyavan. Yama's eyes grew wide as he stared at Savitri. You did not ask for your husband's life, yet I cannot grant your wish without releasing him. Princess, your wit is as strong as your will. Yama took out the spirit of Satyavan and removed the noose. The spirit flew north, quickly vanishing from sight. Return, Savitri. You have won your husband's life. The sun was just setting when Savitri again laid Satyavan's head in her lap. His chest rose and fell. His eyes opened. Is the day already gone? I have slept long. But what is wrong, my love? You smile and cry at the same time. My love, said Savitri, let us return home. Yama was true to all he had promised. Savitri's father became father to many more. Satyavan's father regained both sight and kingdom. In time, Satyavan became king and Savitri his queen. They lived long and happily, blessed with many children. So they had no fear or tears when Yama came again to carry them to his kingdom. There was once a velveteen rabbit, and in the beginning he was really splendid. He was fat and bunchy, as a rabbit should be. His coat was spotted brown and white. He had real thread whiskers, and his ears were lined with pink sateen. On Christmas morning, when he sat wedged in the top of the boy's stocking, with a sprig of holly between his paws, the effect was charming. There were other things in the stocking, nuts and oranges, and a toy engine, and chocolate almonds, and a clockwork mouse. But the rabbit was quite the best of all. For at least 2 hours the boy loved him, And then aunts and uncles came to dinner, and there was a great rustling of tissue paper and unwrapping of parcels. And in the excitement of looking at all the new presents, the Velveteen Rabbit was forgotten. For a long time, he lived in the toy cupboard or on the nursery floor, and no one thought very much about him. He was naturally shy, and being only made of velveteen, some of the more expensive toys quite snubbed him. The mechanical toys were very superior and looking down upon everyone else. They were full of modern ideas and pretended they were real. The model boat, who had lived through 2 seasons and lost most of his paint, caught the tone from them and never missed an opportunity of referring to his rigging in technical terms. The rabbit could not claim to be a model of anything, for he didn't know that real rabbits existed. He thought they were all stuffed with sawdust like himself, and he understood that sawdust was quite out of date and should never be mentioned in modern circles. Even Timothy, the jointed wooden lion, who was made by the disabled soldiers and should have had broader views, put on airs and pretended he was connected with government. Between them all, the poor little rabbit was made to feel himself very insignificant and commonplace, and the only person who was kind to him at all was the Skin Horse. The Skin Horse had lived longer in the nursery than any of the others. He was so old that his brown coat was bald in patches and showed the seams underneath, and most of the hairs in his tail had been pulled out to string bead necklaces. He was wise, for he had seen a long succession of mechanical toys arrive to boast and swagger, and by break their mainsprings and pass away. And he knew that they were only toys and would never turn into anything else. For nursery magic is very strange and wonderful, and only those playthings that are old and wise and experienced, like the Skin Horse, understand all about it. "What is real?" asked the rabbit one day, when they were lying side by side near the nursery fender before Nana came to tidy the room. "Does it mean having things that buzz inside you and a stick-out handle?" "Real isn't how you are made," said the Skin Horse. "It's a thing that happens to you. When a child loves you for a long, long time, not just to play with, but really loves you, then you become real." "Does it hurt?" asked the rabbit. "Sometimes," said the Skin Horse, for he was always truthful. "When you are real, you don't mind being hurt." "Does it happen all at once, like being wound up?" he asked, "or bit by bit?" "It doesn't happen all at once," said the Skin Horse. "You become. It takes a long time. That's why it doesn't happen often to people who break easily or have sharp edges or who have to be carefully kept. Generally, by the time you are real, most of your hair has been lopped off and your eyes drop out and you get loose in the joints and very shabby. But these things don't matter at all, because once you are real, you can't be ugly, except to people who don't understand." "I suppose you are real?" said the rabbit, and then he wished he had not said it, for he thought the Skin Horse might be sensitive. But the Skin Horse only smiled. "The boy's uncle made me real," he said. "That was a great many years ago. But once you are real, you can't become unreal again. It lasts for always. The rabbit sighed. He thought it would be a long time before this magic called real happened to him. He longed to become real, to know what it felt like, and yet the idea of growing shabby and losing his eyes and whiskers was rather sad. He wished that he could become it without these uncomfortable things happening to him. There was a person called Nana who ruled the nursery. Sometimes she took no notice of the playthings lying about, and sometimes, for no reason whatever, she went swooping about like a great wind and hustled them away in cupboards. She called this tidying up, and the playthings all hated it, especially the tin ones. The rabbit didn't mind it so much, for wherever he was thrown, he came down soft. One evening, when the boy was going to bed, he couldn't find the china dog that always slept with him. Nana was in a hurry, and it was too much trouble to hunt for china dogs at bedtime, so she simply looked about her, and seeing that the toy cupboard door stood open, she made a swoop. "Here," she said, "take your old bunny. He'll do to sleep with you." And she dragged the bunny out by one ear and put him into the boy's arms. That night, and for many nights after, the Velveteen Rabbit slept in the boy's bed. At first he found it rather uncomfortable, for the boy hugged him very tight, and sometimes he rolled over on him, and sometimes he pushed him so far under the pillow that the rabbit could scarcely breathe. And he missed those long moonlight hours in the nursery when all the house was silent, and his talks with the skin horse. But very soon he grew to like it, for the boy used to talk to him and made nice tunnels for him under the bedclothes that he said were like the burrows the real rabbits lived in. And they had splendid games together, in whispers, when Nana had gone away to her supper and left the nightlight burning on the mantelpiece. And when the boy dropped off to sleep, the rabbit would snuggle down close under his little warm chin and dream, with the boy's hands clasped close round him all night long. And so time went on, and the little rabbit was very happy. So happy that he never noticed how his beautiful velveteen fur was getting shabbier and shabbier, and his tail becoming unsewn, and all the pink rubbed off his nose where the boy had kissed him. Spring came, and they had long days in the garden, for wherever the boy went, the rabbit went too. He had rides in the wheelbarrow, and picnics on the grass, and lovely fairy huts built for him under the raspberry canes behind the flower border. And once, when the boy was called away suddenly to go out to tea, the rabbit was left out on the lawn until long after dusk, and Nana had to come and look for him with the candle because the boy couldn't go to sleep unless he was there. He was wet through with the dew and quite earthy from diving into the burrows the boy had made for him in the flower bed. And Nana grumbled as she rubbed him off with a corner of her apron. "You must have your old bunny," she said. "Fancy all that fuss for a toy." The boy sat up in bed and stretched out his hands. "Give me my bunny," he said. "You mustn't say that. He isn't a toy. He's real." When the little rabbit heard that, he was happy, for he knew that what the skin horse had said was true at last. The nursery magic had happened to him, and he was a toy no longer. He was real. The boy himself had said it. That night he was almost too happy to sleep, and so much love stirred in his little sawdust heart that it almost burst. And into his boot-button eyes that had long ago lost their polish, there came a look of wisdom and beauty, so that even Nana noticed it next morning when she picked him up and said, "I declare if that old bunny hasn't got quite a knowing expression." That was a wonderful summer. Near the house where they lived there was a wood, and in the long June evenings the boy liked to go there after tea to play. He took the Velveteen Rabbit with him, and before he wandered off to pick flowers or play at brigands among the trees, he always made the rabbit a little nest somewhere among the bracken where he would be quite cozy, for he was a kind-hearted little boy, and he loved Bunny to be comfortable. One evening, while the rabbit was lying there alone, watching the ants that ran to and fro between his velvet paws in the grass, he saw two strange beings creep out of the tall bracken near him. They were rabbits like himself, but quite furry and brand new. They must have been very well made, for their seams didn't show at all, and they changed shape in a queer way when they moved. One minute they were long and thin, and the next minute fat and bunchy, instead of always staying the same like he did. Their feet patted softly on the ground, and they crept quite close to him, twitching their noses, while the rabbit stared hard to see which side the clockwork stuck out, for he knew that people who jump generally have something to wind them up, but he couldn't see it. They were evidently a new kind of rabbit altogether. They stared at him, and the little rabbit stared back, and all the time their nose twitched. "Why don't you get up and play with us?" one of them asked. "I don't feel like it," said the rabbit, for he didn't want to explain that he had no clockwork. "Ho," said the furry rabbit, "it's as easy as anything," and he gave a big hop sideways and stood on his hind legs. "I don't believe you can," he said. "I can," said the little rabbit. "I can jump higher than anything." He meant when the boy threw him, but of course he didn't want to say so. "Can you hop on your hind legs?" asked the furry rabbit. That was a dreadful question, for the Velveteen Rabbit had no hind legs at all. The back of him was made all in one piece, like a pincushion. He sat still in the bracken and hoped that the other rabbits wouldn't notice. "I don't want to," he said again. But the wild rabbits have very sharp eyes, and this one stretched out his neck and looked. "He hasn't got any hind legs," he called out. "Fancy a rabbit without any hind legs," and he began to laugh. "I have," cried the little rabbit. "I have got hind legs. I am sitting on them." "Then stretch them out and show me, like this," said the wild rabbit, and he began to whirl around and dance till the little rabbit got quite dizzy. "I don't like dancing," he said. "I'd rather sit still." But all the while he was longing to dance, for a funny new tickly feeling ran through him, and he felt he would give anything in the world to be able to jump about like these rabbits did. The strange rabbit stopped dancing and came quite close. He came so close this time that his long whiskers brushed the Velveteen Rabbit's ear, and then he wrinkled his nose suddenly and flattened his ears and jumped backwards. "He doesn't smell right," he exclaimed. "He isn't a rabbit at all. He isn't real." "I am real," said the little rabbit. "I am real. The boy said so," and he nearly began to cry. Just then there was a sound of footsteps, and the boy ran past near them, and with a stamp of feet and a flash of white tails, the two strange rabbits disappeared. "Come back and play with me," called the little rabbit. Oh, do come back. I know I am real." But there was no answer. Only the little ants ran to and fro, and the bracken swayed gently where the two strangers had passed. The Velveteen Rabbit was all alone. "Oh dear," he thought. "Why did they run away like that? Why couldn't they stop and talk to me?" For a long time he lay very still, watching the bracken and hoping that they would come back, but they never returned, and presently the sun sank lower, and the little white moths fluttered out, and the boy came and carried him home. Weeks passed, and the little rabbit grew very old and shabby, but the boy loved him just as much. He loved him so hard that he loved his whiskers off, and the pink lining to his ears turned gray, and his brown spots faded. He even began to lose his shape, and he scarcely looked like a rabbit any more, except to the boy. To him, he was always beautiful, and that was all that the little rabbit cared about. He didn't mind how he looked to other people, because the nursery magic had made him real, and when you are real, shabbiness doesn't matter. And then one day, the boy was ill. His face grew very flushed, and he talked in his sleep, and his little body was so hot that it burned the rabbit when he held him close. Strange people came and went in the nursery, and a light burned all night, and through it all, the little Velveteen Rabbit lay there, hidden from sight under the bedclothes, and he never stirred, for he was afraid that if they found him, someone might take him away, and he knew that the boy needed him. It was a long, weary time, for the boy was too ill to play, and the little rabbit found it rather dull with nothing to do all day long. But he snuggled down patiently and looked forward to the time when the boy should be well again, and they would go out in the garden amongst the flowers and the butterflies and play splendid games in the raspberry thicket like they used to. All sorts of delightful things he planned, and while the boy lay half asleep, he crept up close to the pillow and whispered them in his ear. And presently the fever turned, and the boy got better. He was able to sit up in bed and look at picture books, while the little rabbit cuddled close at his side. And one day they let him get up and dress. It was a bright sunny morning, and the window stood wide open. They had carried the boy out onto the balcony, wrapped in a shawl, and the little rabbit lay tangled up among the bedclothes, thinking. The boy was going to the seaside tomorrow. Everything was arranged, and now it only remained to carry out the doctor's orders. They talked about it all, while the little rabbit lay under the bedclothes with just his head peeping out, and listened. The room was to be disinfected, and all the books and toys that the boy had played with in bed must be burnt. "Hooray!" thought the little rabbit. "Tomorrow we shall go to the seaside." For the boy had often talked of the seaside, and he wanted very much to see the big waves coming in, and the tiny crabs, and the sandcastles. Just then Nana caught sight of him. "How about his old bunny?" she asked. "That?" said the doctor. "Why, it's a mass of scarlet fever germs. Burn it at once. He mustn't have that any more." And so the little rabbit was put into a sack with the old picture books and a lot of rubbish, and carried out to the end of the garden behind the fowl house. That was a fine place to make a bonfire, only the gardener was too busy just then to attend to it. He had the potatoes to dig and the green peas to gather, but next morning he promised to come quite early and burn the whole lot. That night the boy slept in a different bedroom, and he had a new bunny to sleep with him. It was a splendid bunny, all white plush with real glass eyes, but the boy was too excited to care very much about it, for tomorrow he was going to the seaside, and that in itself was such a wonderful thing that he could think of nothing else. And while the boy was asleep, dreaming of the seaside, the little rabbit lay among the old picture books in the corner behind the fowl house, and he felt very lonely. The sack had been left untied, and so by wriggling a bit, he was able to get his head through the opening and look out. He was shivering a little, for he had always been used to sleeping in a proper bed, and by this time his coat had worn so thin and threadbare from hugging that it was no longer any protection to him. Nearby he could see the thicket of raspberry canes, growing tall and close like a tropical jungle, in whose shadow he had played with the boy on bygone mornings. He thought of those long sunlit hours in the garden, how happy they were, and a great sadness came over him. He seemed to see them all pass before him, each more beautiful than the other: the fairy huts in the flower bed, the quiet evenings in the wood when he lay in the bracken and the little ants ran over his paws, the wonderful day when he first knew he was real. He thought of the skin horse, so wise and gentle, and all that he had told him. Of what use was it to be loved and lose one's beauty and become real if it all ended like this? And a tear, a real tear, trickled down his little shabby velvet nose and fell to the ground. And then a strange thing happened, for when the tear had fallen, a flower grew out of the ground, a mysterious flower, not at all like any that grew in the garden. It had slender green leaves, the color of emeralds, and in the center of the leaves a blossom like a golden cup. It was so beautiful that the little rabbit forgot to cry and just lay there watching it. And presently the blossom opened, and out of it there stepped a fairy. She was quite the loveliest fairy in the whole world. Her dress was of pearl and dewdrops, and there were flowers round her neck and in her hair. And her face was like the most perfect flower of all. And she came close to the little rabbit and gathered him up in her arms and kissed him on his velveteen nose that was all damp from crying. "Little rabbit," she said, "don't you know who I am?" The rabbit looked up at her, and it seemed to him that he had seen her face before, but he couldn't think where. "I am the nursery magic fairy," she said. "I take care of all the playthings that the children have loved. When they are old and worn out, and the children don't need them anymore, then I come and take them away with me and turn them into real." "Wasn't I real before?" asked the little rabbit. "You were real to the boy," the fairy said, "because he loved you. Now you shall be real to everyone." And she held the little rabbit close in her arms and flew with him into the wood. It was light now, for the moon had risen. All the forest was beautiful, and the fronds of the bracken shone like frosted silver. In the open glade between the tree trunks, the wild rabbits danced with their shadows on the velvet grass. But when they saw the fairy, they all stopped dancing and stood round in a ring to stare at her. "I've brought you a new playfellow," the fairy said. "You must be very kind to him and teach him all he needs to know in Rabbitland, for he is going to live with you forever and ever." and she kissed the little rabbit again and put him down on the grass. "Run and play, little rabbit," she said. But the little rabbit sat quite still for a moment and never moved. For when he saw all the wild rabbits dancing around him, he suddenly remembered about his hind legs, and he didn't want them to see that he was made all in one piece. He did not know that when the fairy kissed him the last time, she had changed him altogether, and he might have sat there a long time, too shy to move, if just then something hadn't tickled his nose, and before he thought what he was doing, he lifted his hind toe to scratch it, and he found that he actually had hind legs. Instead of velveteen, he had brown fur, soft and shiny. His ears twitched by themselves, and his whiskers were so long that they brushed the grass. He gave one leap, and the joy of using those hind legs was so great that he went springing about the turf on them, jumping sideways and whirling around as the others did, and he grew so excited that when at last he did stop to look for the fairy, she had gone. He was a real rabbit at last, at home with the other rabbits. Autumn passed and winter, and in the spring, when the days grew warm and sunny, the boy went out to play in the wood behind the house. And while he was playing, 2 rabbits crept out from the bracken and peeped at him. One of them was brown all over, but the other had strange markings under his fur, as though long ago he had been spotted, and the spots still showed through. And about his little soft nose and his round black eyes there was something familiar, so that the boy thought to himself, "Why, he looks just like my old bunny that was lost when I had scarlet fever." But he never knew that it really was his own bunny, come back to look at the child who had first helped him to be real. Ruth had 2 sisters, Grace and Jessie. Now Grace and Jessie were twins, and everybody praised their blue eyes and rosy cheeks. Grace and Jessie always played together, and little Ruth, who was younger than either of them, was often left alone. No one ever called her beautiful, nor stroked her hair, nor kissed her brow. And when she stood beside the twin sisters at the gate, people passing by would praise the flaxen curls of Grace and Jessie. Then they would turn towards her, their smiles vanished, and they would silently turn away. Ruth would then disappear by herself in some favorite nook of the garden, feeling sad and ashamed. Her father never caressed her. His love seemed to be kept only for the twins, whose 2 bright faces peered over his chair, and whose glad voices were always ready to greet him on his return home. Still, Ruth loved her father so much, and sitting in the corner of the garden away off by herself, mourned that he never kissed her nor called her his dear, pretty Ruth. "Oh," thought the child, "how I wish I could do something for my father that might please him, so that only once he might call me his dear child. Why was I not made a twin?" Thus the poor child mourned to herself. She had a doll which she made her constant companion. She told it all her griefs, and really came to feel that the doll understood all she said to it. She also had another pleasure. It was that of reading. Her mother had given her many books, and she loved to sit among the rose bushes and read their beautiful stories. She liked to read about a man who lived off alone upon an island and had only some cats and monkeys for his companions, how the cave was his house, and how he often looked out into the ocean and saw not one sail, and wandered about upon his island without ever hearing a human sound. Ruth was fascinated by this story, and she read it again and again, yet the book was as new to her in its interest as at first. Then there were other stories she loved to read, some about lovely young girls who went out into the world alone to seek their fortunes and returned home with wealth and honor. She often wished she might go forth in this way, so that when she came back, no one should dare call her plain or unlovable. Then she longed to hold some secret power, so that whoever she should desire to do so should love and caress her. But still no fairy stooped down from the skies to change her black stiff hair into shining ringlets, or her skin into the fairness of that of her sisters. And so Ruth only read and wondered and wished. One day when, as usual, Ruth had found herself quite alone, Grace and Jessie had gone to take a walk, and her mother was reading by herself. Ruth had taken her book and sat down beneath the shade of a broad tree in the garden. She was reading the story of a fair princess who had many suitors and splendid gifts, and who was called the Queen of Beauty. "Alas," she cried, "why am I not beautiful, so I might be loved?" "Would you then like to be beautiful, dear child?" said a voice close at her side. And when Ruth looked up, she saw an old woman whom she had never seen before. She was clothed in a long blue dress, and her face was full of motherly love. Ruth's heart was filled with gladness, for seldom had so affectionate a glance been shed on her, and all the remembrance of the indifference of mother, father, Grace, and Jessie vanished from her mind. When the old woman had looked into Ruth's eyes and had seen the thoughts that beamed there, she looked up into the sky and beckoned to a very light, beautiful cloud which was sailing carelessly along. She had no sooner done this when the cloud then began to slowly descend towards them, just as though it understood her summons. And when it had reached the place where she stood, it remained motionless. Then she took up little Ruth in her arms and stepped onto the cloud and sat down. And after arranging herself and Ruth quite comfortably, she said something which Ruth could not understand, and then the cloud began to rise, moving easily as it had done before it came down from the sky. While they were going up, Ruth was amazed to see how the garden and the tree below became continually smaller and smaller, and how by and by she could only distinguish the house, and how that became dimmer and dimmer until it entirely disappeared from her sight. Then she turned towards the old woman and saw that her kind blue eyes lovingly regarded her, and so she forgot even more about the home below, where without doubt her departure would pass unnoticed. New objects began to attract her attention. The cloud on which they sat did not, like the others, just float over the earth, but it went proudly on and came among the stars, and constellation of stars, and no tongue could describe their beauty. And then the deep blue was ever about her, and she saw it extend out far in the distance, growing to a darker and darker shade until it became like the air of midnight. Then the most beautiful sight of all was when a falling star glided past her and shot afar into the dark blue beyond. There was such a dazzling glory in it. At last they did approach one bright star, and Ruth saw to her delight that the cloud had come down into a lovely garden, and the old woman stepped off from it, and she took her up also, and placed her on the ground. Then the cloud, which had been their chariot, and a far better one it was than ever a king had been drawn in, rose upward and began its gentle course in the sky. When the old woman saw how Ruth looked after it, she said to her, "I use all the clouds in this way, more or less, and all those about your earth do many such a service, while the people little dream of it. In fact, everyone there seems to look down upon the ground too much. They have no idea of the goodly things they would find if they search upwards more." The old woman sighed as she said this. Such a happy and pleasant-looking old woman to have sighed so deeply. Then she took Ruth's hand and led her towards her cottage, which was the most beautiful thing you could ever imagine. Without, it had the tints of mother of pearl, while its framework was of silver. The windows and doors were of diamonds, and they sparkled with all the colors of the rainbow. Within, everything was wrought of the finest silver, and the rooms were hung, some in delicate blue silk, others in rose colors. Ruth was entirely overwhelmed with the beauty of the house, so much so as to stand still, looking at all the things about her. "You must be tired with your long ride," the old woman said, "and I wish you to rest for a while, for there are many things I will show you. After you have rested, I will bring you some food." And with this, she put Ruth upon a sofa and made her lie down to refresh herself with sleep. But Ruth thought to herself, "Rest? How can I be tired when I've been sitting upon that soft cloud, looking at the wonderful stars?" But she said nothing aloud, for the charm of the old woman's presence hovered over her, and as soon as she closed her eyes, she fell into a soft and beautiful slumber. Oh, the dreams Ruth dreamed then. Strangely enough, she thought her father and mother, as well as Grace and Jessie, were riding and playing on the clouds. They were all so happy together, and they seemed to love her very dearly in her dream. She remembered nothing of her former neglect. She dreamed how her father called her to him and laid his hand upon her head ever so gently, and it made her so happy. Ruth then awoke, and the old woman put her in one of the silver-wrought chairs and put before her, on plates sparkling with precious stones, soft ripe fruit with the most delicious flavor she had ever tasted. She could not help thinking how glad Grace and Jessie would be to see such before them. At that moment she looked up and saw the old woman smiling upon her, And so she took 2 of the most beautiful and the largest of the fruit and put them in her pocket, for she had no doubt that all too soon she would have to go back to earth. When she had done this and finished her delicious meal, the old woman bade her to leave her chair and come to her, upon which she took her in her arms, and looking lovingly down upon her, said, "My dear Ruth, I am going to show you all the treasures which the children upon the earth gather together in order sometime to take with them to heaven. I call their treasures what they love most in their hearts and put into actions. Everything they do or say is kept very carefully, for one day they will want them. So you see, you cannot lose anything. Everything in nature, every cloud that seems only leisurely floating in the sky, is serving some purpose. Ruth could not help thinking that the old woman might show her some very beautiful things to keep. And in sorrow, she began to think about what unpleasant things of her own were treasured up, to be given back to her some day when she least expected or desired them. But the old woman said nothing about Ruth's things, but taking her hand, led her forth into the garden again. "I am going to show you some things here," said her friend. They had soon passed into the garden, where Ruth saw the most delicate flowers she had ever seen. They were so tall and nodded their heads gaily to each other. But when she came to a bed of violets, white ones and blue, so large, larger than she ever thought possible for them to grow, she stopped to gaze upon them in complete admiration. The fragrance, too, was delicious, more so than those her mother had, although those were very fine, too. "Take some, my child," said the old woman, who watched in delight with a kind smile. So down upon her knees she dropped and took them, and she could not help thinking how beautiful and lovely a smile would fall upon her mother's face as she gave them to her. So the violets, too, were carefully laid in her pocket for her mother. Then they passed out from the garden and came to a gray house. Withered flowers lay about it, while briars and nettle bushes clung to its walls. But, worse than all this, there came forth from the house angry noises and hateful words, and Ruth feared to pass this place and clung closely to the old woman's side. "Here," said the old woman, kindly putting her arm around Ruth, "are kept all those angry words which children speak to each other and their friends." Then they went on to another house, the walls of which were black, and not a green thing grew about it. "There," said the old woman, "are the treasures of those children who care most for themselves and do not think of others' pleasures." So she opened the door, and Ruth looked in. There was such a medley of things. There were many, many toys and waxen dolls, and many of them had grown tarnished. "You see, my child," said the old woman as she locked up the door, "these things cannot be preserved to look so brightly as when they were first brought here." Then they met some very black-looking clouds loaded with the things that Ruth had just seen in the 2 houses, and they were put in with the rest. "Alas," she sighed, "that children will send up these things." Ruth was happy to see that with quick step her kind guide passed by many more such houses, for they terrified her. She feared she might hear, if she listened well, some complaint she had uttered, or some tarnished toy which she had selfishly treasured. No wonder she liked to hasten by the houses. Then they passed away from the dreary desert places where black houses were, into beautiful plains where the grass was mingled with bright, lovely flowers, and rivulets carefully flowed along. And here were lovely temples, shining with precious stones, so that Ruth clapped her hands at beholding them. "Here," said the old woman, "are more beautiful treasures, which are my great glory and delight." She showed Ruth one, round with the whitest blossoms among green leaves, in which were treasured all the smiles ever given to comfort people who had grief in their heart. And these smiles shed about the whole temple a light like a halo of glory. In another were the soft, loving words which many children had given other children who were sad, to encourage their weak hearts, words which they had given and forgotten, but which had yet been carefully gathered up and put in this temple. From this temple a low sound of sweet music rose, which filled Ruth's heart with peace, as if she had everything she could ever desire. In another temple were all the words of love which children express and feel in their hearts to each other. From this temple proceeded louder tones, but yet those of sweetest harmony. In another, all the gentle, loving words ever whispered to animals. "I prize these the most," said the old woman. "It is very strange," said she, looking upon the temples, "that I find these precious treasures thrown about very carelessly upon the earth. The children never dream of their worth, and if I were not always there, some would be lost. But remember, Ruth, none are suffered to be lost. And so, when the children to whom these belong are going into heaven, they shall find there many a treasure they did not dream of possessing. Thus shall the treasures they had forgotten grow brighter and brighter." At these words, Ruth longed to lay many treasures in the temples, and she heard a song, which the different tones of the temple formed in the air. It melted her heart with its divine harmony. "Oh," cried Ruth, "could I but sing such a song to my father, he who loves songs so well, what joy it would bring him." "And would you patiently sing the song, though he thanked you not?" asked the old woman. "I desire him only to hear it," replied Ruth. And at that moment the power came to her, and such a song poured from her throat. She was so enchanted, but when glancing in the brook, she saw herself so lit up with beauty that she almost did not recognize herself. The old woman saw her amazement and replied to it, "I will send you back to your home so you may sing this song to your father. And remember, little Ruth, that beauty only is worthy to have which proceeds from the sweetness of thy words and the loveliness of thy smile." Then, as the tones of the old woman's voice died away, Ruth found herself in the garden again near her mother's house, and had it not been for the fruit and bunch of violets in her pocket, she would have believed it a dream. But when she went into the house and gave Grace and Jessie the peaches, and her mother the big, beautiful violets, and began doing all sorts of kind things for everyone, She felt how very real it all had been. And then she would sing that beautiful song she had heard in the old woman's star, and her father, delighted, caught her up in his arms, kissing her again and again. That evening, Ruth lay in her soft, warm bed, remembering all that she had seen that day. In her mind, she could still see the old woman's bright blue eyes and how they lovingly caressed her in a way she had never before experienced. She remembered the clouds, the cottage, the gardens, the beautiful flowers, and the juicy ripe fruit. Thinking of the temples and all of the treasures she had seen filled Ruth's heart with such happiness, and she would never forget what the old woman had told her. And as Ruth snuggled down under her covers, she reflected on the old woman's motherly care and how she made her feel special and loved. Ruth was filled with a feeling of peace in a way she had never felt before. For the first time ever, Ruth did not feel plain nor neglected. She felt surrounded in love, and she knew that this love was flowing freely from her own heart as she remembered the words, "Beauty is only worthy to have which proceeds from the sweetness of thy words and the loveliness of thy smile." From now on, she would show her most loving self to the world and those around her by sharing her smiles, soft words, and kind actions, allowing her inner beauty to radiate from the inside out. Her beautiful created treasures would be laid in the temples of the stars, and their radiance would bring light and happiness to the world and the people around her. Her eyelids felt very heavy now, and Ruth could hardly keep her eyes open when she thought she could hear the familiar enchanted song she had heard near the temples right outside her window. She sleepily gazed out into the dark night from her cozy, warm bed, and she thought she could see the old woman sitting on the cloud, smiling down at her through her window. The cloud gently being carried by the beautiful melody, slowly drifting up higher and higher, returning the old woman back to her star with all the treasures she had found. The heavenly tune continued softly, lulling Ruth to sleep, slowly fading away into the starry night sky. And with a sweet smile on her face, our little Ruth finally drifted off into the most sound and peaceful sleep. Long ago in a palace by the Red River, there lived a great mandarin and his daughter, Min Wang. Like other young ladies of her position, Min Wang was kept indoors, away from the eyes of admiring men. She spent most of her time in her room at the top of a tower. There she would sit on a bench by a moon-shaped window, reading or embroidering, chatting with her maid, and gazing out often at the garden and the river. One day, as she sat there, a song floated to her from the distance in a voice deep and sweet. She looked out and saw a fishing boat coming up the river. "Do you hear it?" she asked her maid. "How beautifully he sings." She listened again as the voice drew nearer. My love is like a blossom in the breeze. My love is like a moonbeam on the waves. He must be young and very handsome, said Min Wang. She felt a sudden thrill. Perhaps he knows I am here and sings it just for me. The maid's eyes lit up. My lady, perhaps he's a mandarin's son in disguise, the man you are destined to marry. Min Wang felt a flush on her face and a stirring in her heart. She tried to make out the man's features, but he was too far off to see clearly. The boat and the song glided slowly up the river and away. Yes, she said softly, perhaps he is. All day long, Min Wang waited by the window, hoping to hear the singer again. The next day she waited too, and the next, but the voice did not return. Why doesn't he come? She asked her maid sadly. As the days passed, Min Wang grew pale and weak. At last she went to her bed and stayed there. The mandarin came to her. Daughter, what's wrong? It's nothing, father, she said faintly. The mandarin sent for the doctor. But after seeing Min Wang, the doctor told him, I can find no illness, and without an illness I can offer no cure. The weeks passed, and Min Wang grew no better. Then one day her maid came before the mandarin. My lord, I know what ails your daughter. Min Wang is sick for love. To cure her, you must find the handsome young man who sings this song. And she sang it for him. It will be done, said the mandarin, and he sent out a messenger at once. Days later, the messenger returned. Lord, in no great house of this province does any young man know the song. But in a nearby village, I found a man who sings it, a fisherman named Truong Chi. I have brought him to the palace. A fisherman, said the mandarin in disbelief. Let me see him. The messenger brought him in. The fisherman stood uneasily, his eyes wide as they cast about the richly furnished room. For a moment, the mandarin was too astounded to speak. The man was neither young nor handsome. His clothes were ragged, and he stank of fish. Certainly no match for my daughter, thought the mandarin. Somehow she must not realize. He gave his order to the messenger. Bring the fisherman to my daughter's door and have him sing his song. Soon, Truong Chi stood anxiously outside the young lady's room. He could not understand why they brought him here. What could they want? He was just a fisherman, wishing only to make an honest living. He had hurt no one, done nothing wrong. At the messenger's signal, he nervously started to sing. My love is like a blossom in the breeze. My love is like a moonbeam on the waves. In the room beyond the door, Min Wang's eyes flew open. "He's here," she cried to her maid. "How can that be? Oh, quickly, help me dress." Min Wang jumped from her bed. Never had she so swiftly clothed herself, put up her hair, made herself up. By the time the song drew to a close, she looked like a heavenly vision in flowing robes. "Now open the door," she said, trying to calm her fast beating heart. She forced herself to stand shyly, casting her eyes down in the manner proper to a modest young lady. As the door pulled open, Truong-chi shrank back, not knowing what to expect. Then all at once he found himself gazing on the greatest beauty he had ever known. He felt his heart leap, and in that moment, he fell deeply, hopelessly, desperately in love. Min Wang could not wait a moment longer. She lifted her eyes to look upon her beloved, and in that moment, her eyes grew wide and she burst out laughing. A mandarin's son? Her destined love? Why, he was nothing but a common fisherman. How terribly, terribly silly she'd been. Shaking with mirth at her folly, she turned her head away and whispered, "Close the door." The door shut in Truong-chi's face. He stood there frozen, the young lady's laughter ringing in his ears. He felt his heart grow cold and hard. Truong-chi was sent home, but he could not go on as before. Hardly eating or sleeping, he grew pale and ill. He no longer cared if he lived or died, and so he died. The villagers found him on the sleeping mat in his hut. On his chest sat a large crystal. "What is it?" a man asked. "It is his heart," said a wise old woman. The laugh of the mandarin's daughter wounded it so deeply, it turned hard to stop the pain. "What do we do with it?" asked a young woman. "It is very lovely, like one of his songs." "We should put it in his boat," said another young man, "and let it float down the sea." At sundown, they set the crystal in the fisherman's boat. Then they pushed the boat from its mooring and watched in sorrow as it drifted down the river and out of sight. But the boat did not drift to sea. It came to shore by the mandarin's palace, and so it was that the mandarin found it at sunrise as he strolled along the bank. "What have we here?" he said, reaching in to pick up the crystal. He turned it over in his hand, examining and admiring it. "What a splendid gift the river has brought." A few days later, when no one had claimed it, the mandarin sent it to a turner to be made into a teacup. He brought the cup one evening to Min Wang's room. "A gift for my lovely daughter," he said. "Oh, Father, it's beautiful. I can hardly wait to drink from it." When the mandarin left, she told her maid, "It's late, so you can go to bed. But first, make me some tea so I can drink from the cup." The maid finished her task and went off. Min Wang poured the tea, blew out the candles on the table, and carried the cup to her window seat. A full moon shone into the room, and looking out, she watched the moonlight play upon the river. The scent of blossoms drifted from the garden. Min Wang lifted the cup to her lips, but just as she was about to drink, she cried out in surprise and fear. She quickly set the cup down on the bench. On the surface of the tea was the face of Tru Wang Chi, gazing at her with eyes filled with love. And now his sweet song filled the room, familiar but a little changed. Min Wang is like a blossom in the breeze. Min Wang is like a moonbeam on the waves. And Min Wang remembered those eyes she had seen so briefly through the open door, and she remembered her laugh. What have I done? I was so cruel. I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't know. I'm sorry. So very, very sorry. Her eyes filled with tears. A single tear dropped into the cup. It was enough. The crystal melted away, releasing the spirit of Tru Wang Chi. Then Min Wang heard the song one last time, floating off over the river. Min Wang is like a blossom in the breeze. Min Wang is like a moonbeam on the waves. Goodbye, said Min Wang softly. Goodbye. It was not many months more when Min Wang was given in marriage to the son of a great mandarin. He was young and handsome, and she felt that her dreams had come true. Yet now, as she gazed on a different garden and a different view of the river, she often still heard the song of the fisherman echo softly in her heart. In a great forest, there lived a poor woodcutter with his wife and his 2 children. The boy was called Hansel and the girl Gretel. He had little to eat, and once, when a great famine fell on the land, he could no longer procure even daily bread. He tossed and turned in his bed, and he groaned and said to his wife, who was stepmother to his children, "What is to become of us? How are we to feed our poor children when we no longer have anything even for ourselves?" "I'll tell you what, husband," answered the woman. "Early tomorrow morning we will take the children out into the forest to where it is the thickest. There we will light a fire for them and give each of them 1 more piece of bread. And then we will go to our work and leave them alone. They will not find the way home again, and we shall be rid of them." "No," said the man, "I will not do that. How can I bear to leave my children alone in the forest? The wild animals would soon come and tear them to pieces. I would feel very sorry for the poor children," said the man. "Oh, you fool," said she. "Then we must all 4 die of hunger, and you may as well cut the wood planks for our coffins." And she left him no peace until he consented. The 2 children had also not been able to sleep for hunger, and had heard what their stepmother had said to their father. Gretel wept bitter tears and said to Hansel, "Now what will become of us?" "Be quiet, Gretel," said Hansel. "Do not distress yourself. I will soon find a way to help us.
and when the old folks had fallen asleep, he got up, put on his little coat, opened the door below, and crept outside. The moon shone brightly, and the white pebbles which lay in front of the house glittered like real silver pennies. Hansel stooped and stuffed the little pocket of his coat with as many as he could get in. Then he went back and said to Gretel, "Be comforted, dear little sister, and sleep in peace. God will not forsake us." And he lay down again in his bed. When day dawned, but before the sun had risen, the woman came and awoke the two children, saying, "Get up, you lazy children. We are going into the forest to fetch wood." She gave each a little piece of bread and said, "Here is something for your dinner, but do not eat it up before then, for you will get nothing else." Gretel took the bread under her apron, as Hansel had the pebbles in his pocket. Then they all set out together on the way to the forest. When they had walked a short time, Hansel stood still and peeped back at the house, and did so again and again. His father said, "Hansel, what are you looking at? Pay attention and do not forget how to use your legs." "Oh, father," said Hansel, "I am only looking at my little white cat, which is sitting up on the roof and wants to say goodbye to me." The wife said, "Fool, that is not your little cat. That is the morning sun which is shining on the chimneys." Hansel, however, had not been looking back at the cat, but had been constantly throwing one of the white pebble stones out of his pocket on the path. When they reached the middle of the forest, the father said, "Now, children, pile up some wood, and I will light a fire that you may not be cold." Hansel and Gretel gathered brushwood together, as high as a little hill. The brushwood was lighted, and when the flames were burning very high, the woman said, "Now, children, lay yourselves down by the fire and rest. We will go into the forest and cut some wood. When we are done, we will come back and fetch you away." Hansel and Gretel sat by the fire, and when noon came, each ate a little piece of bread, and as they heard the strokes of the wood axe, they believed that their father was near. It was not the axe, however, but a branch which he had fastened to a withered tree which the wind was blowing backwards and forwards. And as they had been sitting such a long time, their eyes closed with fatigue, and they fell fast asleep. When at last they awoke, it was already dark night. Gretel began to cry and said, "How are we to get out of the forest now?" But Hansel comforted her and said, "Just wait a little until the moon has risen, and then we will soon find the way." And when the full moon had risen, Hansel took his little sister by hand and followed the pebbles which shone like newly coined silver pieces and showed them the way. They walked the whole night long, and by the break of day came once more to their father's house. They knocked at the door, and when the woman opened it and saw that it was Hansel and Gretel, she said, "You naughty children, why have you slept so long in the forest? We thought you were never coming back." The father, however, rejoiced, for it had cut him to the heart to leave them behind alone. Not long afterwards, There was once more a famine throughout the land, and the children heard their stepmother saying at night to their father, "Everything is eaten again. We have 1/2 loaf left, and that is the end. The children must go. This time we will take them further into the wood, so that they will not find their way out again. There is no other means of saving ourselves." The man's heart was heavy, and he thought, "It would be better for you to share the last mouthful with your children." The woman, however, would listen to nothing that he had to say, but scolded and reproached him, and as he had yielded the first time, he had to do so once again. The children, however, were still awake and had heard the conversation. When the old folks were asleep, Hansel again got up and wanted to go out and pick up the pebbles as he had done before, but the woman had locked the door, and Hansel could not get out. Nevertheless, he comforted his little sister and said, "Do not cry, Gretel. Go to sleep quietly. The good God will help us." Early in the morning came the woman and took the children out of their beds. Their piece of bread was given to them, but it was still smaller than the time before. On the way to the forest, Hansel crumbled his in his pocket and often stood still and threw a morsel on the ground. "Hansel, why do you stop and look around?" said the father. "Go on." "I am looking back at my little pigeon, which is sitting on the roof and wants to say goodbye to me," answered Hansel. "Fool," said the woman, "that is not your little pigeon. That is the morning sun that is shining on the chimney." Hansel, however, little by little, threw all the crumbs on the path. The woman led the children still deeper into the forest, where they had never in their lives been before. Then a great fire was again made, and the mother said, "Just sit there, you children, and when you are tired you may sleep a little. We are going into the forest to cut wood, and in the evening, when we are done, we will come and fetch you away." When it was noon, Gretel shared her piece of bread with Hansel, who had scattered his on the path. Then they fell asleep, and evening passed, but no one came to the poor children. They did not wake until it was dark night, and Hansel comforted his little sister and said, "Just wait, Gretel, until the moon rises, and then we shall see the crumbs of bread which I have strewn about. They will show us our way home again." When the moon came, they set out, but they found no crumbs, for the many thousands of birds which fly about in the woods had picked them all up. Hansel said to Gretel, "We shall soon find the way." But they did not find it. They walked the whole night, and all the next day too, from morning till evening, but they did not get out of the forest, and were very hungry, for they had nothing to eat but 2 or 3 berries which grew on the ground. And as they were so weary that their legs would carry them no longer, they lay down beneath a tree and fell asleep. It was now 3 mornings since they had left their father's house. They began to walk again, but they always came deeper into the forest, and if help did not come soon, they must die of hunger and weariness. When it was midday, they saw a beautiful snow-white bird sitting on a branch which sang so delightfully that they stood still and listened to it. And when its song was over, it spread its wings and flew away before them, and they followed it until they reached a little house on the roof of which it alighted. And when they approached the little house, they saw that it was built of bread and covered with cakes, and the windows were of clear sugar. "We will set to work on that," said Hansel, "and have a good meal. I will eat a bit of the roof, and you, Gretel, can eat some of the window. It will taste sweet." Hansel reached up above and broke off a little of the roof to try how it tasted. And Gretel leaned against the window and nibbled at the panes. Then a soft voice cried from the parlor, "Nibble, nibble, gnaw, who is nibbling at my little house?" The children answered, the wind, the heaven-born wind," and went on eating without disturbing themselves. Hansel, who liked the taste of the roof, tore down a great piece of it, and Gretel pushed out the whole of one round window pane, sat down, and enjoyed herself with it. Suddenly the door opened, and a woman as old as the hills, who supported herself on crutches, came creeping out. Hansel and Gretel were so terribly frightened that they let fall what they had in their hands. The old woman, however, nodded her head and said, "Oh, you dear children, who has brought you here? Do come in and stay with me. No harm shall happen to you." She took them both by the hand and led them into her little house. Then good food was set before them, milk and pancakes with sugar, apples and nuts. Afterwards, 2 pretty little beds were covered with clean white linen, and Hansel and Gretel lay down in them and thought they were in heaven. The old woman had only pretended to be so kind. She was in reality a wicked witch who lay in wait for children and had only built the little house of bread in order to entice them there. When Hansel and Gretel came into the neighborhood, she laughed with malice and said mockingly, "I have them. They shall not escape me again." Early in the morning, before the children were awake, she was already up, and when she saw both of them sleeping and looking so pretty with their plump and rosy cheeks, she muttered to herself, "That will be a dainty mouthful." Then she seized Hansel with her shriveled hand, carried him into a little stable, and locked him in behind a grated door. Scream as he might, it would not help him. Then she went to Gretel, shook her till she awoke, and cried, "Get up, lazy, fetch some water and cook something good for your brother. He is in the stable outside and is to be made fat. When he is fat, I will eat him." Gretel began to weep bitterly, but it was all in vain, for she was forced to do what the wicked witch commanded. And now the best food was cooked for poor Hansel, but Gretel got nothing but crab shells. Every morning the woman crept to the little stable and cried, "Hansel, stretch out your finger that I may feel if you will soon be fat." Hansel, however, stretched out a little bone to her, and the old woman, who had dim eyes, could not see it, and thought it was Hansel's finger, and was astonished that there was no way of fattening him. When 4 weeks had gone by, and Hansel still remained thin, she was seized with impatience and would not wait any longer. "Now then, Gretel," she cried to the girl, "stir yourself and bring some water. Let Hansel be fat or lean, tomorrow I will cook him." Ah, how the poor little sister did lament when she had to fetch the water, and how her tears did flow down her cheeks. "Dear God, do help us," she cried. "If the wild beasts in the forest had eaten us, we would have at least died together." "Just keep your noise to yourself," said the old woman. "It won't help you at all." Early in the morning, Gretel had to go out and hang up the cauldron with the water and light the fire. "We will bake first," said the old woman. "I have already heated the oven and kneaded the dough." She pushed poor Gretel out to the oven from which flames of fire were already darting. "Creep in," said the witch, "and see if it properly heated so that we can put the bread in." And once Gretel was inside, she intended to shut the oven and let her bake in it, and then she would eat her too. But Gretel saw what she had in mind and said, "I do not know how I'm to do it. How do I get in?" "Silly goose," said the old woman. "The door is big enough. Just look, I can get in myself." And she crept up and thrust her head into the oven. Then Gretel quickly gave her a push that drove her far into it and shut the iron door and fastened the bolt. Oh, then she began to howl quite horribly. But Gretel, however, ran like lightning to Hansel, opened his little stable and cried, "Hansel, we are saved! The old witch is dead!" Then Hansel sprang like a bird from its cage when the door was open. How did they rejoice and embrace each other, and dance about and kiss each other! And as they had no longer any need to fear her, they went into the witch's house, and in every corner there stood chests full of pearls and jewels. "These are far better than pebbles," said Hansel, and thrust into his pockets whatever could be got in. And Gretel said, "I, too, will take some home with me," and filled her apron full. "But now we must be off," said Hansel, "that we may get out of the witch's forest." When they had walked for 2 hours, they came to a great stretch of water. "We cannot cross," said Hansel. "I see no footplank and no bridge." "And there is also no ferry," answered Gretel, "but a white duck is swimming there. If I ask her, she will help us over." Then she cried, little duck, dost thou see? Hansel and Gretel are waiting for thee. There's never a plank or bridge in sight. Take us across on thy back so white." The duck came to them, and Hansel seated himself on its back and told his sister to sit by him. "No," replied Gretel, "that will be too heavy for the little duck. She shall take us across one after the other." And the good little duck did so. When they were once safely across and had walked for a short time, the forest seemed to be more and more familiar to them, and at length they saw from afar their father's house. Then they began to run, rushed into the parlor, and threw themselves round their father's neck. The man had not known one happy hour since he had left the children in the forest. The woman, however, had died. Gretel emptied her apron until pearls and precious stones ran about the room, and Hansel threw one handful after another out of his pocket to add to them, and they then lived together in perfect happiness.
She was one of those pretty and charming girls born as though fate had blundered over her into a family of artisans. She had no marriage portion, no expectations, no means of getting known, understood, loved, and wedded by a man of wealth and distinction, and she let herself be married off to a little clerk in the Ministry of Education. Her tastes were simple, because she had never been able to afford any other, but she was as unhappy as though she had married beneath her, for women have no caste or class. their beauty, grace, and charm serving them for birth or family. Their natural delicacy, their instinctive elegance, their nimbleness of wit are the only mark of rank, and put the slum girl on a level with the highest lady in the land. She suffered endlessly, feeling herself born for every delicacy and luxury. She suffered from the poorness of her house, from its mean walls, worn chairs, and ugly curtains, all these things of which other women of her class would not even have been aware, tormented and insulted her. The sight of the little Breton girl who came to do the work in her little house aroused heartbroken regrets and hopeless dreams in her mind. She imagined silent antechambers heavy with oriental tapestries, lit by torches in lofty bronze sockets, with 2 tall footmen in knee breeches sleeping in large armchairs, overcome by the heavy warmth of the stove. She imagined vast saloons hung with antique silks, exquisite pieces of furniture supporting priceless ornaments, and small, charming, perfumed rooms created just for little parties of intimate friends, men who were famous and sought after, whose homage roused every other woman's envious longings. When she sat down for dinner at the round table covered with the 3-days-old cloth, opposite her husband, who took the cover off the soup tureen, exclaiming delightedly, "Aha, beef stew!" What could be better? She imagined delicate food served in marvelous dishes, murmured gallantries, listened to with an inscrutable smile as one trifled with the rosy flesh of trout or wings of asparagus chicken. She had no clothes, no jewels, nothing, and these were the only things she loved. She felt that she was made for them. She had longed so eagerly to charm, to be desired, to be wildly attractive and sought after. She had a rich friend, an old school friend, whom she refused to visit because she suffered so keenly when she returned home. She would weep whole days with grief, regret, despair, and misery. One evening, her husband came home with an exultant air, holding a large envelope in his hand. "Here's something for you," he said. Swiftly she tore the paper and drew out a printed card on which were these words: "The Minister of Education and Madame Rompanot request the pleasure of the company of Monsieur and Madame Loisel at the Ministry on the evening of Monday, January the 18th. Instead of being delighted, as her husband hoped, she flung the invitation petulantly across the table, murmuring, "What do you want me to do with this?" "Why, darling, I thought you'd be pleased. You never go out, and this is a great occasion. I had tremendous trouble to get it. Everyone wants one. It's very select, and very few go to the clerks. You'll see all the really big people there." She looked at him out of furious eyes and said impatiently, "And what do you suppose I'm to wear at such an affair?" He had not thought about it. He stammered, "Why, the dress you go to the theater in. It looks very nice to me." He stopped, stupefied and utterly at a loss, when he saw that his wife was beginning to cry. 2 large tears ran slowly down from the corners of her eyes towards the corners of her mouth. "What's the matter?" he faltered. But with a violent effort, she overcame her grief and replied in a calm voice, wiping her wet cheeks, "Nothing, only I haven't a dress, and so I can't go to this party. Give your invitation to some friend of yours whose wife will be turned out better than I shall." He was heartbroken. "Look here, Mathilde, he persisted. What would be the cost of a suitable dress which you could use on other occasions as well? Something very simple. She thought for several seconds, reckoning up prices and also wondering for how large a sum she could ask without bringing upon herself an immediate refusal and an exclamation of horror from the careful-minded clerk. At last she replied with some hesitation, "I don't know exactly, but I think I could do it on 400 francs. He grew slightly pale, for this was exactly the amount he had been saving for a gun, intending to get a little shooting next summer on the plain of Nanterre with some friends who went lark shooting there on Sundays. Nevertheless, he said, "Very well, I'll give you 400 francs, but try and get a really nice dress with the money." The day of the party drew near, and Madame Loisel seemed sad, uneasy, and anxious. Her dress was ready, however. One evening her husband said to her, "What's the matter? You've been very odd for the last 3 days." "I'm utterly miserable at not having any jewels, not a single stone to wear," she replied. "I shall look absolutely no one. I would almost rather not go to the party." "Wear flowers," he said. "They're very smart at this time of year. For 10 francs you could get 2 or 3 gorgeous roses." She was not convinced. No, there's nothing so humiliating as looking poor in the middle of a lot of rich women. "How silly you are!" exclaimed her husband. "Go see Madame Forestier and ask her to lend you some jewels. You know her quite well enough for that." She uttered a cry of delight. "That's true, I never thought of it." Next day she went to see her friend and told her her trouble. Madame Forestier went to her dressing table, took up a large box, brought it to Madame Loisel, opened it, and said, "Choose, my dear." First she saw some bracelets, then a pearl necklace, then a Venetian cross in gold and gems of exquisite workmanship. She tried the effect of the jewels before the mirror, hesitating, unable to make up her mind to leave them, to give them up. She kept on asking, "Haven't you anything else?" "Yes, look for yourself. I don't know what you would like best." Suddenly she discovered, in a black satin case, a superb diamond necklace. Her heart began to beat covetously. Her hands trembled as she lifted it. She fastened it round her neck upon her high dress and remained in ecstasy at sight of herself. Then, with hesitation, she asked in anguish, "Could you lend me this, just this alone?" "Yes, of course." She flung herself on her friend's breast, embraced her frenziedly, and went away with her treasure. The day of the party arrived. Madame Loisel was a success. She was the prettiest woman present, elegant, graceful, smiling, and quite above herself with happiness. All the men stared at her, inquired her name, and asked to be introduced to her. All the under-secretaries of state were eager to waltz with her. The minister noticed her. She danced madly, ecstatically, drunk with pleasure, with no thought for anything in the triumph of her beauty, in the pride of her success, in a cloud of happiness made up of this universal homage and admiration, of the desire she had aroused, of the completeness of a victory so dear to her feminine heart. She left about 4 o'clock in the morning. Since midnight her husband had been dozing in a deserted little room in company with 3 other men whose wives were having a good time. He threw over her shoulders the garments he had brought for them to go home in, modest everyday clothes whose poverty clashed with the beauty of the ball dress. She was conscious of this and was anxious to hurry away so that she should not be noticed by the other women putting on their costly furs. Loisel restrained her. "Wait a little. You'll catch cold in the open. I'm going to fetch a cab." But she did not listen to him and rapidly descended the staircase. When they were out in the street, they could not find a cab. They began to look for one, shouting at the drivers whom they saw passing in the distance. They walked down towards the Seine, desperate and shivering. At last they found on the quay one of those old night prowling carriages which are only to be seen in Paris after dark, as though they were ashamed of their shabbiness in the daylight. It brought them to their door in the Rue du Martyr, and sadly they walked up to their own apartment. It was the end for her. As for him, he was thinking that he must be at the office at 10. She took off the garments in which she had wrapped her shoulders, so as to see herself in all her glory before the mirror. But suddenly she uttered a cry. The necklace was no longer round her neck. "What's the matter?" asked her husband, already half undressed. She turned towards him in the utmost distress. "I've no longer got Madame Forestier's necklace." He stared with astonishment. "What? Impossible!" They searched in the folds of her dress, in the folds of the coat, in the pockets, everywhere. They could not find it. "Are you sure that you still had it on when you came away from the ball?" he asked. "Yes, I touched it in the hall at the ministry." "But if you had lost it in the street, we should have heard it fall." "Yes, probably we should. Did you take the number of the cab?" "No. You didn't notice it, did you?" "No." They stared at one another, dumbfounded. At last Loisel put his clothes on again. "I'll go over all the ground we walked," he said, "and see if I can find it." And he went out. She remained in her evening clothes, lacking strength to get into bed, huddled on a chair, without volition or power of thought. Her husband returned about 7. He had found nothing. He went to the police station, to the newspapers, to offer a reward, to the cab companies, everywhere that a ray of hope impelled him. She waited all day long in the same state of bewilderment at this fearful catastrophe. Loisel came home at night, his face lined and pale. He had discovered nothing. "You must write to your friend," he said, "and tell her that you've broken the clasp of her necklace and are getting it mended. That will give us time to look about us." She wrote at his dictation. By the end of a week, they had lost all hope. Loisel, who had aged 5 years, declared, "We must see about replacing the diamonds." Next day, they took the box which had held the necklace and went to the jeweler's whose name was inside. He consulted his books. "It was not I who sold the necklace, madame. I must have merely supplied the clasp." Then they went from jeweler to jeweler, searching for another necklace like the first, consulting their memories, both ill with remorse and anguish of mind. In a shop at the Palais Royal, they found a string of diamonds which seemed to them exactly like the one they were looking for. It was worth 40,000 francs. They were allowed to have it for 36,000. They begged the jeweler not to sell it for 3 days, and they arranged matters on the understanding that it would be taken back for 34,000 francs if the first one were found before the end of February. Loisel possessed 80,000 francs left to him by his father. He intended to borrow the rest. He did borrow it, getting 1,000 from one man 500 from another, 5 louis here, 3 louis there. He gave notes of hand, entered into ruinous agreements, did business with usurers and the whole tribe of moneylenders. He mortgaged the whole remaining years of his existence, risked his signature without even knowing he could honor it, and appalled at the agonizing face of the future, at the black misery about to fall upon him, at the prospect of every possible physical privation and moral torture, he went to get the new necklace and put down upon the jeweler's counter 36,000 francs. When Madame Loisel took back the necklace to Madame Forestier, the latter said to her in a chilly voice, "You ought to have brought it back sooner. I might have needed it." She did not, as her friend had feared, open the case. If she had noticed the substitution, what would she have thought? What would she have said? Would she not have taken her for a thief? Madame Loisel came to know the ghastly life of abject poverty. From the very first she played her part heroically. This fearful debt must be paid off. She would pay it. The servant was dismissed. They changed their flat. They took a garret under the roof. She came to know the heavy work of a house, the hateful duties of the kitchen. She washed the plates, wearing out her pink nails on the coarse pottery and the bottoms of pans. She washed the dirty linen, the shirts and dishcloths, and hung them out to dry on a string. Every morning she took the dustbin down into the street and carried up the water, stopping on each landing to get her breath. And clad like a poor woman, she went to the fruiterer, to the grocer, to the butcher, a basket on arm, haggling, insulted, fighting for every wretched halfpenny of her money. Every month notes had to be paid off, others renewed, time gained. Her husband worked in the evenings at putting straight a merchant's accounts, and often at night he did copying at 2d halfpenny a page. And at the end of 10 years, everything was paid off, everything. The usurer's charges and the accumulation of superimposed interest. Madame Loisel looked old now. She had become like all the other strong, hard, coarse women of poor households. Her hair was badly done. Her skirts were awry. Her hands were red. She spoke in a shrill voice, and the water slopped all over the floor when she scrubbed it. But sometimes, when her husband was at the office, she sat down by the window and thought of that evening long ago, of the ball at which she had been so beautiful and so much admired. What would have happened if she had never lost those jewels? Who knows? How strange life is, how fickle, how little is needed to ruin or to save. One Sunday, as she had gone for a walk along the Champs-Élysées to freshen herself after the labors of the week, she caught sight suddenly of a woman who was taking a child out for a walk. It was Madame Forestier, still young, still beautiful, still attractive. Madame Loisel was conscious of some emotion. Should she speak to her? Yes, certainly. And now that she had paid, she would tell her all. Why not? She went up to her. "Good morning, Jeanne." The other, however, did not recognize her, and was surprised at being thus familiarly addressed by a poor woman. "But, Madame," she stammered, "I don't know. You must be making a mistake." "No, I am Mathilde Loisel." Her friend uttered a cry. "Oh, my poor Mathilde, how have you changed?" "Yes, I've had hard times since I saw you last, and many sorrows. and all on your account." "On my account? How was that?" "You remember the diamond necklace you lent me for the ball at the ministry?" "Yes. Well?" "Well, I lost it." "How could you?" "Why, you brought it back." "I brought you another one just like it, and for the last 10 years we have been paying for it. You realize it wasn't easy for us. We had no money. Well, it's paid for at last, and I am glad indeed." Madame Forestier had halted. "You say you bought a diamond necklace to replace mine?" "Yes. You hadn't noticed it? They were very much alike," and she smiled in proud and innocent happiness. Madame Forestier, deeply moved, took her 2 hands. "Oh, my poor Mathilde, but mine was imitation. It was worth at the very most 500 francs. It was lovely summer weather in the country, and the golden corn, the green oats, and the haystacks piled up in the meadows looked beautiful. The stork, walking about on his long red legs, chattered in the Egyptian language, which he had learned from his mother. The cornfields and meadows were surrounded by large forests, in the midst of which were deep pools. It was, indeed, delightful to walk about in the country. In a sunny spot stood a pleasant old farmhouse close by a deep river, and from the house down to the waterside grew great burdock leaves so high that under the tallest of them a little child could stand upright. The spot was as wild as the center of a thick wood. In this snug retreat sat a duck on her nest, watching for her young brood to hatch. She was beginning to get tired of her task, for the little ones were a long time coming out of their shells, and she seldom had any visitors. The other ducks liked much better to swim about in the river than to climb the slippery banks and sit under a burdock leaf to have gossip with her. At length, one shell cracked, and then another, and from each egg came a living creature that lifted its head and cried, "Peep, peep." "Quack, quack," said the mother, and then they all quacked as well as they could and looked about them on every side at the large green leaves. Their mother allowed them to look as much as they liked, because green is good for the eyes. "How large the world is," said the young ducks, when they found how much more room they now had than while they were inside the eggshell. "Do you imagine this is the whole world?" asked the mother. "Wait till you have seen the garden. It stretches far beyond that to the parson's field, but I have never ventured to such a distance. Are you all out?" she continued, rising. "No, the largest egg lies there still. I wonder how long this is to last. I am quite tired of it." And she seated herself again on the nest. "Well, how are you getting on?" asked an old duck who paid her a visit. "One egg is not hatched yet," said the duck. "It will not break. But just look at all the others. Are they not the prettiest little ducklings you ever saw? They are the image of their father, who is so unkind. He never comes to see." "Let me see the egg that will not break," said the duck. "I have no doubt it is a turkey's egg. I was persuaded to hatch some once, and after all my care and trouble with the young ones, They were afraid of the water. I quacked and clucked, but all to no purpose. I could not get them to venture in. Let me look at the egg. Yes, that is a turkey's egg. Take my advice, leave it where it is, and teach the other children to swim. I think I will sit on it a little while longer, said the duck. As I have sat so long already, a few days will be nothing. Please yourself, said the old duck, and she went away. At last, the large egg broke, and a young one crept forth crying, "Peep, peep." It was very large and ugly. The duck stared at it and exclaimed, "It is very large and not at all like the others. I wonder if it really is a turkey." We shall soon find out, however, when we go to the water. It must go in if I have to push it myself. On the next day, the weather was delightful, and the sun shone brightly on the green burdock leaves, so the mother duck took her young brood down to the water and jumped in with a splash. "Quack, quack," cried she, and one after another the little ducklings jumped in. The water closed over their heads, but they came up again in an instant and swam about quite prettily with their legs paddling under them as easily as possible. And the ugly duckling was also in the water swimming with them. "Oh," said the mother, "that is not a turkey. How well he uses his legs, and how upright he holds himself. He is my own child, and he is not so very ugly after all, if you look at him properly. Quack, quack, come with me now. I will take you into the grand society and introduce you to the farmyard, but you must keep close to me, or you may be trodden upon, and, above all, beware of the cat." When they reached the farmyard, there was a great disturbance. 2 families were fighting for an eel's head, which, after all, was carried off by the cat. "See, children, that is the way of the world," said the mother duck, wetting her beak, for she would have liked the eel's head herself. "Come, now, use your legs, and let me see how well you can behave. You must bow your heads prettily to that old duck yonder. She is the highest born of them all and has Spanish blood, therefore she is well off. Don't you see she has a red flag tied to her leg, which is something very grand and a great honor for a duck? It shows that everyone is anxious not to lose her, as she can be recognized both by man and beast. Come, now, don't turn your toes. A well-bred duckling spreads his feet wide apart, just like his father and mother, in this way. Now bend your neck and say quack." The ducklings did as they were bid, but the other duck stared and said, "Look, here comes another brood, as if there were not enough of us already. And what a strange-looking object one of them is. We don't want him here." And then one flew out and bit him in the neck. "Leave him alone," said the mother. "He's not doing any harm." "Yes, but he is so big and ugly," said the spiteful duck, "and therefore he must be turned out." "The others are very pretty children," said the old duck with the rag on her leg. "All but that one. I wish his mother could improve him a little." "That is impossible, your grace," replied the mother. "He is not pretty, but he has a very good disposition and swims as well or even better than the others. I think he will grow up pretty and perhaps be smaller, He has remained too long in the egg, and therefore his figure is not properly formed. And then she stroked his neck and smoothed the feathers, saying, "It is a drake, and therefore not of so much consequence. I think he will grow up strong and able to take care of himself." "The other ducklings are graceful enough," said the old duck. "Now make yourself at home, and if you can find an eel's head, you can bring it to me." And so they made themselves comfortable, but the poor duckling, who had crept out of his shell last of all, and looked so ugly, was bitten and pushed and made fun of, not only by the ducks, but by all the poultry. "He is too big," they all said, and the turkey, who had been born into the world with spurs and fancied himself really an emperor, puffed himself out like a vessel in full sail, and flew at the duckling, and became quite red in the head with passion, so that the poor little thing did not know where to go, and was quite miserable, because he was so ugly and laughed at by the whole farmyard. So it went on from day to day till it got worse and worse. The poor duckling was driven about by everyone. Even his brothers and sisters were unkind to him and would say, "Ah, you ugly creature, I wish the cat would get you." And his mother said she wished he had never been born. The ducks pecked him, the chickens beat him, and the girl who fed the poultry kicked him with her feet. So at last he ran away, frightening the little birds in the hedge as he flew over the palings. "They are afraid of me because I am ugly," he said. So he closed his eyes and flew still farther until he came out on a large moor inhabited by wild ducks. Here he remained the whole night, feeling very tired and sorrowful. In the morning, when the wild ducks rose in the air, they stared at their new comrade. "What sort of duck are you?" they all said, coming round him. He bowed to them and was as polite as he could be, but he did not reply to their question. "You are exceedingly ugly," said the wild ducks, "but that will not matter if you do not want to marry one of our family." Poor thing, he had no thoughts of marriage. All he wanted was permission to lie among the rushes and drink some of the water on the moor. After he had been on the moor 2 days, there came 2 wild geese, or rather goslings, for they had not been out of the egg long and were very saucy. "Listen, friend," said one of them to the duckling. "You are so ugly that we like you very well. Will you go with us and become a bird of passage? Not far from here is another moor in which there are some pretty wild geese, all unmarried. It is a chance for you to get a wife. You may be lucky, ugly as you are." Pop, pop sounded in the air, and the 2 wild geese fell dead among the rushes, and the water was tinged with blood. Pop, pop echoed far and wide in the distance, and whole flocks of geese rose up from the rushes. The sound continued from every direction, for the sportsmen surrounded the moor, and some were even seated on branches of trees overlooking the rushes. The blue smoke from the guns rose like clouds over the dark trees, and as it floated away across the water, a number of sporting dogs bounded in among the rushes, which bent beneath them wherever they went. How they terrified the poor duckling! He turned away his head to hide it under his wing, and at the same moment a large, terrible dog passed quite near him. His jaws were open, His tongue hung from his mouth, and his eyes glared fearfully. He thrust his nose close to the duckling, showing his sharp teeth, and then he went into the water without touching him. "Oh," sighed the duckling, "how thankful I am for being so ugly. Even a dog will not bite me." And so he lay quite still, while the shot rattled through the rushes, and gun after gun was fired over him. It was late in the day before all became quiet, but even then the poor young thing did not dare to move. He waited quietly for several hours, and then, after looking carefully around him, hastened away from the moor as fast as he could. He ran over field and meadow till a storm arose, and he could hardly struggle against it. Towards evening, he reached a poor little cottage that seemed ready to fall, and only remained standing because it could not decide on which side to fall first. The storm continued so violent that the duckling could go no farther. He sat down by the cottage, and then he noticed that the door was not quite closed in consequence of one of the hinges having given way. There was therefore a narrow opening near the bottom large enough for him to slip through, which he did very quietly and got a shelter for the night. A woman, a tomcat, and a hen lived in this cottage. The tomcat, whom the mistress called my little son, was a great favorite. He could raise his back and purr, and could even throw out sparks from his fur if it were stroked the wrong way. The hen had very short legs, so she was called Chickie Shortlegs. She laid good eggs, and her mistress loved her as if she had been her own child. In the morning, the strange visitor was discovered, and the tomcat began to purr, and the hen to cluck. "What is this noise about?" said the old woman, looking round the room, but her sight was not very good. Therefore, when she saw the duckling, she thought it must be a fat duck that had strayed from home. "Oh, what a prize!" she exclaimed. "I hope it is not a drake, for then I shall have some duck eggs. I must wait and see." So the duckling was allowed to remain on trial for 3 weeks, but there were no eggs. Now the tomcat was the master of the house, and the hen was mistress, and they always said, "we and the world," for they believed themselves to be half the world, and the better half too. The duckling thought that others might hold a different opinion on the subject, but the hen would not listen to such doubts. "Can you lay eggs?" she asked. "No." "Then have the goodness to hold your tongue." "Can you raise your back or purr or throw out sparks?" said the tomcat. "No." "Then you have no right to express an opinion when sensible people are speaking." So the duckling sat in a corner, feeling very low-spirited. Still the sunshine and the fresh air came into the room through the open door, and then he began to feel such a great longing for a swim on the water that he could not help telling the hen. "What an absurd idea," said the hen. "You have nothing else to do, therefore you have foolish fancies. If you could purr or lay eggs, they would pass away." "But it is so delightful to swim about on the water," said the duckling, "and so refreshing to feel it close over your head while you dive down to the bottom." "Delightful indeed," said the hen. "Why, you must be crazy. Ask the cat. He is the cleverest animal I know. Ask him how he would like to swim about on the water or to dive under it, for I will not speak of my own opinions. Ask our mistress, the old woman. There is no one in the world more clever than she is, Do you think she would like to swim or to let the water close over her head? You don't understand me, said the duckling. We don't understand you? Who could understand you, I wonder? Do you consider yourself more clever than the cat or the old woman? I will say nothing of myself. Don't imagine such nonsense, child, and thank your good fortune that you have been received here. Are you not in a warm room, and in society from which you may learn something? But you are a chatterer, and your company is not very agreeable. Believe me, I speak only for your own good. I may tell you unpleasant truths, but that is a proof of my friendship. I advise you, therefore, to lay eggs and learn to purr as quickly as possible. I believe I must go out into the world again, said the duckling. Yes, do, said the hen. So the duckling left the cottage, and soon found water on which it could swim and dive, but was avoided by all other animals because of its ugly appearance. Autumn came, and the leaves in the forest turned to orange and gold. Then, as winter approached, the wind caught them as they fell and whirled them in the cold air. The clouds, heavy with hail and snowflakes, hung low in the sky, and the raven stood on the ferns crying. It made one shiver with cold to look at him. All of this was very sad for the poor little duckling. One evening, just as the sun set amid radiant clouds, there came a large flock of beautiful birds out of the bushes. The duckling had never seen any like them before. They were swans, and they curved their graceful necks while their soft plumage shone with dazzling whiteness. They uttered a singular cry as they spread their glorious wings and flew away from these cold regions to warmer countries across the sea. As they mounted higher and higher in the air, the ugly little duckling felt quite a strange sensation as he watched them. He whirled himself in the water like a wheel, stretched out his neck towards them, and uttered a cry so strange that it frightened himself. Could he ever forget those beautiful, happy birds? And when at last they were out of his sight, he dived under the water and rose again almost beside himself with excitement. He knew not the names of these birds, nor where they had flown, but he felt towards them as he had never felt for any other bird in the world. He was not envious of these beautiful creatures, but wished to be as lovely as they. Poor ugly creature, how gladly he would have lived even with the ducks had they only given him encouragement. The winter grew colder and colder. He was obliged to swim about on the water to keep it from freezing, but every night the space on which he swam became smaller and smaller. At length it froze so hard that the ice in the water crackled as he moved, and the duckling had to paddle with his legs as well as he could to keep the space from closing up. He became exhausted at last and lay still and helpless, frozen fast in the ice. Early in the morning, a peasant who was passing by saw what had happened. He broke the ice in pieces with his wooden shoe and carried the duckling home to his wife. The warmth revived the poor little creature, but when the children wanted to play with him, the duckling thought they would do him some harm, so he started up in terror, fluttered into the milk pan, and splashed the milk about the room. Then the woman clapped her hands, which frightened him still more. He flew first into the butter cask, then into the meal tub and out again, What a condition he was in! The woman screamed and struck at him with the tongs. The children laughed and screamed and tumbled over each other in their efforts to catch him, but luckily he escaped. The door stood open. The poor creature could just manage to slip out among the bushes and lie down quite exhausted in the newly fallen snow. It would be very sad were I to relate all the misery and privations which the poor little duckling endured during the hard winter. But when it had passed, he found himself lying one morning in a moor amongst the rushes. He felt the warm sun shining and heard the lark singing and saw that all around was beautiful spring. Then the young bird felt that his wings were strong as he flapped them against his sides and rose high into the air. They bore him onwards until he found himself in a large garden before he well knew how it happened. The apple trees were in full blossom, and the fragrant elders bent their long green branches down to the stream which wound round a smooth lawn. Everything looked beautiful in the freshness of early spring. From a thicket close by came 3 beautiful white swans, rustling their feathers and swimming lightly over the smooth water. The duckling remembered the lovely birds and felt more strangely unhappy than ever. "I will fly to those royal birds," he exclaimed, "and they will kill me because I am so ugly and dare to approach them. But it does not matter. Better be killed by them than pecked by the ducks, beaten by the hens, pushed about by the maiden who feeds the poultry, or starved with hunger in the winter." Then he flew to the water and swam towards the beautiful swans. The moment they espied the stranger, they rushed to meet him with outstretched wings. "Kill me," said the poor bird, and he bent his head down to the surface of the water and awaited death. But what did he see in the clear stream below? His own image, no longer a dark gray bird, ugly and disagreeable to look at, but a graceful and beautiful swan. To be born in a duck's nest in a farmyard is of no consequence to a bird if it is hatched from a swan's egg. He now felt glad at having suffered sorrow and trouble, because it enabled him to enjoy so much better all the pleasure and happiness around him. For the great swans swam round the new corner and stroked his neck with their beaks as a welcome. Into the garden presently came some little children and threw bread and cake into the water. "See," cried the youngest, "there is a new one." And the rest were delighted and ran to their father and mother, dancing and clapping their hands and shouting joyously, "There is another swan come, a new one has arrived." Then they threw more bread and cake into the water and said, "The new one is the most beautiful of all. He is so young and pretty." And the old swans bowed their heads before him. Then he felt quite ashamed and hid his head under his wing, for he did not know what to do. He was so happy, and yet not at all proud. He had been persecuted and despised for his ugliness, and now he heard them say he was the most beautiful of all the birds. Even the elder tree bent down its branches into the water before him, and the sun shone warm and bright. Then he rustled his feathers, curved his slender neck, and cried out joyfully from the depths of his heart, "I never dreamed of such happiness as this, while I was an ugly duckling." The air was soft and warm, and the sun turned the edges of the waves into sparkling diamonds. The old man and the young girl stood on the bluff and watched all of this with interest. This was their world. "The waves are calm this morning. Let's have a boat ride, Cap'n Bill," said the girl, whose name was Trot. "Sure, why not?" replied the sailor. So they found the winding path that led them down the cliff to the narrow beach below. Trot never minded the steep path or the loose rocks at all, but Cap'n Bill had a wooden leg and had to be very careful not to slip and take a tumble. But by and by they reached the sands where Trot's rowboat was sheltered, and the old sailor unfastened the knot and pushed the boat to the water's edge. Today they decided to row, so the girl climbed in and her companion stuck his wooden leg into the water so he wouldn't get his foot wet, and pushed off the little boat as he climbed aboard. Then he seized the oars and began gently paddling. "Where should we go, Trot?" he asked with a twinkle in his eye. "I don't care, Cap'n. It's just fun enough to be on the water," she answered, smiling. So he rowed along the coast where the great caves were. She knew all the caves well, and so did Cap'n Bill. Many of them opened just at the water's edge, and it was possible to row their boat far into their dusky depths. As much as they were enjoying the ride, they soon began to feel the heat of the sun. "We've never been into that cave, Cap'n," she remarked, looking at an archway that marked the cave's entrance through which the water flowed. "Let's go in so we can cool off. Oh, please, Cap'n, can we go in?" the young girl asked eagerly. "I'd like to explore it." "All right," replied the sailor. "It'll be cooler in there than out here in the sun. It's low tide now, and we won't stay long, for when the tide turns, we might not get out again." And he picked up the oars and rowed slowly toward the cave. The black archway seemed hardly big enough for the boat to fit through at first, but as they drew closer, the opening became bigger. The sea was very calm, for the headland shielded it from the breeze. Here and for a time, neither of them spoke, and only the soft lapping of the water against the sides of the boat was heard. As the boat floated into the dim interior, a beautiful sight met the eyes of the two adventurers and held them dumb with wonder and delight. It was not dark in the vast cave, as a light seemed to come from underneath the water, which all around them glowed with an exquisite sapphire color. Where the little waves crept up the sides of the rocks, they shone like brilliant jewels, and every drop seemed a gem fit to deck a queen. Trot leaned her chin on her hands and her elbows on her lap, and gazed at this charming sight with real enjoyment. Cap'n Bill drew in the oars and let the boat drift where it would, while he also sat silently admiring the scene. Slowly, the craft crept farther and farther into the dim interior of the vast cavern, while the two passengers feasted their eyes on the beauties constantly revealed. Both the old seaman and the little girl loved the ocean in all its various moods. To them, it was a constant companion and genial comrade. If it stormed and raved, they laughed with glee. If it rolled great breakers against the shore, they clapped their hands joyfully. If it lay slumbering at their feet, they petted and caressed it. but always they loved it. Here was the ocean yet. It had crept under the dome of overhanging rock to reveal itself crowned with sapphires and dressed in a azure gown, revealing in the guise of new and unexpected charms. "Good morning, Meyer," said a sweet voice. Trot gave a start and looked around her in wonder. Just beside her in the water were little eddies, circles within circles, such as are caused when anything sinks below the surface. "Did you hear that, Captain Bill?" she whispered solemnly. Captain Bill did not answer. He was staring with eyes that bulged out at a place behind Trot's back, and he shook a little as if trembling from cold. Trot turned half around, and then she stared too. Rising from the blue water was a fair face around which floated a mass of long blonde hair. It was a sweet, girlish face with eyes of the same deep blue as the water, and red lips whose dainty smile disposed 2 rows of pearly teeth. The cheeks were plump and rosy, the brows gracefully penciled, and the chin was rounded and had a pretty dimple in it. "The most beautifulest in all the world," murmured Cap'n Bill. There was a peal of merry laughter at this, laughter that rippled and echoed throughout the cavern. And just then, at Trot's side, appeared a new face, even fairer than the other, with a wealth of brown hair wreathing the lovely features, and the eyes smiled kindly into those of the child. "Are you a mermaid?" asked Trot curiously. She was not a bit afraid. They seemed both gentle and friendly. "Yes, dear," was the soft answer. "We are all mermaids," chimed a laughing chorus, and here and there, all about the boat, appeared pretty faces lying just upon the surface of the water. "Are you part fishes?" asked Trot, greatly pleased by this wonderful sight. "No, we are all mermaid," replied the one with the brown hair. "The fishes are partly like us, because they live in the sea and must move about. And you are partly like us, Meyer dear, but have awkward stiff legs, so you may walk on the land. But the mermaids lived before fishes and before mankind, so both have borrowed something from us." "Then you must be fairies if you've lived always," remarked Trot, nodding wisely. "We are, dear. We are the sea fairies," answered the one with the blonde hair, coming nearer and rising till her slender white throat showed plainly. "We're goners, Trot," sighed Cap'n Bill with a white, woe-begone face. "I think not, Cap'n," she answered calmly. "These pretty mermaids aren't going to hurt us, I'm sure." "No, indeed," said the first one who had spoken. "If we were wicked enough to wish to harm you, our magic could reach you as easily upon the land as in this cave. But we love little girls dearly and wish only to please them and make their lives more happy." "I believe that," cried Trot earnestly. "Guess why we've appeared to you," said another mermaid, coming to the side of the boat. "Why?" asked the child. "We heard you say yesterday you would like to see a mermaid, and so we decided to grant your wish." "That was real nice of you," said Trot gratefully. "Would you like to see our kingdom and see all the beautiful wonders that exist below the sea?" asked the mermaid. "I'd love to," replied Trot promptly, "but I couldn't. I'd drown." "Oh no," said the mermaid. "We would make you both like one of ourselves, and then you could live within the water as easily as we do." "I don't know as I'd like that," said the child, "at least for always." "You need not stay with us a moment longer than you please," returned the mermaid, smiling as if amused at the remark. "Whenever you're ready to return home, we promise to bring you to this place again and restore you to the same forms you are now wearing." "Would I have a fish's tail?" asked Trot earnestly. "You would have a mermaid's tail," was the reply. "What colors would my scales be? Pink or purple? You may choose the color yourself." "Look here, Trot," said Cap'n Bill in excitement. "You aren't thinking of doing such a fool thing, are you?" "Course I am," declared the little girl. "We don't get such an invitation every day, Cap'n, and if I don't go now, I may never find out how the mermaids live." "I don't care how they live myself," said Cap'n Bill. "I just want them to let me live." "There's no danger," said Trot. "I don't know about that. That's what all the other folks said when they dove after the mermaids and drowned." "Who?" asked the girl. "I don't know who, but I've heard tell." "You've heard that no one ever saw a mermaid and lived," said Trot. "To tell the tale," he added. "And if we dive like they says, we won't live ourselves." All the mermaids laughed at this, and the brown-haired one said, "Well, if you're afraid, don't come. You may row your boat out of this cave and never see us again if you like. We merely thought it would please little Meyer, and were willing to show her the sights of our beautiful home." "I'd like to see him all right," said Trot, her eyes glistening with pleasure. "So would I," admitted Cap'n Bill, "if we would live to tell the tale." "Don't you believe us?" asked the mermaid, fixing her lovely eyes on those of the old sailor and smiling prettily. "Are you afraid to trust us to bring you safely back?" "No," said Cap'n Bill, "it ain't that. I've got to look after Trot." "Then you'll have to come with me," said Trot decidedly, "for I'm going to accept the invitation. If you don't dare to come, Cap'n Bill, you go home and tell Mother I'm visiting the mermaids." "She would scold me into shivers," moaned the sailor with a shudder. "I guess I'd rather take my chance down below." "All right, I'm ready, Miss Mermaid," said Trot. "What shall I do? Jump in, clothes and all?" "Give me your hand, dear," answered the mermaid, lifting a lovely white arm from the water. Trot took the slender hand and found it warm and soft and not a bit fishy. "My name is Clea," continued the mermaid, "and I am princess in our deep-sea kingdom." Just then, Trot flopped out of the boat and into the water. Cap'n Bill caught a gleam of pink scales as his little friend went overboard, and the next moment there was Trot's face in the water among those of the mermaids. She was laughing with glee as she looked up at Cap'n Bill's face and called, "Come on in, Cap'n. It didn't hurt a bit." Cap'n Bill stood up in the boat as if undecided what to do. Never a sailor man was more bewildered than this old fellow by the strangeness of the adventure he had encountered. At first he could hardly believe it was all true and that he was dreaming. But there was Trot in the water, laughing with the mermaids and floating comfortably about, and he couldn't leave his dear companion to make the trip to the depths of the ocean alone. "Take my hand, please, Cap'n Bill," said Princess Clea, reaching her dainty arm toward him. Suddenly the old man took courage and clasped the soft fingers in his own. He had to lean over the boat to do this, and then there came a lightness to his legs, and he had a great longing to be in the water. So he gave a flop and flopped in beside Trot, where he found himself comfortable enough, but somewhat frightened. "Law sakes," he gasped. "Here's me in the water with my rheumatism. I'll be so stiff tomorrow that I can't wiggle." "You're wiggling all right now," observed Trot. "That's a fine tail you've got, Cap'n, and its green scales is just beautiful." "Green, eh?" he asked, twisting around to try to see. "Green as emeralds, Cap'n." "How do they feel?" "Feel, Trot? Feel? Why, this tail beats that old wooden leg all holler. I can do stunts now that I couldn't have done in 1,000 years with old Peg." "And don't be afraid of the rheumatism," advised the princess. "No mermaid ever catches a cold or suffers pain in the water." "Is Cap'n Bill a mermaid now?" asked Trot. "Why, I suppose he's a merman," laughed the pretty princess. "But when he gets home, he will be just Cap'n Bill again." "Wooden leg and all?" inquired the child. "To be sure, my dear." The sailor was now trying his newly discovered power of swimming, and became astonished at the feats he could accomplish. He could dart this way and that with wonderful speed, and turn and dive and caper about in the water far better than he had ever been able to do on land, even before he got the wooden leg. And a curious thing about this present experience was that the water did not cling to him and wet him as it had always done before. He still wore his flannel shirt and pea jacket and his sailor cap, but although he was in the water and had been underneath the surface, the cloth still seemed dry and warm, and as he dived down and came up again, the drops flashed from his head and the fringe of his beard, but he never needed to wipe his face or his eyes at all. Trot was enjoying this experience too very much, and when she ducked under the water, she saw plainly everything about her as easily and distinctly as she had ever seen anything above water. And by looking over her shoulder, she could watch the motion of her new tail, all covered with the pretty iridescent pink scales which gleamed like jewels. She wore her dress the same as before, and the water failed to affect it in the least. She now noticed that the mermaids were clothed too, and their exquisite gowns were the loveliest thing the little girl had ever seen. They seemed made of a material that was like sheeny silk, cut low in the neck, and with wide flowing sleeves that seldom covered the shapely white arms of her new friends. The gowns had trains that floated far behind the mermaids as they swam, but were fleecy and transparent, that the sparkle of their scales might be seen reaching back of their waists where the human form ended and the fish part began. The sea fairies wore strings of splendid pearls twined around their throats, while more pearls were sewn upon their gowns for trimmings. They did not dress their beautiful hair at all, but let it float around them in clouds. The little girl had scarcely time to observe all of this when the princess said, "Now, my dear, if you are ready, we will begin our journey." "All right," answered Trot, and took the hand extended to her with a trustful smile. "Will you allow me to guide you, Cap'n Bill?" asked the blonde mermaid, extending her hand to the older sailor. "Of course, ma'am," he said, taking her fingers rather bashfully. "My name is Merla," she continued, "and I am cousin to Princess Clea. We must all keep together, you know, and I will hold your hand." While she spoke, they began to descend through the water, and it grew quite dark for a time because the cave shut out the light. But presently Trot, who was eagerly looking around her, began to notice the water lighten and saw they were coming into brighter parts of the sea. "We have left the cave now," said Clea, "and may swim straight home." "I suppose there are no winding roads in the ocean," remarked the child, swimming swiftly beside her new friend. "Oh, yes, indeed. At the bottom, the way is far from being straight or level," replied Clea. "But we are in midwater now, where nothing will hinder our journey unless—" She seemed to hesitate, so Trot asked, "Unless what?" "You must remember that we are fairies," said Princess Clea. "For that reason, nothing in the ocean can injure us. But you two are mortals, and therefore not entirely safe at all times unless we protect you." "Never fear," said Merla. "We'll take care of you on your journey," she said reassuringly with a smile. "How old are mermaids?" asked Trot, looking around at the beautiful creatures wonderingly. "We are like all ladies of uncertain age," said the princess with a smile. "We don't care to tell." "Older than Cap'n Bill?" "Yes, dear," said Clea. "But we haven't any gray whiskers," added Merla merrily, "and our hearts are ever young." Trot was thoughtful. It made her feel solemn to be in the company of such old people. The band of mermaids seemed to all appearances young and fresh, and not a bit as if they'd been soaked in water for 100 years. The girl began to take more notice of the sea maidens following after her. More than a dozen were in the group. All were lovely in appearance and clothed in the same gauzy robes as Merla and the princess, and she often heard the tinkling chorus of their laughter. Whatever doubts might have risen in the child's mind through the ignorant tales of her sailor friend, she now found the mermaids to be light-hearted and merry, and from the first she had not been in the least afraid of her new companions. Trot was surprised to find it was not at all dark or gloomy as they descended farther into the deep sea. Things were not quite so clear to her eyes as they had been in the bright sunshine above the ocean surface, but every object was distinct nevertheless, as if she saw through a pane of green-tainted glass. The water was very clear except for this green shading, and the little girl had never before felt so light and buoyant as she did now. It was no effort at all to dart through the water, which seemed to support her on all sides. They were now approaching a beautiful grove where the bottom of the sea was covered with white sand, in which grew many varieties of sea shrubs with branches like those of trees. Not all of them were green, however, for the branches and leaves were of a variety of gorgeous colors. Some were purple, shading down to a light lavender, and there were reds all the way from a delicate rosy pink to vivid shades of scarlet. Orange, yellow, and blue shades were there too, mingling with the sea greens in a most charming manner. The sea shrubs, which in size were quite as big and tall as the trees on earth, were set so close together that their branches entwined. Altogether, Trot found the brilliant coloring of the leaves, branches, trees, and shrubs somewhat bewildering. The band now headed into a broad passage through the gardens, as the mermaids called these gorgeous groves, and the great swordfishes guarding the entrance made way for them to pass. the way round here and there for some distance, till finally they came to a more open space, all carpeted with sea flowers of exquisite colorings. Although Trot did not know it, these flowers resembled the rare orchids of the earth in their fanciful shapes and marvelous hues. The child did not examine them very closely, for across the carpet of flowers loomed the magnificent and extensive palaces of the mermaids. These palaces were built of coral, white, pink, and yellow being used, and the colors arranged in graceful designs. The front of the main palace, which now faced them, had circular ends connecting the straight wall, not unlike the architecture we are all familiar with. Yet there seemed to be no windows to the building, although a series of archways served as doors. Arriving at one of the central archways, the band of sea maidens separated, Princess Clea and Merla leading Trot and Cap'n Bill into the palace, while the other mermaids swam swiftly away to their own quarters. "Welcome," said Clea in her sweet voice. "I hope you will like our home," she added a little shyly. "We are sure to, dear princess," Trot hastened to say. Then Clea escorted them through the archway and into a lofty hall. It was not a mere grotto, but had smoothly built walls of pink coral inlaid with white. Trot at first thought there was no roof, for looking upward she could see the water all above them. But the princess, reading her mind, said with a smile, "Yes, there is a roof, or we would be unable to keep all the sea people out of our palace. But the roof is made of glass to admit the light." "Glass!" cried the astonished child. "Then it must be an awful big pane of glass." "It is," agreed Clea. "Our roofs are considered quite wonderful, and we owe them to the fairy powers of our queen. Of course you understand there's no natural way to make glass underwater." "No, indeed," said Cap'n Bill. And then he asked, "Does your queen live here?" "Yes, she's waiting now in her throne room to welcome you." "Come then," said Clea, and once more taking Trot's hand, she led the girl through still another arch, while Merla followed just behind them, escorting Cap'n Bill. They now entered an apartment so gorgeous that the child gasped in astonishment. The queen's throne room was indeed the grandest and most beautiful chamber in all the ocean palaces. Its coral walls were thickly laid with mother of pearl, exquisitely shaded and made into borders and floral decorations. In the corners were cabinets, upon the shelves of which many curious shells were arranged and beautifully polished. The floor glittered with gems arranged in patterns of flowers like a brilliant carpet. Near the center of the room was a raised platform of mother of pearl, upon which stood a couch thickly studded with diamonds. Here reclined the Queen Aquarain, a being so lovely that Trot gazed upon her spellbound, and Cap'n Bill took off his sailor cap and held it in his hands. All about the room were grouped other mother-of-pearl couches, not raised like that of the Queen, and upon each of these reclined a pretty mermaid. They could not sit down as we do, Trot readily understood, because of their tails, but they rested very gracefully upon the couches with their trailing gauzy robes arranged in fleecy folds. When Clea and Merla escorted the strangers, down the length of the great room toward the royal throne, they met with pleasant looks and smiles on every side, for the sea maidens were too polite to indulge in curious stares. They paused just before the throne, and the queen raised her head upon one elbow to observe them. "Welcome, Meyer," she said, "and welcome, Cap'n Bill. I trust you are pleased with your glimpse of the life beneath the surface of our sea?" "I am," answered Trot, looking admiringly at the beautiful face of the queen. "It's almighty curious and strange-like," said the sailor slowly. "I'd no idea you mermaids were like this at all." "Allow me to explain that it was to correct your wrong ideas about us that led me to invite you to visit us," replied the queen. "We usually pay little heed to the earth people, for we are content in our own dominions. But, of course, we know all that goes on upon your earth. So, when Princess Clea overheard your absurd statements concerning us, we were greatly amused and decided to let you see with your own eyes what we are like." "I'm glad you did," answered Cap'n Bill, dropping his eyes with embarrassment as he remembered his former description of the mermaids. "Now that you are here," continued the queen in a cordial, friendly tone, "you may as well remain with us a few days and see the wonderful sights of our ocean." "I'm much obliged to you, ma'am," said Trot, "and I'd like to stay ever so much, but Mother worries if we don't get home in time." "I'll arrange that," said Aqua Rain with a smile. "How?" asked the girl. "I will make your mother forget the passage of time, so she will not realize how long you're away. Then she cannot worry." "Can you do that?" inquired Trot. "Very easily. I will send your mother into a deep sleep that will last until you are ready to return home. Just at present, she is seated in her chair by the front window, engaged in knitting." The queen paused to raise an arm and waved it slowly to and fro. Then she added, "Now your good mother is asleep, little Meyer, and instead of worries, I promise her pleasant dreams." "Won't someone rob the house while she's asleep?" asked the child anxiously. "No, dear. My charm will protect the house from any intrusion." "That's fine!" exclaimed Trot in delight. "It's just wonderful," said Cap'n Bill. "But I wish I knew it was so. Trot's mother has an awful sharp tongue when she's worried." "You may see for yourselves," declared the queen. At once, they saw before them the room in the cottage, with Meyer's mother asleep by the window. Her knitting was in her lap, and the cat lay curled up beside her chair. It was all so natural that Trot thought she could hear the clock over the fireplace tick. After a moment, the scene faded away, and the queen asked with another smile, "Are you satisfied?" "Oh, yes," cried Trot. "But how did you do it?" "It's a form of mirage," was the reply. "We are able to bring any earth scene before us whenever we wish. Sometimes these scenes are reflected above the water so that mortals also observe them." "I've seen 'em," said Cap'n Bill, nodding. "I've seen mirages, but I never knew what caused them." "While you visit, and whenever you see anything you do not understand and wish to ask questions, I will be very glad to answer them," said the queen. "Well, there is one thing that I am curious about," said Trot, "is why we don't get wet, being in the ocean with water all around us." "That is because no water really touches you, explained the Queen. Your bodies have been made just like those of the mermaids in order that you may fully enjoy your visit with us. One of our peculiar qualities is that the water is never permitted to touch our bodies or our gowns. Always there remains a tiny small space between us and the water, which is the reason we are always warm and dry. I see, said Trot. That's why you don't get soggy or withered. Exactly, laughed the Queen, and the other mermaids joined in her merriment. I suppose that's how we can breathe without gills, remarked Cap'n Bill thoughtfully. Yes, the airspace is constantly replenished from the water which contains air, and this enables us to breathe as free as you do upon the earth. But we have fins, said Trot, looking at the fin that stood upright on Cap'n Bill's back. Yes, they allow us to guide ourselves as we swim, and so they are very useful, replied the Queen. They make us more finished, said Cap'n Bill with a chuckle. Then suddenly becoming grave, he added, How about my rheumatism, ma'am? Ain't I likely to get stiffened up with all the dampness? No, indeed, Aquarain answered. There is no such thing as rheumatism in all our dominions. I promise no evil shall follow this visit to us, so please be as happy and contented as possible. The Queen then requested her guests to recline upon the couches that they might rest themselves from their long swim and talk more at ease. So the girl and the sailor allowed themselves to float downward until they rested their bodies on two of the couches nearest the throne, which were willingly vacated for them by the mermaids who occupied them until then. The visitors soon found themselves answering a great many questions about their life on earth. For although the Queen had said she kept track of what was going on the land, there were many details of human life in which all the mermaids seemed greatly interested. During the conversation, several sea maids came swimming into the room bearing trays of sea apples and other fruit, which they first offered to the Queen and then passed the refreshments around to the company assembled. Trot found the fruits delicious to eat, as they had a richer flavor than any that grew upon the land. Queen Aquarain was much pleased when the old sailor asked for more, but Merla warned him dinner would soon be served, and he must take care not to spoil his appetite for that meal. Now, said Aquarain, go with Merla, as she will now escort you to your rooms so you can freshen up before dinner. The palaces of the mermaids were all aglow with lights as they approached them, and Trot was amazed at the sight. Where do the lamps come from? She asked their guide wonderingly. They are not lamps, my dear, replied Merla, much amused at the suggestion. We use electric lights in our palaces, and have done so for thousands of years, long before the Earth people knew of electric lights. But where do you get 'em? Inquired Cap'n Bill, who was as much astonished as the girl. From transparent jellyfish, which naturally emit a strong and beautiful electric light, was the answer. We have many hundreds of them in our palaces, as you will presently see. Their way was now lighted by small phosphorescent creatures scattered about the sea gardens, and which Merla informed them were sea glowworms. But their light was dim when compared to the electric jellyfish, which they found placed in clusters upon the ceilings of all the rooms of the palaces, rendering them light as day. Trot watched these curious creatures with delight, for delicately colored lights ran around their bodies in every direction in a continuous stream, shedding splendid rays throughout the vast halls. A group of mermaids met the visitors in the hall of the main palace and told Merla that the queen had instructed them to show the guests to their rooms and for Merla to return back to the royal throne. So Trot followed the two of them through the several passages, after which they swam upward and entered a circular opening. There were no stairs here because there was no need for them, and the little girl soon found herself in an upper room that was very beautiful indeed. All the walls were covered with iridescent shells, polished till they resembled mother of pearl, and upon the glass ceiling were clusters of brilliant electric jellyfish, rendering their room bright and cheerful with their radiance. In one corner stood a couch of white coral, with gossamer draperies hanging around it from the 4 high posts. Upon examining it, the child found the couch was covered in soft amber sponges, which made it very comfortable to lie upon. In a wardrobe, she found several beautiful gossamer gowns, richly embroidered in colored seaweeds, and these Meyer was told she might wear while she remained the guest of the mermaids. She also found a toilet table with brushes, combs, and other conveniences, all of which were made of polished tortoise shell. Really, the room was more dainty and comfortable than one might suppose possible in a palace far beneath the surface of the sea, and Trot was greatly delighted with her new quarters. The mermaid attendants assisted the child to dress herself in one of the prettiest robes, which she found to be quite dry and fitted her comfortably. Then the sea maids brushed and dressed her hair and tied it with ribbons of cherry red seaweed. Finally, they placed around her neck a string of pearls that would have been priceless upon the earth, and then the little girl announced that she was ready for supper and was beginning to feel hungry. Cap'n Bill had been given a similar room near Trot, but the old sailor refused to change his clothes for any others offered him, and as such was ready for supper long before his comrade. In the royal banquet hall were assembled many of the mermaids, headed by the lovely queen, and as soon as their earth guests arrived, Aqua Rain ordered the meal to be served. Lobsters waited upon the table, wearing little white caps and aprons which made them look quite funny, but Trot was so hungry that she did not pay as much attention to the lobsters as she did to her supper, which was very delicious and consisted of many courses. A lobster spilled some soup on Cap'n Bill's bald head and made him yell for a second because it was very hot and he had not expected it. But the queen apologized very sweetly for the awkwardness of her servants, and the sailor soon forgot all about the incident in his enjoyment of the meal. Several courses were served, and the lobsters changed the plates with each course. Many of the things offered them to eat were unknown to the visitors, but they found the meal delicious and quite tasty. When the fruits came, Trot thought it was the last course of the big dinner, but following the fruits, they served ice cream frozen in the shape of flowers. "How funny," said the child, "to be eating ice cream at the bottom of the sea." "Why does that surprise you?" inquired the queen. "I can't see where you would get the ice to freeze," Trot replied. It is brought to us from the icebergs that float in the northern parts of the ocean, explained Marilla. Of course, Trot, you should have thought of that. I did, said Cap'n Bill, winking with a smile. Now, said Aquarein, I will send you out for a swim with Marilla, who will show you some of the curious sights of our sea. In fact, not only did they see curious sights during their swim, but over the next couple of days, both Marilla and Princess Clea took Trot and Cap'n Bill on many adventures. They saw lots of different kinds of fish and curious sea creatures, some of whom were a little scary indeed, that swim and live deep down in the ocean. They also faced some interesting challenges during their explorations with the mermaid companions, but thankfully everything turned out okay. It would take many hours for me to read to you all about Trot and Cap'n Bill's exciting excursions with the sea fairies, but you can read all about them in the original book that describes their adventures in its many chapters. And so for this bedtime story, let's move ahead to the final chapter. We have enjoyed your visit with us, said beautiful Queen Aquarein, smiling upon her little friend, and you may easily repay any pleasure we have given you by speaking well of the mermaids when you hear Earth people condemning us. I promise I'll do that, of course, exclaimed the child. Aquarein was thoughtful for a time. Then she drew from her finger a ring, a plain gold band set with a pearl of great value, and gave it to Trot. If at any period of your life the mermaids can be of service to you, my dear, she said, you have but to come to the edge of the ocean and call Aquarein. If you are wearing the ring at the time, I shall instantly hear you and come to your assistance. Thank you, cried the child, slipping the ring over her own chubby finger, which it fit perfectly. I shall never forget that I have good and loyal friends in the ocean, you may be sure. Then away and away they swam, swiftly and in a straight line, keeping in the middle water where they were not liable to meet any sea people on their journey back. Aquarein used her magic power to carry them across the ocean in a very quick time, and before Trot and Cap'n Bill were aware of the distance they had come, she said, Now we must go a little deeper, for here is Giant's Cave, and the entrance to it is near the bottom of the sea. What, already? Cried the girl joyfully. And then through the dark water they swam, passing through the rocky entrance, and began to ascend slowly into the sapphire blue water of the cave. You've been awfully good to us, and I don't know just how to thank you, said Trot earnestly. We have enjoyed your visit with us, said the beautiful queen, smiling upon her little friend. How about changing us back to our regular shapes? Inquired Cap'n Bill anxiously. That will be very easy, replied Princess Clea with her merry laugh, who also came along with the queen to accompany their friends on their journey back home. See, here we are at the surface of the water. They pushed their heads above the blue water and looked around the cave. It was silent and deserted. Floating gently near the spot where they had left their little boat, Cap'n Bill swam to it, took hold of the side, and then turned an inquiring face toward the mermaids. Climb in, said the queen. So he pulled himself up and awkwardly tumbled forward into the boat. As he did so, he heard his wooden leg clatter against the seat and turned around to look at it wonderingly. "It's me, all right," he muttered. "One meat one and one hickory one. Yep, these belong to me." "Will you lift Myra aboard?" asked Princess Clea. The old sailor aroused himself, and as Trot lifted her arms, he seized them and drew her safely into the boat. She was dressed just as usual, and her chubby legs wore shoes and stockings. Strangely enough, neither of them were at all wet or even damp in any part of their clothing. "I wonder where our legs have been while we've been gone," mused Cap'n Bill, gazing at his little friend in great delight. "And I wonder what's become of our pretty pink and green scale tails," returned the girl, laughing with glee, for it seemed good to be herself again. Queen Aquaraine and Princess Clea were a little way off, lying with their pretty faces just out of the water while their hair floated in soft clouds around them. "Goodbye, friends," they called out. "Goodbye," shouted both Trot and Cap'n Bill, and the little girl blew 2 kisses from her fingers toward the mermaids. Then their faces disappeared, leaving little ripples on the surface of the water. Cap'n Bill picked up the oars and slowly headed the boat toward the mouth of the cave. "I wonder, Trot, if your mama has missed us," he remarked uneasily. "Of course not," replied the girl. "She's been sound asleep, you know." The 2 best friends were both thoughtful while looking up ahead through the archway and could see the faint visible shoreline in the distance when Trot softly spoke and said, "The land's the best, Cap'n." "Yes," the sailor replied with a gleam in his eye. "It sure is, mate." And as the boat crept out into the bright sunlight, they were both silent, but each sighed with pleasure at beholding their own everyday world again. I hope you enjoyed this little excerpt of this bedtime story tonight, and I wish you sweet dreams and a restful sleep. Once upon a time, 2 young men who lived in a small village fell in love with the same girl. During the long cold winter, it was all night except for an hour or so about noon when the darkness seemed a little less dark, and then they used to see which one of them could tempt her out for a sleigh ride with the northern lights flashing above them, or which of them could persuade her to come to a dance in some neighboring barn. When the spring began, the light grew longer, and the hearts of the villagers leaped at the sight of the sun. With the long dark days finally over, a day was chosen for the boats to be brought out and the great nets to be spread in the bays of some islands that lay a few miles to the north. Most of the village went on this annual expedition, and the 2 young men and the girl went with them. They all sailed merrily across the sea, singing their favorite songs. And when they reached the shore, what an unpacking there was! For this was a noted fishing ground, and here they would live in little wooden huts till the autumn, when the days would become long and dark once more, and bad cold weather would come round again. The maiden and the two young men happened to share the same hut with some friends, and fished daily from the same boat. And as time went on, one of the youths noted that the girl took less notice of him than she did of his companion. At first, he tried to think that he was imagining it, and for a long while kept his eyes shut very tight to what he did not want to see. But, in spite of his efforts, it became obvious that his friend and the maiden were falling in love with each other. The young man gave up trying to deceive himself, yet anger swirled like a red tide within him, rising to choke him. His breath became harsh and shallow, his hands curling into strong fists at his sides. She was his girl, he thought to himself, and the feeling of jealousy was slowly filling his blood, making his eyes go dark. Relief from this intense feeling of jealousy and anger finally came with his decision in finding some way to get the better of his rival. The plan that he decided upon could not be carried out for some months, but the longer the young man thought of it, the more pleased he was. So he made no sign of his feelings and waited patiently till the moment came. Finally, the day came that they were all going to leave the islands and sail back to the mainland for winter. In the bustle and hurry of departure, the cunning young man contrived that their boat should be the last to put off. And when everything was ready and the sails about to be set, he suddenly called out, "Oh dear, what shall I do? I have left my best knife behind in the hut. Run like a good fellow and get it for me, while I raise the anchor and loosen the tiller." Not thinking any harm, the other youth jumped back on shore and made his way up the steep bank. At the door of the hut, he stopped and looked back and gazed in horror. The head of the boat stood out to sea, and he was left behind alone on the island. Yes, there was no doubt of it. He was quite alone, and he had nothing to help him except the knife which his comrade had cunningly dropped on the ledge of the window. For some minutes, he was too stunned by the treachery of his friend to think about anything at all. But after a while, he shook the thoughts away, determined that he would manage to keep alive somehow, even if it was only for the revenge of his betrayal. So he put the knife in his pocket and went off to a different part of the island, which was not so bare as the rest and had a small grove of trees. From one of these, he cut himself a bow, which he strung with a piece of cord that had been left lying about the huts. When this was ready, the young man ran down to the shore and shot 2 seabirds, which he plucked and cooked for supper. In this way, the months slipped by, and Christmas came round again. On the day before, the youth went down to the rocks and into the woods, collecting all the driftwood the windstorm had blown down, and he piled it up in a great stack outside the door of the hut so that he might not have to fetch any all the next day. When this task was done, he took a seat on the shore and gazed out to the mainland. He remembered the jubilant nights spent dancing with his love and their friends before he was left behind on the island. The night was still and cold, but even so, he was convinced he could see the gentle Christmas lights strung up around his neighbors' houses and hear their merry chatter. With the help of the northern lights, he suddenly noticed it wasn't the lights from his village at all. It was a boat, which seemed to be steering straight for the island. At first, he could hardly stand for joy. The chance of speaking to another man was so delightful. But as the boat drew near, there was something, he could not tell what, that was different from the boats which he had been used to all his life, and only when it touched the shore did he realize that the people that stepped out of the boats were beings from another world than ours. They were elves. They were magical creatures that humans feared because they did not understand them. The young man hastily stepped behind the woodstack and waited for what might happen next. The strange folk, one by one, jumped on the rocks, each bearing a load of something that they wanted. And among the women, he noticed one young girl who was the most beautiful than any of the rest, carrying a great basket full of provisions, and the young man could not help but fix his eyes upon the maiden, feasting on her loveliness. The young man peeped out cautiously to see what all this crowd could be doing inside one of the tiny huts. But in a moment he drew back again as the girl returned. She was quite curious to find out what sort of place the island was, and so she began to look about and explore a little. Her sharp eyes soon discovered the man crouching behind the bundles of sticks, and at first she felt a little frightened. She had never seen a human up close after all. But the man stayed so still that she became courageous and thought to herself, "What a strange creature," as she slowly began walking towards the young man so as to get a closer look at him. She leaned over to touch him, but the moment she drew closer, the man became startled and stepped back and shifted the bundles of sticks, pricking the girl with a splinter and caused her finger to bleed. Shocked with pain, she screamed so loudly that her family emerged from the huts to see what was the matter. Upon catching sight of the human, the elves ran back to their boats and pushed away from the shore, for they did not understand humans either and feared them. In an instant, boat, people, and goods had vanished completely. In their hurry, they had, however, forgotten two things: a bundle of keys which lay on the table, and the girl whom the splinter had pricked, and who now stood pale and helpless beside the woodstack. "You will have to make me your wife," she said at last, "for you have drawn my blood, and now I belong to you." "My heart belongs to someone else," replied the man. "I cannot marry you." "But you must, for it is the elven way. I have no choice in the matter, and neither do you," the elf maiden insisted. The young man then replied, "If you'll help me leave this island, we can pretend we are wed," the man offered. "I must return to my village to right the wrongs of the traitor who stole my love." After some consideration, the elf maiden agreed to the arrangement, for although the young man was very handsome, she wasn't yet sure how she felt about him, and she quite liked the idea of pretending. To fulfill her end of the bargain, the elf maiden handed the man the bundle of keys and explained that they could unlock the desires of the heart, and that each key could only be used but once before they disappeared forever. The man looked at the 3 keys and quickly decided to use one to make sure they survived the winter on the island. He unlocked one of the huts, and using the key, he desired that it would have plenty of provisions inside. Food was plentiful on the island and would magically appear all through the long winter months. By and by, spring came round once more, and it was time for the villagers to return to the island once again. "Where are we to go now?" asked the elf maiden one day, when the sun seemed brighter and the wind softer than usual. "We will go and see if my beloved and the comrade who betrayed me have come back fishing this year," the man said. And together he and the lovely elf maiden hid among the rocks, watching his friends and neighbors slowly return to the island. The villagers were lively and cheerful as they unpacked their belongings and set up the boats to fish. All the while, the man and the elf maiden set out to look around discreetly so as not to be seen. And after some time, and no sign of either his comrade or his love, the young man was convinced that they did not return to the island as he had hoped, and so he decided to creep out from the rocks and reveal himself. His friends, although surprised, were ecstatic to see that he was alive and begged him to join them on their fishing trips again. Suddenly, a scream came from among the villagers as the elf maiden revealed herself. All of the fisher folk bowed at her feet and begged her to leave them unharmed. The elf maiden smiled and then gently pulled the villagers to their feet, assuring them she would not cause any harm and asked them to not be afraid. At her request, the villagers explained that the young man's beloved and his comrade had not traveled to the island this year, but strangely would not give the reason why. "Can I borrow a boat?" the man asked. "I would very much like to go home." But the villagers would not agree with his request. They couldn't let him take a boat because they needed it for fishing, and they did not have one to spare. The man begrudgingly accepted their refusal and returned to sit among the rocks. Shortly after, the elf maiden joined him and asked him what they should do now. The bundle of keys glinted in the man's hands, and his plan became clear. They waited until all the villagers were asleep, and then they crept towards the fishing boats. They had all been secured with thick chains, but it was no match for the elves' magic key. The elf maiden hopped in the boat as the man pushed it into the water, but before they set off, she raised her hands high into the air. From the foggy horizon floated a score of wooden fishing boats, and they all came to rest on the shore. This was sort of an apology from the elf maiden, who felt very badly for stealing their boat, even though it was stolen for a good reason, to help the young man on his quest to return back home to his love. In turn, their boat sailed away from the island and caught a favorable tide, carrying them swiftly toward the mainland. The young man and the elf maiden shared many interesting conversations together during their voyage back to the mainland, enjoying their time together, feeling completely at ease in each other's company. They sang songs, they talked and laughed, and the young handsome man was beginning to grow very fond of the lovely elf, who was not only very beautiful and smart, but also very kind-hearted. When they finally arrived at the village, he soon discovered that much had changed in the year he had been gone. The houses seemed bigger and the village happier. The sky seemed clearer and the air was warmer. Children began to come out of their houses and play. They were unafraid of the elf maiden because they had not yet been taught to fear her. "Look, it's an elf," the village elder cried and shook his cane at the elf maiden. People began to open their doors and peer out their windows at the strange newcomer. The elf maiden opened her arms in greeting, but the villagers all cowered. The elder demanded she be arrested, and no sooner had he spoken was she locked away in chains. "Wait, she means no harm," the young man cried, chasing after her. He had come to care for her because of their time spent on the island, and he didn't want to see her locked away. He clutched the bundle of keys tightly, knowing that there was only one key left on the ring, reminding himself that he had to use it wisely. "Is she dangerous?" a familiar voice asked. Just then, the young man turned around and saw his beloved standing in the doorway of a house. Without hesitating, he wrapped his arms around her and laughed cheerfully. Just then, someone quickly stepped between them, separating him from his beloved. It was his old friend who had betrayed him. "What are you doing here?" his former friend asked. "I left you on that island and did not expect to see you ever again." "I came back for my love. You stole her from me," the man said sorrowfully. The woman looked between the two former friends. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. "You left him behind?" she asked. Just then, a small child toddled out of their house. "Mummy, who is that?" the child asked, pointing to the young handsome man. "Is that your daughter?" the young man asked. She nodded and put the child on her hip. "Yes, I have started a family in the time that you've been gone. I waited for you as long as I could." His former friend scowled and pointed at the house while looking at the girl. "Go inside and lock the door. I will not let him have you." Both men watched the girl obey. Once the door was shut, the betrayer laughed out loud. "I have one friend, though it was unfair. To settle the deal, if you can enter the house I built, you can have her back. But I warn you, this house is impenetrable." At this, the young man smiled as he held up the key, ready to unlock the door and return to his love. But then a quiet sobbing stole his attention. He looked over and saw the beautiful elf maiden crying in her chains, sorrowfully accepting her fate as a prisoner. Looking at her, the young man knew instantly that the lovely elf maiden had stolen his heart, and he was deeply in love with her. He strode slowly over to the elf maiden and inserted the key into the lock, and as the chains fell to the ground, they fell into each other's arms. Looking deep into his loving eyes, she asked in amazement, "Why did you not use the key on your beloved?" "You are my beloved now," the man said. "I have chosen you." The elf maiden smiled and was so happy, for she too had fallen deeply in love with him during their time together. Amid the fearful yells of the villagers, the man and the elf maiden quickly stepped into the boat and pushed away from the shore. And with no particular destination in mind, the handsome young man and the beautiful elf maiden set out on a wonderful adventure together and lived happily ever after. Once upon a time, there was a poor husband who had so many children that he hadn't much of either food or clothing to give them. Pretty children they all were, but the prettiest was the youngest daughter, who was so lovely there was no end to her loveliness. So one day, on a Thursday evening, late at the fall of the year, the weather was so wild and rough outside, and it was so cruelly dark, and rain fell, and wind blew till the walls of the cottage shook again. There they all sat round the fire, busy with this thing and that. But just then, all at once, something gave 3 taps on the window pane. Then the father went out to see what was the matter, and when he got outdoors, what should he see but a great big white bear. "Good evening to you," said the white bear. "The same to you," said the man. "Will you give me your youngest daughter?" "If you will, I'll make you as rich as you are poor now," said the bear. Well, the man would not be at all sorry to be so rich, but still he thought he must have a bit of a talk with his daughter first. So he went in and told them how there was a great white bear waiting outside, who had given his word to make them so rich if he could only have the youngest daughter. The lassie said no outright. Nothing could get her to say anything else. So the man went out and settled it with the white bear that he should come back again the next Thursday evening and get an answer. Meantime, he talked to his daughter over and kept on telling her of all the riches they would get and how well off she would be herself. And so, at last, she thought better of it and washed and mended her rags, made herself as smart as she could. I can't say her packing gave her much trouble. Next Thursday evening came the white bear to fetch her, and she got upon his back with her bundle, and off they went. So, when they had gone a bit of the way, the white bear said, "Are you afraid?" No, she wasn't. "Well, mind and hold tight by my shaggy coat, and then there's nothing to fear," said the bear. So she rode a long, long way till they came to a great steep hill. There on the face of it, the white bear gave a knock, and a door opened, and they came into a castle where there were many rooms all lit up, rooms gleaming with silver and gold. And there too was a table ready laid, and it was all grand as grand could be. Then the white bear gave her a silver bell, and when she wanted anything, she was only to ring it, and she would get it at once. Well, after she had eaten and drunk, and evening wore on, she got sleepy after her journey and thought she would like to go to bed. So she rang the bell, and she had scarce taken hold of it before she came into a chamber where there was a bed made as fair and white as anyone would wish to sleep in, with silken pillows and curtains and gold fringe. All that was in the room was gold or silver, but when she had gone to bed and put out the light, a man came and laid himself alongside her. That was the white bear who threw off his beast shape at night, but she never saw him, for he always came after she had put out the light, and before the day dawned, he was up and off again. So things went on happily for a while, but at last she began to get silent and sorrowful, for there she went about all day alone, and she longed to go home to see her father and mother and brothers and sisters. So one day, when the white bear asked what it was that she lacked, she said it was so dull and lonely there, and how she longed to go home to see her father and mother and brothers and sisters, and that was why she was so sad and sorrowful, because she couldn't get to them. "Well, well," said the bear, "perhaps there's a cure for all this, but you must promise me one thing, not to talk alone with your mother, but only when the rest are by to hear, for she'll take you by the hand and try to lead you into a room alone to talk. But you must mind and not do that, else you bring bad luck on both of us." So on one Sunday, the white bear came and said, now they could set off to see her father and mother. Well, off they started, she sitting on his back, and they went far and long. At last they came to a grand house, and there her brothers and sisters were running about outdoors at play, and everything was so pretty, 'twas a joy to see. "This is where your father and mother live now," said the white bear. "But don't forget what I told you, else you make us both unlucky." No, bless her, she'd not forget. And when she had reached the house, the white bear turned right about and left her. When she went in to see her father and mother, there was such joy, there was no end to it. None of them thought they could thank her enough for all she had done for them. Now they had everything they wished, as good could be, and they all wanted to know how she got on where she lived. Well, she said, it was very good to live where she did. She had all she wished. What she said beside, I don't know, but I don't think any of them had the right end of the stick, or that they got much out of her. In the afternoon, after they had done dinner, all happened as the white bear had said. Her mother wanted to talk with her alone in her bedroom, but she minded what the white bear had said and wouldn't go upstairs. Oh, what we have to talk about will keep, she said, and put her mother off. But somehow or other, her mother got round her at last, and she had to tell her the whole story. So she said how every night when she had gone to bed, a man came and lay down beside her as soon as she had put out the light, and how she never saw him because he was always up and away before the morning dawned, and how she went about woeful and sorrowing, for she thought she should like to see him, and how all day long she walked about there alone, and how dull and dreary and lonesome it was. My, said her mother, it may well be a troll you slept with. But now I'll teach you a lesson, how to set eyes on him. I'll give you a bit of candle, which you can carry home in your bosom. Just light that while he is asleep, but take care not to drop the tallow on him. Yes, she took the candle and hid it in her bosom, and as night drew on, the white bear came and fetched her away. But when they had gone a bit of the way, the white bear asked if all hadn't happened as he had said. Well, she couldn't say it hadn't. Now mind, said he, if you had listened to your mother's advice, you have brought bad luck on us both, and then all that has passed between us will be as nothing. No, she said, she hadn't listened to her mother's advice. So when she reached home and had gone to bed, it was the old story over again. There came a man and lay down beside her, but at dead of night, when she heard he sleep, she got up and struck a light, lit the candle, and let the light shine on him. And so she saw that he was the loveliest prince one had ever set eyes on, and she fell so deep in love with him on the spot that she thought she couldn't live if she didn't give him a kiss there and then. And so she did. But as she kissed him, she dropped 3 hot drops of tallow on his shirt, and he woke up. What have you done? He cried. Now you have made us both unlucky, for had you held out only this 1 year, I'd have been freed. For I have a stepmother who has bewitched me. I am White Bear by day and a man by night. But now all ties are snapped between us. Now I must set off from you to her. She lives in a castle which stands east of the sun and west of the moon, and there too is a princess with a nose 3 ells long, and she's the wife I must have now. She wept and took it ill, but there was no help for it. Go he must. Then she asked if she might go with him. No, she couldn't. Tell me the way then, she said, and I'll search you out. That surely I may get leave to do." Yes, she might do that, he said, but there was no way to that place. It lay east of the sun and west of the moon, and she'd never find her way. Next morning, when she woke up, both prince and castle were gone, and then she lay on a little green patch in the midst of the gloomy thick wood, and by her side lay the same bundle of rags she had brought with her from her old home. So when she had rubbed the sleep out of her eyes and wept till she was tired, she set out on her way and walked many, many days till she came to a lofty crag. Under it sat an old hag and played with a gold apple which she tossed about. Here the lassie asked if she knew the way to the prince who lived with his stepmother in the castle that lay east of the sun and west of the moon, and who was to marry the princess with a nose 3 ells long. "How did you come to know about him?" asked the old hag. "But maybe you are the lassie who ought to have had him." Yes, she was. "So it's you, is it?" said the old hag. "Well, all I know about him is that he lives in the castle that lies east of the sun and west of the moon, and thither you'll come, late or never, but still you may have the loan of my horse, and on him you can ride to my next neighbor. Maybe she'll be able to tell you, and when you get there, just give the horse a switch under the left ear and beg him to be off home. And this gold apple you may take with you." So she got upon the horse and rode a long, long time, till she came to another crag, under which sat another old hag with a gold carding comb. Here the lassie asked if she knew the way to the castle that lay east of the sun and west of the moon. And she answered, like the first hag, that she knew nothing about it, except it was east of the sun and west of the moon. "And thither you'll come, late or never, but you shall have the loan of my horse to my next neighbor. Maybe she'll tell you all about it. And when you get there, just switch the horse under the left ear and beg him to be off home." And this old hag gave her the golden carding comb. It might be she'd find some use for it, she said. So the lassie got up on the horse and rode far, far away. And so at last she came to another great crag, under which sat another old hag, spinning with a gold spinning wheel. Her, too, she asked if she knew the way to the prince and where the castle was that lay east of the sun and west of the moon. So it was the same thing over again. "Maybe it's you who ought to have had the prince," said the old hag. Yes, it was. But she, too, didn't know the way a bit better than the other two. "And thither you'll come, late or never, but I'll lend you my horse. And then I think you'd best ride to the east wind and ask him. Maybe he knows those parts and can blow you thither. But when you get to him, you need only give the horse a switch under the left ear, and he'll trot home of himself." And so she too gave the gold spinning wheel. "Maybe you'll find a use for it," said the old hag. Then on she rode many, many days, a weary time, before she got to the east wind's house. But at last she did reach it, and then she asked the east wind if he could tell her the way to the prince who lived east of the sun and west of the moon. Yes, the east wind had often heard tell of it, the prince and the castle, but he couldn't tell the way, for he had never blown so far. But, if you will, I'll go with you to my brother, the west wind. Maybe he knows, for he's much stronger. So if you will just get on my back, I'll carry you thither. Yes, she got on his back. So when they got there, they went into the west wind's house, and the east wind said the lassie he had brought was the one who ought to have had the prince who lived in the castle east of the sun and west of the moon, and so she had set out to seek him, and how he had come with her, and would be glad to know if the west wind knew how to get to the castle. Nay, said the west wind, so far I've never blown, but if you will, I'll go with you to our brother the south wind, for he's much stronger than either of us, and he has flapped his wings far and wide. Maybe he'll tell you. You can get on my back, and I'll carry you to him. Yes, she got on his back, and so they traveled to the south wind, and weren't so very long on the way, I should think. When they got there, the west wind asked him if he could tell her the way to the castle that lay east of the sun and west of the moon, for it was she who ought to have had the prince who lived there. You don't say so. That's she, is it? Said the south wind. Well, I have blustered about in most places in my time, but so far I have never blown. But if you will, I'll take you to my brother, the north wind. He is the oldest and strongest of the whole lot of us, and if he don't know where it is, you'll never find anyone in the world to tell you. You can get on my back, and I'll carry you. She got on his back, and away he went from his house at a fine rate. And this time, too, she wasn't long on her way. So, when they got to the north wind's house, he was so wild and cross, cold puffs came from him a long way off. Blast you both, what do you want? He roared out to them ever so far off, so that it struck them with an icy shiver. Well, said the south wind, you needn't be so foul-mouthed, for here I am, your brother, the south wind, and here is the lassie who ought to have had the prince who dwells in the castle that lies east of the sun and west of the moon, and now she wants to ask you if you ever were there and can tell her the way, for she would be so glad to find him again. Yes, I know well enough where it is, said the north wind. Once in my life I blew an aspen leaf there, but I was so tired I couldn't blow a puff for ever so many days after. But if you really wish to go there and aren't afraid to come along with me, I'll take you on my back and see if I can blow you thither. Yes, with all her heart she must and would go if it were possible in any way, and as for fear, however madly he went, she wouldn't be at all afraid. Very well then, said the north wind, but you must sleep here for tonight, for we must have the whole day before us if we're to get there at all. Early next morning, the north wind woke her and puffed himself up and blew himself out and made himself so stout and big 'twas gruesome to look at him. And so off they went high up through the air, as if they would never stop till they got to the world's end. Down here below there was such a storm. It threw down long tracts of wood and many houses, and when it swept over the great sea, ships sank by hundreds. So they tore on and on. No one can believe how far they went, and all the while they still went over the sea, and the north wind got more and more weary, and so out of breath he could scarce bring out a puff, and his wings drooped and drooped, till at last he sunk so low that the crests of the waves dashed over his heels. "Are you afraid?" said the north wind. No, she wasn't. But they weren't very far from land, and the north wind had still so much strength left in him that he managed to throw her up on the shore under the windows of the castle, which lay east of the sun and west of the moon. But then he was so weak and worn out, he had to stay there and rest many days before he could go home again. Next morning, the lassie sat down under the castle window and began to play with the gold apple. And the first person she saw was the long nose who was to have the prince. "What do you want for your gold apple, you lassie?" said the long nose, and threw up the window. "It's not for sale for gold or money," said the lassie. "If it's not for sale for gold or money, what is that you will sell it for?" "You may name your own price," said the princess. "Well, if I may get to the prince who lives here and be with him tonight, you shall have it," said the lassie whom the north wind had brought. Yes, she might. That could be done. So the princess got the gold apple. But when the lassie came up to the prince's bedroom at night, he was fast asleep. She called him and shook him, and between whiles she wept sore. But all she could do, she couldn't wake him up. Next morning, as soon as day broke, came the princess with the long nose and drove her out again. So in the daytime, she sat down under the castle windows and began to card with her carding comb. And the same thing happened. The princess asked what she wanted for it, and she said it wasn't for sale for gold or money, but if she might get leave to go up to the prince and be with him that night, the princess should have it. But when she went up, she found him fast asleep again, and all she called and all she shook and wept and prayed, she couldn't get life into him. And as soon as the first gray peep of day came, then came the princess with the long nose and chased her out again. So, in the daytime, the lassie sat down outside under the castle window and began to spin with her golden spinning wheel, and that too the princess with the long nose wanted to have. So she threw up the window and asked what she wanted for it. The lassie said, as she had said twice before, it wasn't for sale for gold or money, but if she might go up to the prince who was there and be with him alone that night, she might have it. Yes, she might do that and welcome. But now you must know there were some Christian folk who had been carried off thither, and as they sat in their room, which was next the prince, they had heard how a woman had been in there and wept and prayed and called to him 2 nights running, and they told that to the prince. That evening, when the princess came with her sleepy drink, the prince made as if he drank, but threw it over his shoulder, for he could guess it was a sleepy drink. So, when the lassie came in, she found the prince wide awake, and then she told him the whole story how she had come thither. "Ah," said the prince, "you've just come in the very nick of time, for tomorrow is to be our wedding day. But now I won't have the long nose, and you are the only woman in the world who can set me free. I'll say I want to see what my wife is fit for, and beg her to wash the shirt which has the 3 spots of tallow on it. She'll say yes, for she doesn't know 'tis you who put them there, but that's a work only for Christian folk, and not for such a pack of trolls. And so I'll say that I won't have any other for my bride than the woman who can wash them out, and ask you to do it." So there was great joy and love between them all that night. But next day, when the wedding was to be, the prince said, "First of all, I'd like to see what my bride is fit for." "Yes," said the stepmother with all her heart. "Well," said the prince, "I've got a fine shirt which I'd like for my wedding shirt, but somehow or other it has got 3 spots of tallow on it, which I must have washed out, and I have sworn never to take any other bride than the woman who's able to do that. If she can't, she's not worth having." Well, that was no great thing, they said, so they agreed. And she, with the long nose, began to wash away as hard as she could. But the more she rubbed and scrubbed, the bigger the spots grew. "Ah," said the old hag, her mother, "you can't wash. Let me try." But she hadn't long taken the shirt in hand before it got far worse than ever, and with all her rubbing and wringing and scrubbing, the spots grew bigger and blacker, and the darker and uglier was the shirt. Then all the other trolls began to wash, but the longer it lasted, the blacker and uglier the shirt grew, till at last it was as black all over as if it had been up the chimney. "Ah," said the prince, "you're none of you worth a straw. You can't wash. Why, there, outside, sits a beggar lassie. I'll be bound she knows how to wash better than the whole lot of you. Come in, lassie," he shouted. Well, in she came. "Can you wash this shirt clean, lassie?" said he. "I don't know," she said, "but I think I can." And almost before she had taken it and dipped it in the water, it was as white as driven snow, and whiter still. "Yes, you are the lassie for me," said the prince. At that, the old hag flew into such a rage she burst on the spot, and the princess with the long nose after her, and the whole pack of trolls after her. Well, at least I think I've never heard a word about them since. As for the prince and princess, they set free all the poor Christian folk who had been carried off and shut up there, and they took with them all the silver and gold, and flitted away as far as they could from the castle that lay east of the sun and west of the moon. Long, long ago, there lived a king who ruled over a country by the sea. When he had been married about a year, some of his subjects, inhabiting a distant group of islands, revolted against his laws, and it became needful for him to leave his wife and go in person to settle their disputes. The queen feared that some ill would come of it, and implored him to stay at home. But he told her that nobody could do his work for him, and the next morning the sails were spread, and the king started on his voyage. The vessel had not gone very far when she ran upon a rock and stuck so fast in a cleft that the strength of the whole crew could not get her off again. To make matters worse, the wind was rising too, and it was quite plain that in a few hours the ship would be dashed to pieces and everybody would be drowned, when suddenly the form of a mermaid was seen dancing on the waves, which threatened every moment to overwhelm them. "There is only one way to free yourselves," she said to the king, bobbing up and down in the water as she spoke, "and that is to give me your solemn word that you will deliver to me the first child that is born to you." The king hesitated at this proposal. He hoped that someday he might have children in his home, and the thought that he must yield up the heir to his crown was very bitter to him. But just then, a huge wave broke on the ship's side, and his men fell on their knees and entreated him to save them. So he promised, and this time a wave lifted the vessel clean off the rocks, and she was in the open sea once more. The affairs of the islands took longer to settle than the king had expected, and some months passed away before he returned to his palace. In his absence, a son had been born to him, and so great was his joy that he quite forgot the mermaid and the price he had paid for the safety of his ship. But as years went on and the baby grew into a fine big boy, the remembrance of it came back, and one day he told the queen the whole story. From that moment, the happiness of both their lives was ruined. Every night they went to bed, wondering if they should find his room empty in the morning, and every day they kept him by their sides, expecting him to be snatched away before their very eyes. At last, the king felt that this state of things could not continue, and he said to his wife, "After all, the most foolish thing in the world one can do is to keep the boy here in exactly the place in which the mermaid will seek him. Let us give him food and send him on his travels, and perhaps, if the mermaid ever comes to seek him, she may be content with some other child." And the queen agreed that his plan seemed the wisest. So the boy was called, and his father told him the story of the voyage as he had told his mother before him. The prince listened eagerly and was delighted to think that he was to go away all by himself to see the world, and was not in the least frightened, for though he was now 16, he had scarcely been allowed to walk alone beyond the palace gardens. He began busily to make his preparations, and took off his smart velvet coat, putting on instead one of green cloth. While he refused a beautiful bag which the queen offered him to hold his food, and slung a leather knapsack over his shoulders instead, just as he had seen other travelers do. Then he bade farewell to his parents and went on his way. All through the day he walked, watching with interest the strange birds and animals that darted across his path in the forest or peeped at him from behind a bush. But as evening drew on, he became tired and looked about as he walked for some place where he could sleep. At length, he reached a soft, mossy bank under a tree and was just about to stretch himself out on it when a fearful roar made him start and tremble all over. In another moment, something passed swiftly through the air, and a lion stood before him. "What are you doing here?" asked the lion, his eyes glaring fiercely at the boy. "I am fleeing from the mermaid," the prince answered in a quaking voice. "Give me some food then," said the lion. "It is past my supper time, and I am very hungry." The boy was so thankful that the lion did not want to eat him that he gladly picked up his knapsack, which lay on the ground, and held out some bread and a flask of wine. "I feel better now," said the lion when he had done. "So now I shall go to sleep on this nice soft moss, and if you like, you can lie down beside me." So the boy and the lion slept soundly side by side till the sun rose. "I must be off now," remarked the lion, waking the boy as he spoke. "But cut off the tip of my ear and keep it carefully, and if you are in any danger, just wish yourself a lion, and you will become one on the spot. One good turn deserves another, you know." The prince thanked him for his kindness and did as he bid, and then the two bade each other farewell. "I wonder how it feels to be a lion," thought the boy, after he had gone a little way, and he took out the tip of the ear from the breast of his jacket and wished with all his might. In an instant, his head had swollen to several times its usual size, and his neck seemed very hot and heavy, and somehow his hands became paws, and his skin grew hairy and yellow. But what pleased him most was his long tail with a tuft at the end, which he lashed and switched proudly. "I like being a lion very much," he said to himself, and trotted happily along the road. After a while, however, he got tired of walking in this unaccustomed way. It made his back ache, and his front paws felt sore. So he wished himself a boy again, and in the twinkling of an eye, his tail disappeared, and his head shrank, and the long, thick mane became short and curly. Then he looked out for a sleeping place and found some dry ferns, which he gathered and heaped up. But before he had time to close his eyes, there was a great noise in the trees nearby, as if a big, heavy body was crashing through them. The boy rose and turned his head and saw a huge black bear coming towards him. "What are you doing here?" growled the bear. "I am running away from the mermaid," answered the boy. But the bear took no interest in the mermaid and only said, "I am hungry. Give me something to eat." The knapsack was lying on the ground among the fern, but the prince picked it up and, unfastening the strap, took out his second flask of wine and another loaf of bread. "We will have supper together," he remarked politely, but the bear, who had never been taught manners, made no reply and ate as fast as he could. When he had quite finished, he got up and stretched himself "You have got a comfortable-looking bed there," he observed. "I really think that, bad sleeper as I am, I might have a good night on it. I can manage to squeeze you in," he added. "You don't take up a great deal of room." The boy was rather indignant at the bear's cool way of talking, but as he was too tired to gather more fern, they lay down side by side and never stirred till sunrise next morning. "I must go now," said the bear, pulling the sleepy prince onto his feet. "But first you shall cut off the tip of my ear, and when you are in any danger, just wish yourself a bear, and you will become one. One good turn deserves another, you know." And the boy did as he was bid, and he and the bear bade each other farewell. "I wonder how it feels to be a bear," thought he to himself when he had walked a little way. And he took out the tip from the breast of his coat and wished hard that he might become a bear. The next moment his body stretched out and thick black fur covered him all over. As before, his hands were changed into paws, but when he tried to switch his tail, he found to his disgust that it would not go any distance. "Why, it is hardly worth calling a tail," said he. For the rest of the day, he remained a bear and continued his journey. But as evening came on, the bear skin, which had been so useful when plunging through brambles in the forest, felt rather heavy, and he wished himself a boy again. He was much too exhausted to take the trouble of cutting any fern or seeking for moss, but just threw himself down under a tree, when exactly above his head he heard a great buzzing as a bumblebee alighted on a honeysuckle branch. "What are you doing here?" asked the bee in a cross voice. "At your age, you ought to be safe at home." "I am running from the mermaid," replied the boy. But the bee, like the lion and the bear, was one of those people who never listened to the answers to their questions and only said, "I am hungry. Give me something to eat." The boy took his last loaf and flask out of his knapsack and laid them on the ground, and they had supper together. "Well, now I am going to sleep," observed the bee when the last crumb was gone. "But as you are not very big, I can make room for you beside me." And he curled up his wings and tucked in his legs, and he and the prince both slept soundly till morning. Then the bee got up and carefully brushed every scrap of dust off his velvet coat and buzzed loudly in the boy's ear to waken him. "Take a single hair from one of my wings," said he, "and if you are ever in danger, just wish yourself a bee and you will become one. One good turn deserves another, so farewell and thank you for your supper." And the bee departed after the boy had pulled out the hair and wrapped it carefully in a leaf. It must feel quite different to be a bee from what it does to be a lion or a bear, thought the boy to himself when he had walked for an hour or so. "I dare say I should get on a great deal faster." So he pulled out his hair and wished himself a bee. In a moment, the strangest thing happened to him. All his limbs seemed to draw together, and his body to become very short and round. His head grew quite tiny, and instead of his white skin, He was covered with the richest, softest velvet. Better than all, he had 2 lovely gauze wings which carried him the whole day without getting tired. Late in the afternoon, the boy fancied he saw a vast heap of stones a long way off, and he flew straight towards it. But when he reached the gates, he saw that it was really a great town. So he wished himself back into his own shape and entered the city. He found the palace doors wide open and went boldly into a sort of hall which was full of people, and where men and maids were gossiping together. He joined their talk and soon learned from them that the king had only one daughter who had such a hatred to men that she would never suffer one to enter her presence. Her father, the king, was in despair and had had pictures painted of the handsomest princes of all the courts in the world in the hope that she might fall in love with one of them, but it was no use. The princess would not even allow the pictures to be brought into her room. "It is late," remarked one of the women at last. "I must go to my mistress," and, turning to one of the lackeys, she bade him find a bed for the youth. "It is not necessary," answered the prince. "This bench is good enough for me. I am used to nothing better." And when the hall was empty, he lay down for a few minutes. As soon as everything was quiet in the palace, he took out the hair and wished himself a bee. And in this shape, he flew upstairs, past the guards, and through the keyhole into the princess's chamber. Then he turned himself into a man again. At this dreadful sight, the princess, who was broad awake, began to scream loudly. "A man! A man!" cried she. But when the guards rushed in, there was only a bumblebee buzzing about the room. They looked under the bed and behind the curtains and into the cupboards, then came to the conclusion that the princess had had a bad dream and bowed themselves out. The door had scarcely closed on them than the bee disappeared, and a handsome youth stood in his place. "I knew a man was hidden somewhere," cried the princess, and screamed more loudly than before. Her shrieks brought back the guards, but though they looked in all kinds of impossible places, no man was to be seen, and so they told the princess. "He was here a moment ago. I saw him with my own eyes." And the guards dared not contradict her, though they shook their heads and whispered to each other that the princess had gone mad on this subject, and they made up their minds that, let her scream as loudly as she might, they would take no notice. Now the princess saw clearly what they were thinking, and that in future her guards would give her no help, and would perhaps tell some stories about her to the king, who would shut her up in a lonely tower and prevent her walking in the gardens among her birds and flowers. So when for the 3rd time she beheld the prince standing before her, she did not scream, but sat up in bed, gazing at him in silent terror. "Do not be afraid," he said. "I shall not hurt you." And he began to praise her gardens, of which she had heard the servants speak, and the birds and flowers which she loved, till the princess's anger softened, and she answered him with gentle words. Indeed, they soon became so friendly that she vowed she would marry no one else and confided to him that in 3 days her father would be off to the wars, leaving his sword in her room. If any man could find it and bring it to him, he would receive her hand as a reward. At this point, the youth jumped up hastily, saying, "Of course I shall ride with the king to the war, and if I do not return, take your violin every evening to the seashore and play on it, so that the very beautiful creatures who live at the bottom of the ocean may hear it and come to you." Just as the princess had foretold, in 3 days the king set out for the war with a large following, and among them was the young clever prince who had presented himself at court as a young noble in search of adventures. They had left the city many miles behind them when the king suddenly discovered that he had forgotten his sword, and though all his attendants instantly offered theirs, he declared that he could fight with none but his own. "The first man who brings it to me from my daughter's room," cried he, "shall not only have her to wife, but after my death shall be king." At this, the Red Knight, the young prince, and several more turned their horses to ride as fast as the wind back to the palace. But suddenly a better plan entered the prince's head, and, letting the others pass, he took his precious parcel from his breast and wished himself a lion. On he bounded, uttering such dreadful roars that the horses were frightened and grew unmanageable, and he easily outstripped them and soon reached the gates of the palace. Here he hastily changed himself into a bee and flew straight into the princess's room, where he became a man again. She showed him where the sword hung concealed behind a curtain. He took it down, saying as he did so, "Be sure not to forget what you have promised to do." The princess made no reply, but smiled sweetly, and slipping a gold ring from her finger, she broke it in two and held half out silently to the prince, while the other half she put in her own pocket. He kissed it and ran down the stairs. Some way off, he met the Red Knight, and the Red Knight at first tried to take the sword from him by force. But as the youth proved to be strong for him, he gave up and resolved to wait for a better opportunity. This soon came, for the day was hot, and the prince was thirsty. Perceiving a little stream that ran into the sea, he turned aside and, unbuckling the sword, flung himself on the ground for a long drink. Unluckily, the mermaid happened at that moment to be floating on the water not very far off, and knew he was the boy who had been given her before he was born. So she floated gently in to where he was lying. She seized him by the arm, and the waves closed over them both. Hardly had they disappeared when the Red Knight stole cautiously up and could hardly believe his eyes when he saw the king's sword on the bank. He wondered what had become of the youth, who an hour before had guarded his treasure so fiercely, but, after all, that was no affair of his. So, fastening the sword to his belt, he carried it to the king. The war was soon over, and the king returned to his people, who welcomed him with shouts of joy. But when the princess from her window saw that her love was not among the attendants riding behind her father, her heart sank, for she knew that some evil must have befallen him, and she feared the Red Knight. She had long ago learned how wicked he was, and something whispered to her that it was he who would gain the credit of having carried back the sword and would claim her as his bride, though he had never even entered her chamber. She could do nothing, for although the king loved her, he never let her stand in the way of his plans. The poor princess was only too right, and everything came to pass exactly as she had foreseen it. The king told her that the Red Knight had won her fairly, and that the wedding would take place the next day, and there would be a great feast after it. In those days, feasts were much longer and more splendid than they are now, and it was growing dark when the princess, tired out with all she had gone through, stole up to her own room for a little quiet. But the moon was shining so brightly over the sea that it seemed to draw her towards it, and taking her violin under her arm, she crept down to the shore. "Listen, listen," said the mermaid to the prince, who was lying stretched on a bed of seaweeds at the bottom of the sea. "That is your old love playing." "I hear nothing," answered the youth, who did not look happy. "Take me higher where the sounds can reach me." The mermaid took him on her shoulders and bore him up midway to the surface. "Can you hear now?" she asked. "No," answered the prince. "I hear nothing but the water rushing. I must go higher still." Then the mermaid carried him to the very top. "You must surely be able to hear now," said she. "I hear nothing but the water," repeated the youth. So she took him right to the land. "Can you hear now?" she asked again. "The water is still rushing in my ears," answered he, "but wait a little, that will soon pass off." As he spoke, he put his hand into his breast and, seizing the hair, wished himself a bee and flew straight into the pocket of the princess. The mermaid looked in vain for him and waited all night upon the sea, but he never came back, and never more did he gladden her eyes. The princess felt that something strange was about her, though she knew not what, and returned quickly to the palace, where the young man at once resumed his own shape. Oh, what joy filled her heart at the sight of him! But there was no time to be lost, and she led him right into the hall where the king and his nobles were still sitting at the feast. "Here is a man who boasts that he can do wonderful tricks," said she, "better even than the Red Knight. That cannot be true, of course, but it might be well to give this impostor a lesson. He pretends, for instance, that he can turn himself into a lion, but that I do not believe. I know that you've studied the art of magic," she went on, turning to the Red Knight. "So suppose you just show him how it's done and bring shame upon him." The Red Knight had never opened a book of magic in his life, but he was accustomed to think that he could do everything better than other people without any teaching at all. So he turned and twisted himself about, and bellowed and made faces, but He did not become a lion for all that. Well, perhaps it's very difficult to change into a lion. Make yourself a bear, said the princess. But the Red Knight found it no easier to become a bear than a lion. Try a bee, suggested she. I have always read that anyone who can do magic at all can do that. And the old knight buzzed and hummed, but he remained a man and not a bee. Now it is your turn, said the princess to the youth. Let us see if you can change yourself into a lion. And in a moment, such a fierce creature stood before them that all the guests rushed out of the hall, treading each other underfoot in their fright. The lion sprang at the Red Knight and would have torn him in pieces had not the princess held him back and bidden him to change himself into a man again. And in a second, a man took the place of the lion. Now become a bear, said she. And a bear advanced, panting and stretching out his arms to the Red Knight, who shrank behind the princess. By this time, some of the guests had regained their courage and returned as far as the door, thinking that if it was safe for the princess, perhaps it was safe for them. The king, who was braver than they and felt it needful to set them a good example, had never left his seat, and when at a new command of the princess, the bear once more turned into a man. He was silent from astonishment, and a suspicion of the truth began to dawn on him. Was it he who fetched the sword? Asked the king. Yes, it was, answered the princess, and then she told him the whole story, and how she had broken her gold ring and given him half of it. And the prince took out his half of the ring, and the princess took out hers, and they fitted perfectly. Next day, the deceitful Red Knight was stripped from his knighthood and was demoted back to serf, as he richly deserved. And the kingdom celebrated a new marriage feast for the young prince and princess, who then lived happily ever after. This lovely fairy tale is made up of 7 little stories and is one of Andersen's longest and most famous tales, and has been the inspiration for many books and films, including Disney's Frozen. The first story describes a looking glass and the broken fragments. You must attend to the commencement of this story, for when we get to the end, we shall know more than we do now about a very wicked goblin. He was one of the very worst, for he was a real demon. One day, when he was in a merry mood, he made a looking glass which had the power of making everything good or beautiful that was reflected in it almost shrink to nothing, while everything that was worthless and bad looked increased in size and worse than ever. The most lovely landscapes appeared like boiled spinach, and the people became hideous and looked as if they stood on their heads and had no bodies. Their countenances were so distorted that no one could recognize them, and even one freckle on the face appeared to spread over the whole of the nose and mouth. The demon said this was very amusing. When a good thought passed through the mind of anyone, it was misrepresented in the glass, and then how the demon laughed at his cunning invention. all who went to the demon's school, for he kept a school, talked everywhere of the wonders they had seen, and declared that people could now, for the first time, see what the world and mankind were really like. They carried the glass about everywhere, till at last there was not a land nor a people who had not been looked at through this distorted mirror. They wanted even to fly with it up to heaven to see the angels, but the higher they flew, the more slippery the glass became, and they could scarcely hold it, till at last it slipped from their hands, fell to the earth, and was broken into millions of pieces. But now the looking glass caused more unhappiness than ever, for some of the fragments were not so large as a grain of sand, and they flew about the world into every country. When one of these tiny atoms flew into a person's eye, it stuck there unknown to him, and from that moment he saw everything through a distorted medium, or could see only the worst side of what he looked at, for even the smallest fragment retained the same power which had belonged to the whole mirror. Some few persons even got a fragment of the looking glass in their hearts, and this was very terrible, for their hearts became cold like a lump of ice. A few of the pieces were so large that they could be used as window panes. It would have been a sad thing to look at their friends through them. Other pieces were made into spectacles. This was dreadful for those who wore them, for they could see nothing either rightly or justly. At all this, the wicked demon laughed till his sides shook. It tickled him to see the mischief he had done. There were still a number of these little fragments of glass floating about in the air, and now you shall hear what happened with one of them. Second story, a little boy and a little girl. In a large town full of houses and people, there is not room for everybody to have even a little garden. Therefore, they are obliged to be satisfied with a few flowers in flower pots. In one of these large towns lived two poor children who had a garden something larger and better than a few flower pots. They were not brother and sister, but they loved each other almost as much as if they had been. Their parents lived opposite each other in two garrets, where the roofs of neighboring houses projected out towards each other, and the water pipe ran between them. In each house was a little window, so that anyone could step across the gutter from one window to the other. The parents of these children had each a large wooden box in which they cultivated kitchen herbs for their own use, and a little rose bush in each box, which grew splendidly. Now, after a while, the parents decided to place these two boxes across the water pipe, so that they reached from one window to the other and looked like two banks of flowers. Sweet peas drooped over the boxes, and the rose bushes shot forth long branches, which were trained round the windows and clustered together almost like an arch of leaves and flowers. The boxes were very high, and the children knew they must not climb upon them without permission, but they were often, however, allowed to step out together and sit upon their little stools under the rose bushes or play quietly. In winter, all this pleasure came to an end, for the windows were sometimes quite frozen over. but then they would warm copper pennies on the stove and hold the warm pennies against the frozen pane. There would be very soon a little round hole through which they could peep, and the soft bright eyes of the little boy and girl would beam through the hole at each window as they looked at each other. Their names were Kai and Gerda. In summer, they could be together with one jump from the window, but in winter they had to go up and down the long staircase and out through the snow before they could meet. "See, there are the white bees swarming," said Kai's old grandmother one day when it was snowing. "Have they a queen bee?" asked the little boy, for he knew that the real bees had a queen. "To be sure they have," said the grandmother. "She is flying there where the swarm is thickest. She is the largest of them all, and never remains on the earth, but flies up to the dark clouds. Often at midnight she flies through the streets of the town and looks in at the windows. Then the ice freezes on the panes into wonderful shapes that look like flowers and castles." "Yes, I have seen them," said both the children, and they knew it must be true. "Can the Snow Queen come in here?" asked the little girl. "Only let her come," said the boy. "I'll set her on the stove, and then she'll melt." The grandmother smoothed his hair and told him some more tales. One evening, when little Kai was at home, he climbed on a chair by the window and peeped out through the little hole. A few flakes of snow were falling, and one of them, rather larger than the rest, alighted on the edge of one of the flower boxes. This snowflake grew larger and larger, till at last it became the figure of a woman dressed in garments of white gauze, which looked like millions of starry snowflakes linked together. She was fair and beautiful, but made of ice, shining and glittery ice. Still, she was alive, and her eyes sparkled like bright stars, but there was neither peace nor rest in their glance. She nodded towards the window and waved her hand. The little boy was frightened and sprang from the chair. At the same moment, it seemed as if a large bird flew by the window. On the following day, there was a clear frost, and very soon came the spring. The sun shone, the young green leaves burst forth, the swallows built their nests, windows were opened, and the children sat once more in the garden on the roof. How beautiful the roses blossomed this summer. The little girl had learned a hymn in which roses were spoken of, and then she thought of their own roses, and she sang the hymn to the little boy, and he sang too. "Roses bloom and cease to be, but we shall the Christ child see." The little ones held each other by the hand and kissed the roses and looked at the bright sunshine and spoke to it as if the Christ child were there. Those were splendid summer days. How beautiful and fresh it was out among the rose bushes, which seemed as if they would never leave off blooming. One day, Kai and Gerda sat looking at a book full of pictures of animals and birds. And then, just as the clock in the church tower struck 12, Kai said, "Oh, something has struck my heart." And soon after, "There is something in my eye." The little girl put her arm round his neck and looked into his eye but she could see nothing. "I think it's gone," he said. But it was not gone. It was one of those bits of the looking glass, the magic mirror of which we have spoken, which made everything great and good appear small and ugly, while all that was wicked and bad became more visible, and every little fault could be plainly seen. Poor little Kai had also received a small grain in his heart, which very quickly turned to a lump of ice. He felt no more pain, but the glass was there still. "Why do you cry?" said he at last. "It makes you look ugly. There is nothing the matter with me now." "Oh, see," he cried suddenly, "that rose is worm-eaten, and this one is quite crooked. After all, they are ugly roses, just like the box in which they stand." And then he kicked the boxes with his foot and pulled off the 2 roses. "Kai, what are you doing?" cried the little girl. When he saw how frightened she was, he tore off another rose and jumped through his own window away from little Gerda. When she afterwards brought out the picture book, he said it was only fit for babies in long clothes. And when grandmother told any stories, he would interrupt her, or when he could manage it, he would get behind her chair, put on a pair of spectacles, and imitate her very cleverly to make people laugh. By and by, he began to mimic the speech and gait of persons in the street. All that was peculiar or disagreeable in a person he would imitate directly, but it was the piece of glass in his eye and the coldness in his heart that made him act like this. He would even tease little Gerda, who loved him with all her heart. His games, too, were quite different. They were not so childish. One winter's day, when it snowed, he brought out a burning glass. Then he held out the tail of his blue coat and let the snowflakes fall upon it. "Look in this glass, Gerda," said he. And she saw how every flake of snow was magnified and looked like a beautiful flower or a glittering star. "Is it not clever?" said Kai, "and much more interesting than looking at real flowers. There is not a single fault in it, and the snowflakes are quite perfect till they begin to melt." Soon after, Kai made his appearance in large, thick gloves and with his sledge at his back. He called upstairs to Gerda, "I've got to leave to go into the great square where the other boys play and ride." And away he went. In the great square, the boldest among the boys would often tie their sledges to the country people's carts and go with them a good way. But while they were all amusing themselves, and Kai with them, a great sledge came by. It was painted white, and in it sat someone wrapped in a rough white fur and wearing a white cap. The sledge drove twice round the square, and Kai fastened his own little sledge to it so that when it went away, he followed with it. It went faster and faster right through the next street, so Kai sat still, and they drove out through the town gate. Then the snow began to fall so heavily that the little boy could not see before him, but still they drove on. Then he suddenly loosened the cord so that the large sled might go on without him, but it was of no use. His little carriage held fast, and away they went like the wind. Then he called out loudly, but nobody heard him, while the snow beat upon him and the sledge flew onwards. Every now and then it gave a jump as if it were going over hedges and ditches. The snowflakes became larger and larger till they appeared like great white chickens. All at once they sprang on one side, the great sledge stopped, and the person who had driven it rose up. The fur and the cap, which were made entirely of snow, fell off, and he saw a lady, tall and white. It was the Snow Queen. "We have driven well," said she, "but why do you tremble? Here, creep into my warm fur." Then she seated him beside her in the sledge, and as she wrapped the fur around him, he felt as if he were sinking into a snowdrift. "Are you still cold?" she asked as she kissed him on the forehead. The kiss was colder than ice. It went quite through to his heart. He felt as if he were going to die, but only for a moment. He soon seemed quite well again and did not notice the cold around him. "My sledge, don't forget my sledge," was his first thought. And then he looked and saw that it was bound fast to one of the white chickens, which flew behind him with the sledge at its back. The Snow Queen kissed little Kai again, and by this time he had forgotten little Gerda, his grandmother, and all at home. "Now you must have no more kisses," she said, "or I should kiss you to death." Kai looked at her and saw that she was so beautiful. He could not imagine a more lovely and intelligent face. She did not now seem to be made of ice, as when he had seen her through his window and she had nodded to him. In his eyes she was perfect, and she did not feel at all afraid. He told her he could do mental arithmetic as far as fractions, and that he knew the number of square miles and the number of inhabitants in the country. And she always smiled so that he thought he did not know enough yet, and she looked round the vast expanse as she flew higher and higher with him upon a black cloud, while the storm blew and howled as if it were singing old songs. They flew over woods and lakes, over sea and land. Below them roared the wild wind, the wolves howled, and the snow crackled. Over them flew the black screaming crows, and above all shone the moon clear and bright. And so Kai passed through the long winter's night, and by day he slept at the feet of the Snow Queen. Third story, The Flower Garden. But how fared little Gerda during Kai's absence? What had become of him no one knew, nor could anyone give the slightest information. Many tears were shed for him, and little Gerda wept bitterly for a long time. She said she knew he must be dead, that he was drowned in the river which flowed close by the school. Oh, indeed, those long winter days were very dreary, but at last spring came with warm sunshine. "Kai is dead and gone," said little Gerda. "I don't believe it," said the sunshine. "He is dead and gone," she said to the sparrows. "We don't believe it," they replied, and at last little Gerda began to doubt it herself. "I will put on my new red shoes," she said one morning. those that Kai has never seen, and then I will go down to the river and ask for him." It was quite early when she kissed her old grandmother, who was still asleep. She put on her red shoes and went quite alone out of the town gates toward the river. "Is it true that you have taken my little playmate away from me?" she said to the river. "I will give you my red shoes if you will give him back to me." And it seemed as if the waves nodded to her in a strange manner. Then she took off her red shoes and threw them both into the river. They fell near the bank, and the little waves carried them back to the land. But she thought the shoes had not been thrown out far enough. Then she crept into a boat that lay among the reeds and threw the shoes again from the farther end of the boat into the water. But it was not fastened, and her movement sent it gliding away from the land. When she saw this, she hastened to reach the end of the boat, but before she could so, it was more than a yard from the bank and drifting away faster than ever. Little Gerda was very much frightened and began to cry. Little Gerda sat quite still with only her stockings on her feet. The red shoes floated after her, but she could not reach them because the boat kept so much in advance. The banks on each side of the river were very pretty. There were beautiful flowers, old trees, sloping fields in which cows and sheep were grazing, but not a man to be seen. "Perhaps the river will carry me to little Kai," thought Gerda. And then she became more cheerful and raised her head and looked at the beautiful green banks. And so the boat sailed on for hours. At length she came to a large cherry orchard in which stood a small red house with strange red and blue windows. It had also a thatched roof, and outside were 2 wooden soldiers that presented arms to her as she sailed past. Gerda called out to them, for she thought they were alive, but of course they did not answer. And as the boat drifted nearer to the shore, she saw what they really were. Gerda called still louder, and there came a very old woman out of the house, leaning on a crutch. She wore a large hat to shade her from the sun, and on it were painted all sorts of pretty flowers. "You poor little child," said the old woman. "How did you manage to come all this distance into the wild world on such a rapid rolling stream?" And then the old woman walked in the water, seized the boat with her crutch, drew it to land, and lifted Gerda out. And Gerda was glad to feel herself on dry ground, although she was rather afraid of the strange old woman. "Come and tell me who you are," said she, "and how came you here?" Then Gerda told her everything, and when she had finished, Gerda asked if she had not seen little Kai, and the old woman told her he had not passed by that way. Then she took Gerda by the hand and led her into the little house, and the old woman closed the door. The windows were very high, and as the panes were red, blue, and yellow, the daylight shone through them in all sorts of singular colors. On the table stood beautiful cherries, and Gerda had permission to eat as many as she would. While she was eating them, the old woman combed out her long flaxen ringlets with a golden comb, and the glossy curls hung down on each side of the little round pleasant face, which looked fresh and blooming as a rose. I have long been wishing for a dear little maiden like you, said the old woman, and now you must stay with me and see how happily we shall live together. And while she went on combing little Gerda's hair, she thought less and less about Kai, for the old woman could conjure. Although she was not a wicked witch, she conjured only a little for her own amusement. She went into the garden and stretched out her crutch towards all the rose trees, and they immediately sunk into the dark earth so that no one could tell where they had once stood. The old woman was afraid that if little Gerda saw roses, she would think of those at home and run away. Then she took Gerda into the flower garden. How fragrant and beautiful it was! Every flower that could be thought of for every season of the year was here in full bloom. No picture book could have more beautiful colors. Gerda jumped for joy and played till the sun went down behind the tall cherry trees. Then she slept in an elegant bed with red silk pillows embroidered with colored violets, and then she dreamed as pleasantly as a queen on her wedding day. The next day, and for many days after, Gerda played with the flowers in the warm sunshine. She knew every flower, and yet, although there were so many of them, it seemed as if one were missing, but which it was she could not tell. One day, as she sat looking at the old woman's hat with the painted flowers on it, she saw that the prettiest of them all was a rose. The old woman had forgotten to take it from her hat when she made all the roses sink into the earth. "Are there no roses here?" cried Gerda. She ran out into the garden and examined all the beds and searched and searched. There was not one to be found. Then she sat down and wept, and her tears fell just on the place where one of the rose trees had sunk down. The warm tears moistened the earth, and the rose tree sprouted up at once, and Gerda embraced it and kissed the roses, and thought of the beautiful roses at home. "Oh, how I've been detained," said the little maiden. "My poor old grandmother," sighed Gerda. "She is longing to see me and grieving for me as she did for little Kai." She tucked up her little dress, and then she ran to the other end of the garden. The door was fastened, but she pressed against the rusty latch. The door sprang open, and little Gerda ran out with bare feet into the wide world. She looked back 3 times, but no one seemed to be following her. She could run no longer, so she sat down to rest on a great stone, and when she looked round, she saw that the summer was over. "Oh, how I've wasted my time," said little Gerda. "I must not rest any longer," and she rose up to go on. Her little feet were wounded and sore, and everything around her looked so cold and bleak. The long willow trees were quite yellow. The dewdrops fell like water. Leaf after leaf dropped from the trees. How dark and weary the whole world appeared. 4th story, The Prince and Princess. Gerda was obliged to rest again, and just opposite the place where she sat, she saw a great crow come hopping across the snow toward her. He stood looking at her for some time, and then he wagged his head and said, "Caw, caw, good day, good day." And then he asked her where she was going all alone in the wide world. So then she told the crow the whole story of her life and adventures, and asked him if he had seen little Kai. The crow nodded his head very gravely and said, "Perhaps I have. It may be." "Do you think you have?" cried little Gerda. And she kissed the crow and hugged him almost to death with joy. "Gently, gently," said the crow. "I believe I know. I think it may be little Kai, but he has certainly forgotten you by this time for the princess." "Does he live with a princess?" asked Gerda. "Yes," and he told her what he had heard. "In this kingdom where we are now," said he, "there lives a princess who is so wonderfully clever that she has read all the newspapers in the world. A short time ago, as she was sitting on her throne, she determined to marry if she could find a husband who knew what to say when he was spoken to, and not one who could only look grand, for that was so tiresome. You may believe that every word I tell you is true," said the crow, "for I have a tame sweetheart who goes freely about the palace, and she told me all of this." Newspapers were published immediately with a border of hearts and the initials of the princess among them. They gave notice that every young man who was handsome was free to visit the castle and speak with the princess, and those who could reply loud enough to be heard when spoken to were to make themselves quite at home at the palace. But the one who spoke best would be chosen as a husband for the princess. "Yes, yes, you may believe me. It is all as true as I sit here," said the crow. "The people came in crowds. There was a great deal of crushing and running about. There was quite a long line of them reaching from the town gate to the palace. They were hungry and thirsty, for at the palace they did not even get a glass of water. Some of the wisest had taken a few slices of bread and butter with them, but they did not share it with their neighbors. They thought if they went in to the princess looking hungry, there would be a better chance for themselves. It was on the third day there came marching cheerfully along to the palace a little person, his eyes sparkling like yours. He had beautiful long hair, but his clothes were very poor." "That was Kai," said Gerda joyfully. "Oh, then I have found him," and she clapped her hands. The rooms were blazing with light. Counselors and ambassadors walked about with bare feet, carrying golden vessels. It was enough to make anyone feel serious. His boots creaked loudly as he walked, and yet he was not at all uneasy. "It must be Kai," said Gerda. "I know he had new boots on. I have heard them creak in grandmother's room." "They really did creak," said the crow. Yet he went boldly up to the princess herself, who was sitting on a pearl as large as a spinning wheel, and all the ladies of the court were present with their maids, and all the cavaliers and their servants. They all stood in circles round the princess. Did Kai win the princess? He was quite free and agreeable, and said he had not come to woo the princess, but to hear her wisdom, and he was as pleased with her as she was with him. "Oh, certainly that was Kai," said Gerda. "He was so clever. He could work mental arithmetic and fractions." "Will you take me to the palace?" "It is very easy to ask that," replied the crow, "but how are we to manage it? However, I will speak about it to my tame sweetheart and ask her advice, for I must tell you, It will be very difficult to gain permission for a little girl like you to enter the palace." "Oh, yes, but I shall gain permission easily," said Gerda, "for when Kai hears that I am here, he will come out and fetch me immediately." "Wait for me here by the palings," said the crow, wagging his head as he flew away. It was late in the evening before the crow returned. "It is not possible for you to enter the palace by the front entrance. The guards in silver uniform and the servants would not allow it. But do not cry. We will manage to get you in. My sweetheart knows a little back staircase that leads to the sleeping apartments, and she knows where to find the key." They went into the garden through the great avenue where the leaves were falling one after another, and they could see the light in the palace being put out in the same manner. And the crow led little Gerda to the back door, which stood ajar. How little Gerda's heart beat with anxiety and longing. It was just as if she were going to do something wrong, and yet she only wanted to know where little Kai was. It must be he, she thought, with those clear eyes and that long hair. He would certainly be glad to see her and to hear what a long distance she had come for his sake. Oh, what joy and yet fear she felt. They were now on the stairs, and in a small closet at the top, in the middle of the floor, stood the tame crow, turning her head from side to side and gazing at Gerda, who curtsied as her grandmother had taught her to do. "My betrothed has spoken so very highly of you, my little lady," said the tame crow. "Your life history is very touching. If you will take the lamp, I will walk before you." They now came into the first hall, the walls of which were hung with rose-colored satin embroidered with artificial flowers. Each hall appeared more splendid than the last. At length they reached a bedroom. The ceiling was like a great palm tree with glass leaves of the most costly crystal, and over the center of the floor 2 beds, each resembling a lily. One, in which the princess lay, was white, the other was red, and in this Gerda had to seek for little Kai. She pushed one of the red leaves aside and saw a little brown neck. That must be Kai. She called his name out quite loud and held the lamp over him. He woke and turned his head round. It was not little Kai. The prince was only like him in the neck. Then the princess peeped out of her white lily bed and asked what was the matter. Little Gerda wept and told her story and all that the crows had done to help her. "You poor child," said the prince and princess. And then the prince got out of his bed and gave it up to Gerda. Then she closed her eyes and fell into a sweet sleep. The following day she was dressed from head to foot in silk and velvet, and they invited her to stay at the palace for a few days, but she only begged for a pair of boots and a little carriage and a horse to draw it, so that she might go into the wide world to seek for Kai. And she obtained not only boots, but also a muff, and she was neatly dressed. And when she was ready to go, there at the door she found a coach made of pure gold, with the coat of arms of the prince and princess shining upon it like a star, and the coachmen, footmen, and outriders all wearing golden crowns on their heads. The prince and princess themselves helped her into the coach and wished her success. The forest crow, who was now married, accompanied her for the first 3 miles. The coach was well stored with sweet cakes, and under the seat were fruit and gingerbread nuts. "Farewell, farewell," cried the prince and princess, and little Gerda wept. And then, after a few miles, the crow also said farewell, and this was the saddest parting. 5th story, Little Robber Girl. The coach drove on through a thick forest, where it lighted up the way like a torch and dazzled the eyes of some robbers who could not bear to let it pass them. "It is gold, it is gold," cried they, rushing forward and seizing the horses. Then they struck their little jockeys, the coachman and the footman dead, and pulled little Gerda out of the carriage. "She is fat and pretty," said the old robber woman, who had a long beard and eyebrows that hung over her eyes. "She is as good as a little lamb. How nice she will taste!" And as she said this, she drew forth a shining knife. "Ouch!" screamed the old woman the same moment, for her own daughter, who held her back, had bitten her in the ear. She was a wild and naughty girl. "She shall play with me," said the little robber girl. "She shall give me her muff and her pretty dress." And then she bit her mother again and made her spring in the air and jump about. "I will have a ride in the coach," said the little robber girl. She and Gerda seated themselves in the coach and drove away over stumps and stones into the depths of the forest. The little robber girl was about the same size as Gerda, but stronger. She had broader shoulders and a darker skin. Her eyes were quite black, and she had a mournful look. "I suppose you are a princess?" "No," said Gerda, and then she told her whole story and how fond she was of little Kai. The robber girl looked earnestly at her, and then she wiped Gerda's eyes and stuck her own hands in the beautiful muff, which was so soft and warm. The coach stopped in the courtyard of a robber's castle, the walls of which were cracked from top to bottom. Ravens and crows flew in and out of the holes and crevices, while great bulldogs were jumping about. In the large and smoky hall, a bright fire was burning on the stone floor. Soup was boiling in a large cauldron, and hares and rabbits were roasting on the spit. "You shall sleep with me and all my little animals tonight," said the robber girl after they had had something to eat and drink. So she took Gerda to a corner of the hall where some straw and carpets were laid down. Above them were more than 100 pigeons, who all seemed to be asleep. "These all belong to me," said the robber girl. "And here is my old sweetheart, Ba," and she dragged out a reindeer by the horn. He wore a bright copper ring round his neck and was tied up. We are obliged to hold him tight too, or else he would run away from us also. But now tell me again all about little Kai and why you went into the world." Gerda repeated her story over again. The little robber girl was soon fast asleep, but Gerda could not close her eyes at all. She knew not whether she was to live or die. The robbers sat round the fire, singing and drinking, and the old woman stumbled about. Then the wood pigeon said, "Coo, coo, we have seen little Kai." A white fowl carried his sledge, and he sat in the carriage of the Snow Queen, which drove through the wood while we were lying in our nest. She blew upon us, and all the young ones died. Coo, coo. What are you saying up there? Cried Gerda. Where was the Snow Queen going? Do you know anything about it? She was most likely traveling to Lapland, where there is always snow and ice. Ask the reindeer that is fastened up with the rope. Yes, there is always snow and ice, said the reindeer, and it is a glorious place. You can leap and run about freely on the sparkling ice plains. The Snow Queen has her summer tent there, but her strong castle is at the North Pole on an island called Spitzbergen. Oh, Kai, little Kai, sighed Gerda. In the morning, Gerda told her all that the wood pigeons had said, and the little robber girl looked quite serious and nodded her head and said, Do you know where Lapland is? She asked the reindeer. Who should know better than I do? Said the animal, while his eyes sparkled. I was born and brought up there, and used to run about the snow-covered plains. Now listen, said the robber girl. Only Mother is here, but at noon she always drinks out of a great bottle and afterwards sleeps for a little while, and then I'll do something for you. When the mother had drunk out of the bottle and was gone to sleep, the little robber maiden went to the reindeer and said, I will untie your cord and set you free so that you may run away to Lapland. But you must make good use of your legs and carry this little maiden to the castle of the Snow Queen. The reindeer jumped for joy, and the little robber girl lifted Gerda on his back. Here are your fur boots for you, said she, for it will be very cold. Gerda wept for joy. I don't like to see you fret, said the little robber girl. You ought to look quite happy now, and here are 2 loaves and a ham, so that you need not starve. They were fastened on the reindeer, and then the little robber maiden opened the door, coaxed in all the great dogs, cut the string with which the reindeer was fastened with her sharp knife, and said, Now run, but mind you, take good care of the little girl. And then Gerda stretched out her hand with the great mitten on it and said, Farewell, and away flew the reindeer over stumps and stones, through the great forest, over marshes and plains, as quickly as he could. The wolves howled, and the ravens screamed, while up in the sky quivered red lights like flames of fire. There are my northern lights, said the reindeer. See how they flash? And he ran on day and night, still faster and faster, but the loaves and ham were all eaten by the time they reached Lapland. 6th story, The Lapland Woman and the Finland Woman. They stopped at a little hut. It was very mean-looking. The roof sloped nearly down to the ground, and the door was so low that the family had to creep in on their hands and knees when they went in and out. There was no one at home but an old Lapland woman who was cooking fish by the light of a train oil lamp. The reindeer told her all about Gerda's story. Gerda was so pinched with the cold that she could not speak. Oh, you poor things, said the Lapland woman. You have a long way to go yet. You must travel more than 100 miles farther to Finland. The Snow Queen lives there now, and she burns Bengal lights every evening. I will write a few words on a dried stockfish, for I have no paper, and you can take it from me to the Finland woman who lives there. She can give you better information than I can." When Gerda was warmed and had taken something to eat and drink, the woman wrote a few words on the dried fish. Then she tied her again on the reindeer, and he set off at full speed. Flash, flash went the beautiful blue northern lights in the air the whole night long, and at length they reached Finland and knocked at the chimney of the Finland woman's hut, for it had no door above the ground. They crept in, but it was so terribly hot inside that the woman wore scarcely any clothes. She was small and very dirty looking. She loosened little Gerda's dress and took off her fur boots and the mittens, or Gerda would have been unable to bear the heat. And then she placed a piece of ice on the reindeer's head and read what was written on the dried fish. The reindeer told his own story first, and then little Gerda's, and the woman twinkled with her clever eyes, but she said nothing. "You are so clever," said the reindeer. "Cannot you give this little maiden something to overcome the Snow Queen?" She went to a shelf and took down and unrolled a large skin on which was inscribed wonderful characters, and she read till perspiration ran down her forehead. But the reindeer begged so hard for little Gerda, and Gerda looked at the Finland woman with such beseeching, tearful eyes, so she drew the reindeer into a corner and whispered to him, "Little Kai is really with the Snow Queen, but he finds everything there so much to his taste and his liking that he believes it is the finest place in the world. But this is because he has a piece of broken glass in his heart and a little piece of glass in his eye. These must be taken out, or he will never be a human being again, and the Snow Queen will retain her power over him." "But can you not give little Gerda something to help her conquer this power?" "I can give her no greater power than she already has," said the woman. "Don't you see how strong that is? How men and animals are obliged to serve her, and how well she has got through the world, barefooted as she is? She cannot receive any power from me greater than she now has, which consists in her own purity and innocence of heart. If she cannot herself obtain access to the Snow Queen and remove the glass fragments from little Kai, we can do nothing to help her." 2 miles from here, the Snow Queen's garden begins. You can carry the little girl so far and set her down by the large bush which stands in the snow, covered with red berries. Do not stay gossiping, but come back here as quickly as you can. Then the Finland woman lifted little Gerda upon the reindeer, and he ran away with her as quickly as he could. "Oh, I have forgotten my boots and my mittens," cried little Gerda as soon as she felt the cutting cold. But the reindeer dared not stop, so he ran on till he reached the bush with the red berries. Here he set Gerda down, and he kissed her, and the great bright tears trickled over the animal's cheeks. Then he left her and ran back as fast as he could. There stood poor Gerda, without shoes, without gloves, in the midst of cold, dreary, ice-bound Finland. She ran forwards as quickly as she could, when a whole regiment of snowflakes came round her. They did not, however, fall from the sky, which was quite clear and glittering with the northern lights. The snowflakes ran along the ground, and the nearer they came to her, the larger they appeared. Gerda remembered how large and beautiful they looked through the burning glass, but these were really larger and much more terrible, for they were alive and were the guards of the Snow Queen and had the strangest shapes. Some were like great porcupines, others like twisted serpents with heads stretching out. Little Gerda repeated the Lord's Prayer, and the cold was so great that she could see her own breath come out of her mouth like steam as she uttered the words. The steam appeared to increase as she continued her prayer till it took the shape of little angels. They all wore helmets on their heads and carried spears and shields. Their number continued to increase more and more, and by the time Gerda had finished her prayers, a whole legion stood round her. They thrust their spears into the terrible snowflakes so that they shivered into 100 pieces, and little Gerda could go forward with courage and safety. The angels stroked her hands and feet so that she felt the cold less, and she hastened on to the Snow Queen's castle. But now we must see what Kai is doing. In truth, he thought not of little Gerda and never supposed she could be standing in the front of the palace. 7th story: The Palace of the Snow Queen and what happened there at last. The walls of the palace were formed of drifted snow, and the windows and doors of the cutting winds. There were more than 100 rooms in it, all as if they had been formed with snow blown together. The largest of them extended for several miles. They were all lighted by the vivid northern lights, and they were so large and empty. Vast and cold were the halls of the Snow Queen. The flickering flame of the northern lights could be plainly seen from every part of the castle. In the midst of its empty, endless hall of snow was a frozen lake, broken on its surface into 1,000 forms. Each piece resembled another from being in itself perfect as a work of art, and in the center of this lake sat the Snow Queen. Little Kai was quite blue with cold, indeed almost black, but he did not feel it, for the Snow Queen had kissed away the icy shiverings, and his heart was already a lump of ice. He dragged some sharp, flat pieces of ice to and fro and placed them together in all kinds of positions, just as we try to form various figures with little tablets of wood, which we call a Chinese puzzle. Kai's fingers were very artistic. It was the icy game of reason at which he played, and in his eyes the figures were very remarkable and of the highest importance. This opinion was owing to the piece of glass still sticking in his eye. He composed many complete figures, forming different words, but there was one word he never could manage to form. It was the word eternity. The Snow Queen had said to him, "When you can find out this, you shall be your own master, and I will give you the whole world and a new pair of skates." But he could not accomplish it. "Now I must hasten away to warmer countries," said the Snow Queen. "I will go and look into the black craters of the tops of the burning mountains, Etna and Vesuvius as they are called. I shall make them look white, which will be good for them, and for the lemons and the grapes." And away flew the Snow Queen, leaving little Kai quite alone in the great hall. So he sat and looked at his pieces of ice and was thinking so deeply and sat so still that anyone might have supposed he was frozen. Just at this moment, it happened that little Gerda came through the great door of the castle. Cutting winds were raging around her, but she offered up a prayer, and the winds sank down as if they were going to sleep, and she went on till she came to the large empty hall and caught sight of Kai. She flew to him and threw her arms round his neck and held him fast, while she exclaimed, "Kai, dear little Kai, I have found you at last." But he sat quite still, stiff and cold. Little Gerda wept hot tears, which fell on his breast and penetrated into his heart and thawed the lump of ice and washed away the little piece of glass which had stuck there. Then he looked at her, and she sang, "Roses bloom and cease to be, but we shall the Christ child see." Kai burst into tears, and he wept so that the splinter of glass swam out of his eye. Then he recognized Gerda and said joyfully, "Gerda, dear little Gerda, where have you been all this time, and where have I been?" And he looked all around him and said, "How cold it is, and how large and empty it all looks." And he clung to Gerda, and she laughed and wept for joy. It was so pleasing to see them that the pieces of ice even danced about. Then Gerda kissed his cheeks, and they became blooming, and she kissed his eyes, and they shone like her own. She kissed his hands and his feet, and then he became quite healthy and cheerful. Then they took each other by the hand and went forth from the great palace of ice. They spoke of the grandmother and of the roses on the roof, and as they went on, the winds were at rest, and the sun burst forth. When they arrived at the bush with red berries, there stood the reindeer waiting for them, and he had brought another young reindeer with him. Then they carried Kai and Gerda first to the Finland woman, where they warmed themselves in the hot room. Next, they went to the Lapland woman, who had made some new clothes for them and put their sleighs in order. Both the reindeer ran by their side and followed them as far as the boundaries of the country, where the first green leaves were budding. And here they took leave of the two reindeer and all said farewell. The birds began to twitter, and the forest too was full of green young leaves, and out of it came a beautiful horse which Gerda remembered, for it was one which had drawn the golden coach. A young girl was riding upon it, with a shining red cap on her head and pistols in her belt. It was the little robber maiden who had got tired of staying at home. She was going first to the north, and if that did not suit her, she meant to try some other part of the world. She knew Gerda directly, and Gerda remembered her. It was a joyful meeting. "You are a fine fellow to go gadding about in this way," said she to little Kai. "I should like to know whether you deserve that anyone should go to the end of the world to find you." But Gerda patted her cheeks and asked after the prince and princess. "They are gone to foreign countries," said the robber girl. "And the crow?" asked Gerda. "Oh, the crow is dead," she replied. "His tame sweetheart is now a widow. But now tell me how you managed to get him back." Then Gerda and Kai told her all about it. "Snip, snap, snare, it's all right at last," said the robber girl. Then she took both their hands and promised that if she ever should pass through the town, she would call and pay them a visit. And then she rode away into the wide world. But Gerda and Kai went hand in hand towards home, and as they advanced, spring appeared more lovely with its green and its beautiful flowers. Very soon, they recognized the large town where they lived and found their way to their grandmother's door. They went upstairs into the little room where all looked just as it used to do. The old clock was going tick, tick, and the hands pointed to the time of day. But as they passed through the door into the room, they perceived that they were both grown up and become a man and a woman. The roses out on the roof were in full bloom and peeped in at the window, and there stood the little chairs on which they had sat when children, and Kai and Gerda seated themselves each on their own chair and held each other by the hand, while the cold, empty grandeur of the Snow Queen's palace vanished from their memories like a painful dream. The grandmother sat in God's bright sunshine, and she read aloud from the Bible. "Except ye become as little children, ye shall in no wise enter into the kingdom of God." Kai and Gerda looked into each other's eyes, and all at once understood the words, and they both sat there, grown up, yet children at heart. And it was summer, warm, beautiful summer. Long years ago in old Japan, there lived in the province of Ichigo, a very remote part of Japan even in these days, a man and his wife. When the story begins, they had been married for some years and were blessed with one little daughter. She was the joy and pride of both their lives, and in her they stored an endless source of happiness for their old age. What golden letter days in their memory were these that had marked her growing up from babyhood? The visit to the temple when she was just 30 days old, her proud mother carrying her, robed in ceremonial kimono, to be put under the patronage of the family's household god. Then her first dolls festival, when her parents gave her a set of dolls and their miniature belongings to be added to as year succeeded year. And perhaps the most important occasion of all, on her 3rd birthday, when her first broad brocade sash of scarlet and gold was tied round her small waist, a sign that she had crossed the threshold of girlhood and left infancy behind. Now that she was 7 years of age and had learned to talk and to wait upon her parents in those several little ways so dear to the hearts of fond parents, their cup of happiness seemed full. There could not be found in the whole of the island empire a happier little family. One day there was much excitement in the home, for the father had been suddenly summoned to the capital on business. In these days of railways and other modes of traveling, It is difficult to realize what such a journey as that from Matsuyama to Kyoto meant. The roads were rough and bad, and ordinary people had to walk every step of the way, whether the distance were 100 or several hundred miles. Indeed, in those days, it was as great an undertaking to go up to the capital as it is for a Japanese to make a voyage to Europe now. So, the wife was very anxious while she helped her husband get ready for the long journey, knowing what an arduous task lay before him. Vainly, she wished she could accompany him, but the distance was too great for the mother and child to go. And besides that, it was the wife's duty to take care of the home. All was ready at last, and the husband stood in the porch with his little family round him. "Do not be anxious. I will come back soon," said the man. "While I am away, take care of everything, and especially of our little daughter." "Yes, we shall be all right. But you must take care of yourself, and delay not a day in coming back to us," said the wife, while the tears fell like rain from her eyes. The little girl was the only one to smile, for she was ignorant of the sorrow of parting and did not know that going to the capital was at all different from walking to the next village, which her father did very often. She ran to his side and caught hold of his long sleeve to keep him a moment. "Father, I will be very good while I'm waiting for you to come back, so please bring me a present." As the father turned to take a last look at his weeping wife and smiling, eager child, he felt as if someone were pulling him back by the hair. So hard was it for him to leave them behind, for they had never been separated before. But he knew that he must go, for the call was imperative. With a great effort, he ceased to think and resolutely turned away. He went quickly down the little garden and out through the gate. His wife, catching up the child in her arms, ran as far as the gate and watched him as he went down the road between the pines till he was lost in the haze of the distance, and all she could see was his quaint peaked hat, and at last that vanished too. "Now father has gone, you and I must take care of everything till he comes back," said the mother as she made her way back to the house. "Yes, I will be very good," said the child, nodding her head. "And when father comes home, please tell him how good I've been, and then perhaps he will give me a present." "Father is sure to bring you something that you want very much. I know, for I asked him to bring you a doll. You must think of father every day and pray for a safe journey till he comes back." "Oh yes, when he comes home again, how happy I shall be," said the child, clapping her hands and her face growing bright with joy. It seemed to the mother, as she looked at the child's face, that her love for her grew deeper and deeper. Then she set to work to make the winter clothes for the three of them. She set up her simple wooden spinning wheel and spun the thread before she began to weave the stuffs. In the intervals of her work, She directed the little girl's games and taught her to read the old stories of her country. Thus did the wife find consolation in work during the lonely days of her husband's absence. While the time was thus slipping quickly by in the quiet home, the husband finished his business and returned. It would have been difficult for anyone who did not know the man well to recognize him. He had traveled day after day, exposed to all weathers for about a month altogether, and was sunburnt to bronze. But his fond wife and child knew him at a glance and flew to meet him from either side, each catching hold of one of his sleeves in their eager greeting. Both the man and his wife rejoiced to find each other well. It seemed a very long time to all till his straw sandals were untied, his large umbrella had taken off, and he was again in their midst in the old familiar sitting room that had been so empty while he was away. As soon as they had sat down on the white mats, the father opened a bamboo basket that he had brought in with him and took out a beautiful doll and a lacquer box full of cakes. "Here," he said to the little girl, "is a present. It is a prize for taking care of Mother and the house so well while I was away." "Thank you," said the child, as she bowed her head to the ground, and then put her hand just like a little maple leaf with its eager widespread fingers to take the doll and the box, both of which, coming from the capital, were prettier than anything she had ever seen. No words can tell how delighted the little girl was. Her face seemed as if it would melt with joy, and she had no eyes and no thought for anything else. Again, the husband dived into the basket and brought out this time a square wooden box, carefully tied up with red and white string, and handing it to his wife said, "And this is for you." The wife took the box and, opening it carefully, took out a metal disc with a handle attached. One side was bright and shining like a crystal, and the other was covered with raised figures of pine trees and storks, which had been carved out of its smooth surface in lifelike reality. Never had she seen such a thing in her life. She gazed into the shining disk, and looking up with surprise and wonder, she said, "I see somebody looking at me in this round thing. What is it that you have given me?" The husband laughed and said, "Why, it is your own face that you see. What I have brought you is called a mirror, and whoever looks into its clear surface can see their own form reflected there. Although there are none to be found in this out-of-the-way place, they have been in use in the capital from the most ancient times. There, the mirror is considered a very necessary requisite for a woman to possess. There is an old proverb that as the sword is the soul of a samurai, so is the mirror the soul of a woman. And according to popular tradition, a woman's mirror is an index to her own heart. If she keeps it bright and clear, so is her heart pure and good. It is also one of the treasures that form the insignia of the emperor, so you must lay great store by your mirror and use it carefully." The wife listened to all her husband told her and was pleased at learning so much that was new to her. she was still more pleased at the precious gift, his token of remembrance while he had been away. If the mirror represents my soul, I shall certainly treasure it as a valuable possession, and never will I use it carelessly. Saying so, she lifted it as high as her forehead in grateful acknowledgment of the gift, and then shut it up in its box and put it away. The wife saw that her husband was very tired and set about serving the evening meal and making everything as comfortable as she could for him. It seemed to the little family as if they had not known what true happiness was before. So glad were they to be together again, and this evening the father had much to tell of his journey and of all he had seen at the great capital. Time passed away in the peaceful home, and the parents saw their fondest hopes realized as their daughter grew from childhood into a beautiful girl of 16. As a gem of priceless value is held in its proud owner's hand, so had they reared her with unceasing love and care, and now their pains were more than doubly rewarded. What a comfort she was to her mother as she went about the house taking her part in the housekeeping, and how proud her father was of her, for she daily reminded him of her mother when he had first married her. But alas, in this world nothing lasts forever. Even the moon is not always perfect in shape, but loses its roundness with time, and flowers bloom and then fade. So at last, the happiness of this family was broken up by great sorrow. The good and gentle wife and mother was one day taken ill. In the first days of her illness, the father and daughter thought it was only a cold and were not particularly anxious. But the days went by, and still the mother did not get better. She only grew worse, and the doctor was puzzled, for in spite of all he did, the poor woman grew weaker day by day. The father and daughter were stricken with grief, and day or night the girl never left her mother's side. But in spite of all their efforts, the woman's life was not to be saved. One day, as the girl sat near her mother's bed, trying to hide with a cheery smile the gnawing trouble at her heart, the mother roused herself and, taking her daughter's hand, gazed earnestly and lovingly into her eyes. Her breath was labored, and she spoke with difficulty. "My daughter, I am sure that nothing can save me now. When I am dead, promise me to take care of your dear father and to try to be a good and dutiful woman." "Oh, mother," said the girl, as the tears rushed to her eyes, "you must not say such things. All you have to do is to make haste and get well. That will bring the greatest happiness to father and myself." "Yes, I know, and it is a comfort for me in my last days to know how greatly you long for me to get better. But it is not to be. Do not look so sorrowful, for it was ordained in my previous state of existence that I should die in this life just at this time. Knowing this, I am quite resigned to my fate. And now I have something to give you whereby to remember me when I am gone." Putting her hand out, she took from the side of the pillow a square wooden box tied up with silken cord and tassels. Undoing this very carefully, she took out of the box the mirror that her husband had given her years ago. When you were still a little child, your father went up to the capital and brought me back as a present this treasure. It is called a mirror. This I give you before I die. If, after I have ceased to be in this life, you are lonely and long to see me sometimes, then take out this mirror, and in the clear and shining surface you will always see me. So you will be able to meet with me often and tell me all your heart. And though I shall not be able to speak, I shall understand and sympathize with you, whatever may happen to you in the future. With these words, the dying woman handed the mirror to her daughter. The mind of the good mother seemed to be now at rest, and sinking back without another word, her spirit passed quietly away that day. The bereaved father and daughter were wild with grief, and they abandoned themselves to their bitter sorrow. They felt it to be impossible to take leave of the loved woman who till now had filled their whole lives and to commit her body to the earth. But this frantic burst of grief passed, and then they took possession of their own hearts again, crushed though they were in resignation. In spite of this, the daughter's life seemed to her desolate. Her love for her dead mother did not grow less with time, and so keen was her remembrance that everything in daily life, even the falling of the rain and the blowing of the wind, reminded her of her mother's death and of all that they had loved and shared together. One day when her father was out and she was fulfilling her household duties alone, her loneliness and sorrow seemed more than she could bear. She threw herself down in her mother's room and wept as if her heart would break. Poor child, she longed just for one glimpse of the loved face, one sound of the voice calling her pet name, or for one moment's forgetfulness of the aching void in her heart. Suddenly she sat up. Her mother's last words had rung through her memory, hitherto dulled by grief. Oh, my mother told me when she gave me the mirror as a parting gift, that whenever I looked into it, I should be able to meet her, to see her. I had nearly forgotten her lost words. How silly I am. I will get the mirror now and see if it can possibly be true. She dried her eyes quickly and, going to the cupboard, took out the box that contained the mirror, her heart beating with expectation as she lifted the mirror out and gazed into its smooth face. Behold, her mother's words were true. In the round mirror before her, she saw her mother's face. But oh, the joyful surprise! It was not her mother, thin and wasted by illness, but the young and beautiful woman as she remembered her far back in the days of her own earliest childhood. It seemed to the girl that the face in the mirror must soon speak, almost that she heard the voice of her mother telling her again to grow up a good woman and a dutiful daughter. So earnestly did the eyes in the mirror look back into her own. It is certainly my mother's soul that I see. She knows how miserable I am without her, and she has come to comfort me. Whenever I long to see her, she will meet me here. How grateful I ought to be. and from this time the weight of sorrow was greatly lightened for her young heart. Every morning to gather strength for the day's duties before her, and every evening for consolation before she lay down to rest, did the young girl take out the mirror and gaze at the reflection which in the simplicity of her innocent heart she believed to be her mother's soul. Daily she grew in the likeness of her dead mother's character, and was gentle and kind to all, and a dutiful daughter to her father. A year spent in mourning had thus passed away in the little household, when, by the advice of his relations, the man married again, and the daughter now found herself under the authority of a stepmother. It was a trying position, but her days spent in the recollection of her own beloved mother and of trying to be what that mother would wish her to be had made the young girl docile and patient, and she now determined to be filial and dutiful to her father's wife in all respects. Everything went on apparently smoothly in the family for some time under the new regime. There were no winds or waves of discord to ruffle the surface of everyday life, and the father was content. But it is a woman's danger to be pretty and mean, and stepmothers are proverbial all the world over, and this one's heart was not as her first smiles were. As the days and weeks grew into months, the stepmother began to treat the motherless girl unkindly and to try and come between the father and child. Sometimes she went to her husband and complained of her stepdaughter's behavior, but the father, knowing that this was to be expected, took no notice of her ill-natured complaints. Instead of lessening his affection for his daughter as the woman desired, her grumblings only made him think of her the more. The woman soon saw that he began to show more concern for his lonely child than before. This did not please her at all, and she began to turn over in her mind how she could by some means or other drive her stepchild out of the house. So crooked did the woman's heart become. She watched the girl carefully, and one day, peeping into her room in the early morning, she thought she discovered a grave enough sin of which to accuse the child to her father. The woman herself was a little frightened, too, at what she had seen. So she went at once to her husband, and wiping away some false tears, she said in a sad voice, "Please give me permission to leave you today." The man was completely taken by surprise at the suddenness of her request, and wondered whatever was the matter. "Do you find it so disagreeable," he asked, "in my house, that you can stay no longer?" No, it has nothing to do with you. Even in my dreams, I have never thought that I wished to leave your side. But if I go on living here, I am in danger of losing my life, so I think it best for all concerned that you should allow me to go home." And the woman began to weep afresh. Her husband, distressed to see her so unhappy, and thinking that he could not have heard aright, said, "Tell me what you mean. How is your life in danger here?" "I will tell you since you ask me. Your daughter dislikes me as her stepmother. For some time past, she has shut herself up in her room morning and evening, and looking in as I pass by, I am convinced that she has made an image of me and is trying to kill me by magic art, cursing me daily. It is not safe for me to stay here, Such being the case, indeed I must go away. We cannot live under the same roof anymore." The husband listened to the dreadful tale, but he could not believe his gentle daughter guilty of such an evil act. He knew that by popular superstition, people believed that one person could cause the gradual death of another by making an image of the hated one and cursing it daily. But where had his young daughter learned such knowledge? The thing was impossible. Yet, he remembered having noticed that his daughter stayed much in her room of late and kept herself away from everyone, even when visitors came to the house. Putting this fact together with his wife's alarm, he thought that there might be something to account for the strange story. His heart was torn between doubting his wife and trusting his child, and he knew not what to do. He decided to go at once to his daughter and try to find out the truth. Comforting his wife and assuring her that her fears were groundless, he glided quietly to his daughter's room. The girl had for a long time past been very unhappy. She had tried by amiability and obedience to show her good will and to mollify the new wife, and to break down that wall of prejudice and misunderstanding that she knew generally stood between step-parents and their stepchildren. But soon she found that her efforts were in vain. The stepmother never trusted her and seemed to misinterpret all her actions, and the poor child knew very well that she often carried unkind and untrue tales to her father. She could not help comparing her present unhappy condition with the time when her own mother was alive only a little more than a year ago. So great a change in this short time. Morning and evening she wept over the remembrance. Whenever she could, she went to her room and, sliding the screen, took out the mirror and gazed, as she thought, at her mother's face. It was the only comfort that she had in these wretched days. Her father found her occupied in this way. Pushing aside the screen, he saw her bending over something. Looking over her shoulder to see who was entering her room, the girl was surprised to see her father, for he generally sent for her when he wished to speak to her. She was also confused at being found looking at the mirror, for she had not told anyone of her mother's last promise, but had kept it as the sacred secret of her heart. So before turning to her father, she slipped the mirror into her long sleeve. Her father, noting her confusion and her act of hiding something, said in a severe manner, "Daughter, what are you doing here? And what is that you have hidden in your sleeve?" The girl was frightened by her father's severity. Never had he spoken to her in such a tone. Her confusion changed to apprehension, her color from scarlet to white. She sat dumb and shamefaced, unable to reply. Appearances were certainly against her. The young girl looked guilty, and the father, thinking that perhaps after all what his wife had told him was true, spoke angrily. "Then, is it really true that you are daily cursing your stepmother and praying for her death? Have you forgotten what I told you? That although she is your stepmother, you must be obedient and loyal to her. What evil spirit has taken possession of your heart that you should be so wicked? You have certainly changed, my daughter. What has made you so disobedient and unfaithful?" And the father's eyes filled with sudden tears to think that he should have to upbraid his daughter in this way. She, on her part, did not know what he meant, for she had never heard of the superstition that by praying over an image it is possible to cause death of a hated person. But she saw that she must speak and clear herself somehow. She loved her father dearly and could not bear the idea of his anger. She put out her hand on his knee. "Father, do not say such dreadful things to me. I am still your obedient child. Indeed I am. However stupid I may be, I should never be able to curse anyone who belonged to you, much less pray for the death of one you love. Surely someone has been telling you lies. And you are dazed, and you know not what you say, or some evil spirit has taken possession of your heart. As for me, I do not know of the evil thing which you accuse me." But the father remembered that she had hidden something away when he first entered the room, and even this earnest protest did not satisfy him. He wished to clear up his doubts once for all. "Then why are you always alone in your room these days? And tell me, what is that you have hidden in your sleeve? Show it to me at once." Then the daughter, though shy of confessing how she had cherished her mother's memory, saw that she must tell her father all in order to clear herself. So she slipped the mirror out from her long sleeve and laid it before him. "This," she said, "is what you saw me looking at just now." He said in great surprise, "This is the mirror that I brought as a gift to your mother when I went up to the capital many years ago. And so you have kept it all this time? Now why do you spend so much of your time before this mirror?" Then she told him of her mother's last words and of how she had promised to meet her child whenever she looked into the glass. But still, the father could not understand the simplicity of his daughter's character in not knowing that what she saw reflected in the mirror was in reality her own face and not that of her mother. "What do you mean?" he asked. "I do not understand how you can meet the soul of your lost mother by looking in this mirror." "It is indeed true," said the girl, "and if you don't believe what I say, look for yourself." And she placed the mirror before her. There, looking back from the smooth metal disc, was her own sweet face. She pointed to the reflection seriously. "Do you doubt me still?" she asked earnestly, looking up into his face. With an exclamation of sudden understanding, the father smote his two hands together. "How stupid I am! At last I understand. Your face is like your mother's, as the two sides of a melon. Thus you have looked at the reflection of your face all this time, thinking that you were brought face to face with your lost mother. You are truly a faithful child. It seems at first a stupid thing to have done, but it is not really so. It shows how deep has been your obedience and how innocent your heart. Living in constant remembrance of your lost mother has helped you to grow like her in character. How clever it was of her to tell you to do this. I admire and respect you, my daughter, and I am ashamed to think that for one instant I believed your suspicious stepmother's story and suspected you of evil and came with the intention of scolding you severely, while all this time you have been so true and good. Before you I have no countenance left, and I beg you to forgive me." And here the father wept. He thought of how lonely the poor girl must have been, and of all that she must have suffered under her stepmother's treatment. His daughter steadfastly keeping her faith and simplicity in the midst of such adverse circumstances, bearing all her troubles with so much patience and amiability, made him compare her to the lotus which rears its blossom of dazzling beauty out of the slime and mud of the moats and ponds, fitting emblem of a heart which keeps itself unsullied while passing through the world. The stepmother, anxious to know what would happen, had all this while been standing outside the room. She had grown interested and had gradually pushed the sliding screen back till she could see all that went on. At this moment, she suddenly entered the room and, dropping to the mats, she bowed her head over her outspread hands before her stepdaughter. "I am ashamed," she exclaimed in broken tones. "I did not know what a filial child you were. Through no fault of yours, but with a stepmother's jealous heart, I have disliked you all this time. Hating you so much myself, it was but natural that I should think you reciprocated the feeling, and thus when I saw you retire so often to your room, I followed you. And when I saw you gaze daily into the mirror for long intervals, I concluded that you had found out how I disliked you, and that you were out of revenge trying to take my life by magic art. As long as I live, I shall never forget the wrong I have done you in so misjudging you, and in causing your father to suspect you. From this day, I throw away my old and wicked heart, and in its place I put a new one, clean and full of repentance. I shall think of you as a child that I have borne myself. I shall love and cherish you with all my heart, and thus try to make up for all the unhappiness I have caused you. Therefore, please throw into the water all that has gone before, and give me, I beg you, some of the filial love that you have hitherto given to your own lost mother." Thus did the unkind stepmother humble herself and ask forgiveness of the girl she had so wronged. Such was the sweetness of the girl's disposition that she willingly forgave her stepmother and never bore a moment's resentment or malice towards her afterwards. The father saw by his wife's face that she was truly sorry for the past, and was greatly relieved to see the terrible misunderstanding wiped out of remembrance by both the wrongdoer and the wronged. From this time on, the three lived together as happily as fish in water. No such trouble ever darkened the home again, and the young girl gradually forgot the year of unhappiness in the tender love and care that her stepmother now bestowed on her. Her patience and goodness were rewarded at last.